Hello, OverPower World, and welcome to the first Season 1 regional. We have moved into the first season of OverPower, the first official season to have new releases. Multiple sets are going to come out mid-season. We've got so much crazy stuff in store, and it is all going to start here in round one with Lawrence versus Steven. Co-commentating with me is co-creator of The Few and the Cursed, the brainchild behind most of what's coming out in The Few and the Cursed Overpower set for art and some of the mechanics, is Felipe. How's it going, Felipe?
Hey guys, how's it going? Thanks so much for having me. This is super exciting. Two great players. I'm personally a fan of Lawrence, so let's see how this pans out.
Yeah, Lawrence has only been back at Overpower for, I think, the last 2 or 3 years, and he's one of the new players we've really seen just massive, massive play improvements, stride. I've had a lot of great matches against Lawrence, and he kind of got to the point where our matches were super close, and I was still pulling him out, and then last tournament he stopped me pretty good 2 in a row. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, so he's definitely his play is really, really improving.
he's cool as a cucumber. Like watching him play David in the first NOL tournament season, that was like he almost had Dave for a couple of times there.
uh, right, they're making the roll. And we're gonna get started. So, one of the things I did want to say that's so interesting about this, obviously there was a paper shortage throughout the whole world, and we had to delay the release of Skybound a little bit, and we were hoping to have it for this, but I think while everyone's really can't wait for Skybound, it's kind of nice that we're gonna get a really good send off for just the ERB set and see where it settles out. We've got some interesting decks here on the table. I love seeing a John Carter. Sun Wukong's still very popular. We've seen the Billy the Kid in the reserve, but each player is still, we haven't seen a lot of Count of Monte Cristo. We haven't seen a lot of John Carter, and I love seeing a Mummy out there too. Mummy is such a strong character.
I love seeing the Few and Cursed mission set on Lawrence's side.
There we go. There we go. And then
Making its first appearance.
it's also nice to point out that it's an Ask a Pleon versus a 221 Baker Street deck. So Steven places all his cards except a couple. Sorry, Lawrence places all his cards except one. He bets one. Steven goes two, but he's got four cards in his hand. So Steven's only going to get two in the top, and it's going to put Lawrence in a position where he's going to have a 3 card advantage going into the next hand.
So hold on, John. Is Lawrence up top or Lawrence down below?
Lawrence is in the bottom, and Steven is at the top.
Oh, so the names are switched. So I was thinking that Lawrence was using the Finn Curse mission set, and then Steven is using the John Carter deck. But yeah, you're correct. So Lawrence is at the bottom, Steven is at the top. Okay. Guys, do I still have audio? Joe? Yeah. Hey. Yeah, okay. So we got the first event coming up. That's coming from Lawrence. And I think Steven with a Reaper in his hand, the
There we
discard from
go.
Robin Hood, he could have been a little bit more aggressive with his venturing. He only took two missions. But like Lawrence now has card advantage, so we're gonna have to see how this plays out in the second hand.
Yeah, so sorry about that mic issue, but Lawrence also pulled the Call of Cthulhu mission, which is hits with an intelligence icon. Do not count to venture this battle. The cost of knowledge is sanity. So that's Lawrence's mission. Lawrence, though, does have a couple. He's got three cards on the, or two cards on the board it's affecting. The John Carter 8 does not have the intelligence icon, but it is affecting his 5 multi and his ally. But it's dinging some decent cards on the other side of the board, too. We see the County Monte Cristo's Network of Thieves, which is a 6 intellect. If it's successful, the
Mhm.
opponent discards two. And we've got the 3 multi. So both of those aren't going to count to venture as well. So it's going to make the venture for the second hand very interesting. Steven opens with that 6 discard 2 and he throws it into an 8. I think he's hoping to get the 8 as the block, but Lawrence has got the 6 in his hand. He blocks it and he's going to fire right back with an ally card.
I love how powerful John Carter is with the multiple eights. Like he's got two. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see if Steven can, hold those
Yeah,
eights back.
John Carter's got that huge offensive ability. People I've found when we see him or when I've played him really gun for him, but that's not the route Steven's going. Steven recognizes the threat in Sun Wukong, and I think he just wants to take away any big venture tricks Lawrence is going to be able to do late in the game.
Here comes the Robin Hood's two, three, make two additionals. Powerful card. You couple that with an ally, that's a nifty little combo. But I think he just went straight with it.
And I think that's one thing where we're going to notice and miss a little bit. You know, I remember this a lot from early Overpower set one. Is speed was so much more important than it became lately.
Mhm.
But it's definitely important enough now that we saw Lawrence discard a strength power card, which the multi counts as, and he uses the defensive mummy negate, and just stops the 3 right off the bat. But wow, looks like Steven was setting him
Wow.
up. So he got rid of the
Yep.
defensive negate. If Lawrence doesn't have the other negate as one of his two cards, he's got Robin Hood's Master Thief, and Steven has expertly played that. He
Yep.
also stopped Lawrence's offensive pressure with the disorient opponent stopping his teamwork attack. So that's sad because
Oh, that
he
goes
makes
through.
him discard the 8, and then he gets to draw 2 and reveal them, and it's 2 low power cards. They're going to be able to fuel that teamwork or create spectrum. And we're probably going to see Lawrence have to run away here relatively fast. Lawrence has got a
Hmm.
couple of teamworks on the table, but with only 2 cards in his hand, it makes him really awkward to attack with because that eliminates 50% of the possible defenses in his hand. Now, he could throw the ally in the 8 and hope to just create some offensive pressure on Robin Hood. But we also know that he's got Stevens managed to place his negate early.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's Wukong. That's the avoid, right? The
That is the
surfing
avoid.
cloud.
So he's got a full
Yeah.
avoid for defense. It won't give him the draw, but I think that that's okay.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Steven is in a very good position. Again, I think he should have probably ventured a little bit more aggressive. He's only gonna get one mission out of this excellent hand he's been playing. If you look
That
at
and
both
that's
cards,
go ahead.
sorry, I was just say if you look at both cards plays, like even if Lawrence runs away, he's still gonna be not in a very good position because they have the same number of cards placed, and I like Steven's cards a little bit better than Lawrence's. With an avoid and a negates
Well,
and
Lawrence
an
does
eight.
have that. He's got the Billy the Kid card, so
Hmm.
he's up one on total number of cards that's placed, I
Oh,
think.
that's correct.
But still,
That's right.
it's he's close enough that it's he's. You're right. That one extra card,
Hmm.
the fact that two of them are teamworks and
Oh.
one's an ally means it's not quite as good as it could have been. Now I'm surprised he didn't throw the Sun Wukong ally first before he threw the 4 there.
Yeah, and now they're even on cards because Lawrence played something from the table while Steven used something from his hand. If I was Lawrence, I probably have had run away by now. But if you're still gonna try to keep that pressure, I would do my best to maintain my card advantage on the table for next round. Oh, here comes the teamwork. Yeah, Steven's doing great. He's playing most cards from hand, with the follow-ups.
Yeah, you we Steve we're gonna see a three-card string here because he's throwing the low intellect, and I'm willing to bet he's either gonna try to get another card from his hand off, or he might just try to connect with that eight and put Sun
Mm-hmm.
Wukong six cards away. But oh, that is the avoid a power card and draw.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Or he could have saved that for a big card like the eight, but it's also not bad to just slow the momentum down and get a low off color hit as well. There's less
Mm-hmm.
chance that he's going to have multiple of those intellect hits.
Here comes a
So he
shift
shifts
and
the
he's
hit,
out.
he lets it hit, and then he concedes. That's going to get rid of Steven's Gemini, which is something he really likes to see go by, and it's going to get rid of the six.
And I think he
Interestingly
had
enough,
a yeah, go ahead.
yeah, why didn't he play the disorient opponent on the initial teamwork? I wonder.
Um, I think he drew that as
As
the
the
card he
card
drew from using
after.
the avoid.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
just bad luck.
that's bad luck. That's the OP gods just
Yeah.
getting a little just not shining on you that day. So Steven's definitely Lawrence has got one additional card, but the three cards Steven has are very strong. A full avoid, a full negate. Steven is going to dupe on one of his eights. Now the big advantage that Lawrence has though is those John Carter eights. He's got a John Carter eight again, a
Hmm.
Southern gentleman in his hand. He's got the eight multi placed. He's also got his fairy protection. He's got another negate. Lawrence has a really strong hand, and depending on what
Hmm.
Steven's going to bring to the table, we'll see. Let's see how the booth's working here. We've been working on a spy cam. Let's see if we could get a little shot and see if we can catch what's in Steven's hand. We may not be quite. Oh, there we go. So
Oh, there you
Steven's got an Alan Quartermain ally. It looks like he's got a power card, and he's got his full avoid for Freya. So now he's got two full avoids and his negate. The
go.
problem is he doesn't have a lot of offensive pressure. He doesn't have a great follow up for that teamwork. He's really got to hope he can somehow get him to negate something to try to push that draw three through. Lawrence drew his negate. He drew his 11. He drew another negate for the mummy, and he's got the multiple eights. This is, I think, the hand where Steven wants to just get out of it, reload, and then try to come back next hand.
And not to mention that 11 is going to count for venture because Lawrence is down in missions on his side. So, yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
if I was Lawrence, should just go at least for two, if not three. I don't know. Even
Yeah,
with that draw three across the table.
this is why Overpower is such a great game because you really have to regulate emotion with it. Like Steven has had two great hands. Steven is controlling the game. He's in an excellent position. But if he doesn't really think about the immediate signs he sees on the board and figure out what could possibly be in Lawrence's hand, he could take a couple of bad hits and lose a character, and suddenly that
Hmm.
changes the tempo of the entire game.
Yeah, I see where Lawrence is thinking. He's got Hades in his hand, so if he bets more than two, that's one unusable card in his hand. Steven doesn't know that. He can still bluff with that card. But
And this is
man,
one of those
it's an interesting
situations.
choice.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, Felipe, where I think Lawrence has to decide what his strategy is. There's a really
Mm.
famous article in Magic the Gathering that everybody knows that's a hardcore player called Who's the Beatdown? And it used to be where you try to figure out, am I controlling the game and trying to beat the other player down, or am I trying to stabilize and shift who's it? Overpower has aspects of that very well, where it's, what am I doing right now? Am I defending and trying to just get a card advantage and then lean on it to win venture? Am I going to bet low and just try to throw haymakers and kill one or two characters, then get ahead on attrition? And you really have to decide, what is that line? Is it character death? Is it venture? Is it continuing to defend and trying to let the other guy punch himself out? Lawrence only goes to, he keeps his Hades active. And I think what we're going to see here is him trying to make some kill shots.
Absolutely. I mean, No, Steven is out.
And I think Steven played that perfectly. He gets away from an 8, a 7 any power.
Hmm.
He gets away from fairy protection, so he knows he can't protect his characters with that big lockout. And I think that's probably the best thing he could have done. He wants to make
Absolutely.
Lawrence have to use that negate so he can at least attempt to get his draw 3 through off Count of Monte Cristo.
And then if you think about it, like Steven like did the right move, and it's not gonna cost him anything because they're still with the same number of cards placed.
Always
So
an
he really
unfortunate
got away
duplicate.
clean.
That is the you
Yeah.
never want to get the teammate of Void as a duplicate because Lawrence is at
Hmm.
least in a position where the other two characters are the ones that have damage on him. So, but now he lost a card, and if Steven just mindlessly throws every card at John Carter, you basically create a second duplicate in his hand. You're making him play with a 6 card hand. Um, Looking over at Steven's hand, just from what I could see when he tipped it, I think Steven has drawn his 11 as well. Now his 11
Yeah,
won't count as an adventure.
John Carter just got a bullseye on his back.
Yep.
Steven's gonna go nuts for him.
Now this is the parts where I try to do tricky things where, if you can get if you can throw like the any power 5 on Robin Hood or even hit with one ally, you're putting yourself in a position where the sevens and the 8 any powers are kill shots. If you throw the Professor Porter as an ally and he lets it hit on Robin Hood because Robin Hood won't die from it, then the 8 is the special that can follow it and still be a kill shot. So he's really got to, Steven's got to be careful to just really pay attention to what he's defending in Robin Hood. And the flip side to this is we haven't seen it yet, but Lawrence is playing an Ask a Plea on home base. So look for him to strip a hit at some point to then draw another card.
And I just wanted to comment on Steven's venturing. He bet two from the middle. And one of the things I picked up from Marcel actually is always bet from the top because it's going
Absolutely.
to be much harder for you to take those missions off the defeated missions pile than the reserve.
So the theory is it's the same idea with if you have 2 missions in the bottom and you bet 2 from the top and win, you should always pull 2 to the reserve instead of 1 to the completed. And that's a little counterintuitive, but you always want to give yourself the option of betting the missions. If they're in the defeated pile, you can't bet them. If they're in the higher piles, you can. So same idea here. If he loses 2 from the top and then gets the best hand ever, he can still bet those missions from the reserve. But in this situation now, if he loses this hand and has a god hand next
Hmm.
time, he can't wager any of the 3 that are in the defeated missions pile. So you're exactly right with that. That's great advice from the goat.
And we just saw Lawrence burn one of the negates with the Ripper.
Yeah, so the Reaper came across. He knew he had the negate placed and he drew it out. This is a fun string. Alan Quartermain has hit Sun Wukong, and the Count of Monte Cristo has played Jacopo, one of the real annoying cards in the new set. You may
Hmm.
see this get a negate. That is the Count of Monte Cristo it attacks as a level 4 brute force attack, but what it does is it allows now Steven to play a face down attack. Now it has to be numerical, but that County Monte Cristo has a 6 that makes him discard 2 cards. So you'll almost certainly see this blocked with the card that defends a 6 or greater.
And it's funny that Steven knows Lawrence is holding that teammate avoid from John Carter, and he keeps going for Sun Wukong. So that's interesting, I
Yeah, he's
guess.
just decided to punch through it. If I'm actually,
Yeah,
that's a great point. If I'm Lawrence, I'm probably blowing. This is the best time to blow that teammate avoid.
I
Maybe
agree.
Steven forgot about it. You don't know what the card is, but you know the teammate avoid defends it because it has to be numerical, and that's
There
exactly
you
what we
go.
saw happen. It was the
Yeah.
6. Saw a little bit of table talk there, so it might have been Steven
Mm,
saying, "I forgot you had that." I don't know. I forget the
could
hit
it
on
be?
Sun Wukong. I believe it's the 7 any power teamwork. Now that I say that, so Sun Wukong is at 9 damage out of his 20, but he's only got one
Hmm.
icon. In the 11 comes out.
Oh,
That's for the kill. We do have the full avoid on Wukong. It will not draw a card. but he's putting that hard pressure on Lawrence or on Steven right early. Oh, it's transformation trickery. It's not the avoid. So that's going to shift the hit to
Oh,
Sun Wukong. That means he probably is going to have to let it hit. He probably doesn't have a defense for it. Um, however, it does keep him alive.
but it still counts for venture. So Steven is
It
in a
does.
venture wise in a bad position. Like he can still try to use the draw three, but he's got two negates across the table from him. So,
Yep, he's got, and the five any power is a wild card. It can be discarded as a strength
hmm
power card to make the mummy negate defensive. He's
and
also got to
you
be
pointed
careful with
out,
that. Go ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say you pointed out that Lawrence is running a Asclepion, so he can use the mummy negate offensively. I don't think. Oh, but he can't to remove a hit. No, those are teamworks and power cards. My bad.
Not yet, but and
Not
that's
yet.
that's
Not
where
yet.
some of these things get interesting too with these new home bases, where sometimes there's cards you want to let hit simply to be able to remove them with certain strategies or
hmm
to buff people up. All right, so Steven, the second we go to our spy cam, sets his hand down. um, do we've got the spy? Hey, Booth, can we get a look at what's in Lawrence's hand? He has got his full of void and another brute force teamwork. Now he does have the follow up
Interesting.
on the table, but if he uses that, he's not going to be able to diffuse the negate defensively. He also has another teamwork that's dead on the table. So Lawrence
hmm
isn't in the greatest position. But Steven's down to two cards, and I don't know if Lawrence wants to commit to trying to kill Wukong. However, flip side, if you don't kill Wukong and you let him get to his grasp of the five elements, he can heal himself. And a lot of times, that's what really swings one of these games is Sun Wukong heals all the hit stuff, and you got to kill him a second time.
Yeah, and with two teamworks placed on the table and one in his hand, Steven doesn't know this, but Lawrence is down at least two cards
All
because
right,
he's not
so
going to be using those teamworks.
he takes the band of merry men for a hit, which causes him to discard a card, and he says, "You know what? I'm going to discard this teamwork," but he's still going
hmm
to go on the offensive. He might go for the spectrum here. Um, he might decide to throw the eight multi now. He was really
Mm.
hoping that hit to create the pressure. Because what he wants to do is look, he really ideally what he's trying to do is set him up for that Billy the Kid, I'll make you famous. If the kill shot
Mhm.
is Billy the Kid's five half multi, then Lawrence can choose any of his missions in either the reserve or the defeated and move one of them all the way to the completed pile. So you're gonna look for him to want to set that five up as one of those kill shots. And if you pull a mission from the defeated up to the completed, that's like winning a battle where you bet to venture. That is a huge positive effect on those fives. Well, he
It
throws
was
it
the
just as a
five.
five multi to create the pressure now. That I don't think I would have done. Now, the only difference is I don't know Lawrence's deck. When I use Billy the Kid, I only put one of those in the reserve spot. Lawrence might be playing multiple and
Mhm.
wants to just get it out. So the next one's a kill shot.
I gotta say, I agree with you, Joe. I think I would have probably used Mummy's offensive negate to take the brute force hit from Sun Wukong and keep the five to take full advantage of it. If you do get to kill Sun Wukong, you move a mission. Here comes the four.
So this is representing some speed. So Steven has thrown his four. I think with the 221 Baker Street, I think you're going to see not a bad detective come across right now. No, he's sticking. These guys are just, they are slugging it out. That will put
Yep.
Sun Wukong on Lawrence's Sun Wukong at 16 damage. Now Lawrence does have that negate. He's got a regular Merlin. He's got the mummy. He's got an avoid in his hand, so he's got what he needs to defend. He uses it on the seven with no cards in hand. Ow, he's still going. I thought he was going to run.
Uh-huh. No, I would have kept at it as well.
But at the same time, look, he has to have a card in his hand that can defend the 5, or it's a kill shot. And he gets Sun Wukong. Transformation trickery
Oh.
works against Steven, and Lawrence just does not give up. Kudos to Lawrence. That is, you got to have ice water in the veins to throw that teamwork at
Hmm.
this point after your avoid's gone. If that's a small multi-power card or anything in
Oh.
Steven's hand, you lose your guy. And it is the grasp of the 5 elements. This is exactly what we talked about. What a terrible time for that to be the last card. No hits on Sun Wukong's permanent record. He already had the transformation trickery placed, and he had a card on 221B Baker Street, so he couldn't save it for later. And unfortunately, he lost Sun Wukong, and now we're going to see the tempo in this deck really change. Now it looks like he's gotten
Yeah.
lucky and he hasn't drawn any of his Sun Wukong cards. He did draw a really particularly good card, Friend to Foe. So he's going to hope that Lawrence is going to place one of these high power cards.
And it's worth noting that again, Steven bet two from the middle. So what happened? He's got now three in the defeated mission pile. So to get those out of there, it's gonna be a little bit trickier if you had bet two from the top.
Yeah, Steven had to choose what he was going to keep. Now he does have he's got the avoid, but I don't believe he's in a position anymore where Sun Wukong's got more missions than the defeated. If you haven't played Sun Wukong, one of his main mechanics on 2 of his cards is he's good at coming back when he's under the underdog. So if you end up with more missions in the defeated pile, your cards get an additional bonus. The avoid lets you avoid an attack on any character, and if Wukong's got behind on the missions and the defeated, he can draw a card, but that ability will not be turned on. However, if Steven draws that card, which we haven't seen yet, it would have been turned on. Unfortunately, with Sun Wukong dead, he'll have to discard it. But he's gotten very lucky in this hand, and I think you're going to probably see a decent sized bet here. Steven needs to just say, "This is my hand. I have to punch through. I'm going to bleed discard sooner or later." He's also really hoping that he can get Lawrence to place one of those power cards. He's got Friend to Foe in hand. That's a card for Count of Monte Cristo that says discard a placed power card, and then I get to steal a power card and use it to attack another character. Now Steven's doing the what I think is a mistake. He chose not to place it, even though he didn't see a power card placed. I think he should have placed Friend to Foe on 221B Baker Street, and you just then at that point you start placing all your power cards and say, if you're not going to place power cards to let me get this one effect off, then I'm going to just outplace you and continue to run.
I agree. Like when you place like obviously using that card as a surprise is always the preferred choice, but it's not a bad thing if you place it because you do prevent your opponent from placing any power cards. So yeah, you can have real card advantage moving forward.
And I love
The
this first
five,
fight by Lawrence. So Lawrence
yeah.
attacked with Pharaoh of the Fifth Dynasty on Doc Watson. Now, what that does is he knows at this point in the game, he hasn't seen any basics or trainings, so he knows that if it's above a 6, which is it is, it's a 7. Steven's going to have to use some kind of an any character card, but he's seen his negate, he's seen the avoid. So the best defense he's going to have against those sevens would be a shift of some kind. So he's really sure it was going to go through. It healed a hit off the mummy and allowed him to draw a card, and now is allowing him to do another attack with his 5. So huge one per deck successfully played by Lawrence. And I will say
And
exactly what we said. I feel like Lawrence has started to turn the corner and is controlling
mhm.
the tempo of this game now.
Yeah, and with card advantage on the table and having taken the hits, so he can make full use of Asclepion. I really think Lawrence is gonna cruise to a win here. It's gonna be very hard for Steven to come back from.
Steven really needs to focus now on KO pressure, which I think he's about to do. He has to say,
Hmm.
You've got 2 negates. I love this play. I think he's got to go this
Hmm.
power card, and he's just got to say, well, I'm gonna make you lose your son Wukong and use all your defenses to keep him alive. I also love that
Hmm.
he's doing this with all his low cards. So he does a low four intelligence attack for the kill. He does a low four brute force, not for the kill, but puts him at like, a sneeze will knock Sun Wukong out at this point. And I really love this. This is the line that he needs to take.
Yeah, but if again, like I like anything above, like you said, Joe, anything above a six on Watson's an automatic hit. Like we've seen the negate, we've seen the avoid. I think the only thing we haven't seen is fairy protection. So, Watson's wide open, and then this is a game of venture. So, if Lawrence can, rack up those points, he's gonna take the win for sure.
Absolutely. And it looks like Lawrence went two from the top, so he's really going to put himself in a good position if he gets this. Steven needs
Hmm.
to get rid of that Sun Wukong, use up that premier defense, and try to pressure back. And that's not what he wants to see. So no power cards placed, but he was able to play the offsuit teamwork. Steven's only got a couple of cards left in his hand, so he says, "I'm going to take the teamwork." That puts him at 15 points, and that's going to be a
Oh,
six brute force.
so-
That'll be for the kill. And there you go.
oh, there's the
You
fire
called it.
protection. Yeah.
Now it's not necessarily as good as I think you were right. He wants to get it out on Watson to stop those high card venture sinks, but it's also going to keep
Hmm.
his Robin Hood alive, which I think at this point is pretty key.
Absolutely. And, if he built his deck, imagining Watson being a reserve a little bit longer, he doesn't have any other cards for Watson. Maybe he's having multi, I guess.
I believe this is actually for the kill. Let's see, he's got 6, 4, 13, 17. Yep. So this is exactly for the kill. So nice hitting him with the four to set him up. So the offsuit three was accumulative. Now I'll be honest. One thing I think these Watson players don't do. I don't think they stack enough. I think they generally stack one, not a bad detective, and I think that card is really underestimated. Take the position we're in at this point. Lawrence has two cards in hand. Now he has one. If that not a bad detective hits, uh, he just has to show you the card in his hand, or he has to fully negate it, and then he has no you have perfect information at that point. But Steven opts to keep the chain alive, so he throws another four that is for the kill,
Hmm.
and then
And
we're
it's
gonna see what he follows up with after that.
And it's a beautiful way to keep pressure and make sure that Lawrence uses that negate, probably the mummy one he can use, so he knows he can draw three after that. And he's got fairy protection on Robin Hood, drawing three. You might just have enough to make Lawrence concede.
At
It's a
least
great, great
what you're
play,
hoping to
great
do
play.
is make Lawrence exhaust exhaust those
Hmm.
three big one per deck cards. Now remember, Lawrence still
Absolutely.
has the Ask a Pleon trick up his sleeve. If he negates this, he could offensively negate the Robin Hood four
Hmm.
brute force and draw another card and put another card in his hand. So that's what partially what's so tricky about Ask a Pleon is it can completely change the KO math and net you a card. Very difficult home base to play against if the person using it knows what they're doing.
And here is a very difficult decision time for Lawrence. Does he use the negate? Does he use the avoid? If he uses the avoid, there's another attack coming. It could be a power card that you cannot stop. So, if he can't, like, it's a difficult place that
Yeah,
Lawrence is in.
very tough decision. Plus, you don't want to use the negate, and then if he has a teamwork follow up, like if he has a power
Hmm.
card in his hand, um,
Exactly.
so you don't want to use the yeah.
The avoid.
Sorry, you don't want to set yourself up so like if you avoid this, and then next time he throws the teamwork follow up, the negate's no good. Where you can negate this and still have a full avoid for whatever is thrown numerically. It's a tough spot,
Yeah, and
and
like
it
you
look
said, if he was able to use his negate offensively to remove the Robin Hood hit, but it's all about choice. Does he negate this one? Does he try to keep the negate? It's a difficult position.
well, at this point, the mummy negates most likely trapped as an offensive only negate in this
Hmm.
battle. So that's a way to utilize it to take a little pressure off. Okay, so he goes with the avoid. He
Oh,
doesn't
he
get the card
avoids.
draw. Steven is going to get another attack. Very curious what it's going to be.
I know. Me
Lawrence has a
too.
card in hand. I really think people are under that. Not a bad detective is an attack.
Oh, he did not have a follow up.
All right, and he's gonna
He's
do it.
gonna.
He's gonna.
There you go. He's gonna do it.
So he does the negate. Let's see what he draws. Very important draw here. Oh, no, so he says, I concede. Look, I had this card. You didn't place anything. And Lawrence says, I've got the mummy's relentless pursuit. So I'm going to win the venture now off that concede and tag you with another two intellect on Watson.
Hmm. He would have gone for Robin Hood if not for fair protection,
Oh,
and
for
probably
sure.
killed Robin Hood in a post concession attack, which I always loved.
And people forget about that one. I don't know why, with the mummy particularly, people forget that little two can come over the top. We see it a lot with Jane Porter too. Less so when she's in reserve because that's the main mechanic she has in reserve. But
Hmm.
yeah, though that's a tough card to track and keep track of. So Lawrence has got another five in his hand to remove another hit off the mummy. So he's got another one of those Asclepion triggers. He has an 8 rank character. So that's another thing that's going to be really tough. That 8 is probably an auto kill at this point against Robin Hood. We've now seen, or we haven't seen, nope, Sun Wukong's dead. That's the full avoid. We've seen the fairy protection. We've seen Freya. I think other than a shifting it to Count of Monte Cristo, Steven's just in a position where he can't defend those eights.
Hmm. And we just saw Steven discard Sun Wukong card, so I
Mhm.
believe that puts Lawrence at card advantage as well.
This has been such a great game. Steven controlled it. Steven had two first great hands. He did the right thing and ran from another hand. Kind of was forced to fight the fourth hand just because he couldn't let himself lose his whole advantage from the first. Lawrence just played expertly and snuck through that one kill on Sun Wukong. And that's really been the pivoting point in the game. That attrition of that one character has made all the difference in this particular match.
Hmm. And like I
It,
said, if Steven had bet a little bit more aggressively in his first two hands, he probably would have been in a better position right now, venture wise.
It's true. Knowing how much to venture is the hardest part in Overpower. It's really that X factor that I think that makes the game so interesting. And we're definitely seeing it here.
I agree. Like I had to learn how to venture because it is one of the hardest aspects, and it's the key reason that it led me to use a land before time forget deck. Because if I screwed up my venturing, I would still be able to make attacks post concession.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, Lawrence goes two. Steven's going to stay just at one. He's got a four multi in his hand, so he does have a follow up for that any power teamwork, but it looks like he's down a lot of cards in his hand.
Yeah,
Lawrence has got a little bit of a placing advantage. He's got 8 cards. Steven's only got 5. So he's got 3 cards at that point. And I think he's got less cards in hand than Lawrence, too.
that is true. He does. I
I
even
think
think
the
Lawrence had considered betting for the win at some point.
well, I like just going the two. Look, he's got the KO pressure on him right now as well.
Hmm.
And so
Hmm.
not only is he ahead in venture, but he really doesn't have to worry quite as much. Now he does have Gemini in his hand. That's something Steven might not be thinking about either. So that's also going to give Lawrence the chance to fish through his dead pile and pull any
Hmm.
card that he wants back out of it. And there's a
And
lot of
let's
good stuff in there. He could draw 3, let it get negated, and then just immediately take it out the next turn. He could get a second 6 discard 2. He could go for the eight's placed. He could just get friend or foe out and try to steal the 8 and attack with it. There's so many oh sorry, that's Stefan that had that. But there's a lot of tricks in Lawrence's dead pile that he could get back out too. He could get his negates.
he can get Lawrence can get Sun Wukong's 11 for a Q shot because we know
Yep,
Steven doesn't have any other powerful defenses or negates. Like
that's
Lawrence
a
is
great point.
free to do whatever he wants. Like he knows Steven does not have any more negates in his deck.
There's a few tricks we haven't seen. We haven't actually seen any of. I haven't seen Steven play any of Robin Hood's teammate avoid and draw cards.
Hmm.
If Lawrence isn't careful with that, I believe that avoids with a combat icon. So, there could be a really tricky play if Lawrence tries to swing big with either the John Carter 8 multi or the 8 combat power card. Robin Hood could potentially avoid that and get a card draw. I'm not sure how many of those he's playing, but
Yeah, but it's a tough position to be in for Stevens. He's got card disadvantage. There's
yeah.
a full negate across the table, so there isn't much you can do. There's no more freedom to use that draw three or the six. It's a tough
Now
spot, but
he's
I agree with
holding
you.
the Steven does have just a one in his hand also. He's got a one energy. It's not even that off type because the Allen Quartermain hit. So that's
Mhm.
also an unfortunate card. Not sure what his other card is. It's a special. I couldn't completely make it out, but he's going to need a lot of help. All right. Is it the Robin Hood card?
Oh,
Is it the Robin Hood card? This would be a crazy play. It, m- it is the shift.
it's a
Okay.
uh, yeah, but I agree with you. Lawrence did consider betting four for the win, but I agree with you. Maybe in this stance, and he did the right thing about betting two. He's all about pace. Like he knows he's got Steven against the rope, so there's no reason to make your opponent buy two cards that can probably swing the game.
Yeah, I like the idea of just dunking your two, and then not only do you have the KO pressure,
Hmm.
you've got the game win pressure.
Yeah. Now, see, you got Steven got one, two, three, four, five cards placed. Lawrence has one, two, three, four, five, and six. So there's one extra card, and Steven has to really hope he does not pull any more Sun Wukong special cards.
Well, Lawrence is also in a really, they're going to power pack, and Lawrence has his
Hmm.
transformation trickery placed. And we haven't seen Grasp of the Five Elements. So I think the first thing you're going to see have happen here is Sun Wukong is going to get fully healed and give Lawrence a card draw.
Yeah.
Yep, and there it is, right in his hand, along with a looks like a Staff of the Monkey King.
Oh,
It's gonna be a tough
Steven
as he
just
dumped his
no, he's
11.
just and dumped an eight combat. So he dumped already two cards, and I believe he's gonna dump another.
We're not
Yep,
counting
there
anybody
he
out
goes.
before
Oh,
it's their
two
time,
more
but
cards. Yeah.
yeah, two. That is rough. That is rough for Steven. So Lawrence is going to go for the win. Not surprising.
Hmm.
Steven did finally draw that teammate avoid a combat card, so he might get something tricky here. But we knew this was going to happen. So Sun Wukong, Grasp of the Five Elements is going to fully heal him. It only took permanent
Hmm.
record hits, so it does trigger Asclepion. It's going to give him a card draw. It is a 7, which is not a duplicate. Wow. All right, the OP gods have turned around and shining their light on Lawrence. Now this is gonna be Steven's gonna be
Oh,
happy about. Wait,
oh,
it,
what?
are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, yeah. I was like, okay. And also, shouldn't Lawrence have discarded the card placed on Sun Wukong to use his heal?
Yes, I believe that's actually is the case. So, um, he probably forgot about that, but we'll see how much of a difference that actually ends up making. Not
Yeah,
using the teammate avoid a combat icon and draw. That's that's I think a play mistake.
I agree. I actually think they both misplayed because Lawrence threw something that he knew Robin Hood could avoid, and then Steven chose not to use his avoid. I
I
mean,
think
I think it's gonna.
sometimes what happens at this point in the game is he's so far in and
Hmm.
he hasn't gotten burned by that yet. So I think in his head he's just kind of
Yeah,
forgotten that that's an option.
yeah. They're
But I
just
think
going through the motions
Stevens,
now to close up the game.
yeah, I think Stevens recognizing it now. He just had a look on his face with a grin, like, "Oh, what did I do? A little one, which is all that's going to be needed. We know the card left in his hand, and that's
And
the
there it
game.
is.
So even if he had played it right, he said, "Oh, I forgot to
Oh,
play it on the 7." Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Even if he did, let's see what he would have drawn. He would have drawn a 5, not a big deal. I don't think it would have swung the
Yeah,
game. Not with the amount of heat. He had another, yeah, look, he was going to draw another 7. I
7.
mean, Lawrence had that game, but that was a great game by both players. That's the kind of overpower you want to see, just back and forth. Different people have the lead, and it really comes down to every micro decision you're making on the table has a long-term effect on the game. You know, if am I using my premier defense too early and then they can math out who they can attack? Am I using my going too aggressively and I lose a character and that switches the momentum of the game? I'd say both players played amazing.
Hmm.
My only thing, I'm going to stick to my original theory is use not a bad detective more often and play three of them. There's every single time your opponent gets down to two cards, just throw it at whatever person you're trying to kill, and then then you know exactly how you can kill that character. I think people
Yeah,
think of Not a Bad Detective too much as like it doesn't spy enough cards. That's not what it's for. It's for you to go, you have very few cards in your hand and I'm trying to kill someone. Show me what defense you have for the guy I'm trying to kill.
and you're right, Joe, because Steven only had one of those, so it was his only Watson card, as we saw. So yeah, a little. If you had at least two of those in your deck, he could have like he didn't even use it because he didn't think it was worth it. So yeah, two or more, he can play that from reserve. It is a great way to at least peek through. What's your like you said, the defenses on whoever you're trying to KO. I agree with you.
Yeah, that's where I think people think of it more like I've got to get a card, and if I throw it and whiff, I'm not going to get it. And that's one where you're just playing for information. That's an
Hmm.
information gathering card.
Absolutely,
All right. Well, we
great
are
game.
wrapping up here for round one. Guys, the new season has started. We are in. It is official. The first game of Overpower Season 1, the season that will drop Skybound, is over. And this road to Invincible and The Walking Dead joining the Skybound universe is fully underway. Felipe, are you going to be around next round?
If you guys want me, sure, I'll be
I
around.
would love to do
I
round two with you if you're available, and we'll see you here in 5 to 10 minutes.
Sounds good.
Uh,
Yeah, let me just go grab some water.
awesome. Thanks, Felipe, and stick with us if
Thank you.
those watching at home. We're gonna do a quick interview with Lawrence.
Be right back. Do nada, porque eles nem fizeram nada. O que aconteceu, pelo que o Joe falou,
Sorry, where am I looking? Just hit it. All right. How's everybody going? How's it going, Lawrence? We're trying a new
I'm
setup
good,
here.
Joe. How are
You
you?
got your own microphone. Great game, great opening. Obviously, it went the way you wanted it to.
Eventually.
I was gonna say, how did you feel? Because he had he was really controlling the game, hand 1 and 2, and then you come into hand 3 and had an amazing draw. Um, what was your thought when you bet to that battle? What I was saying on the stream is you've got a choice at this point. Are you going to start just trying to keep with character kill to get attrition? Or are you going to focus on, like, this is my hand where I've got to make a big bet and go 3? It would have turned the Hades off. But talk me through what you were thinking that hand.
If I turned the Hades off, I was only going to be up 1 card, and he had the draw 3. So without knowing the specials in his hand, I wanted to make sure that I didn't want to overbet. If I had to Hades, I wanted to be able to Hades.
There was a play a little bit later in the game. So he's got some pretty good kill pressure on Sun Wukong. You've got the negate placed. I believe this is at the end of hand 2. And you've got the choice to avoid his mystical energy for make an additional attack or negate it to stop the chain. You ended up going with the avoid and saving. Talk me through that decision, because that was a big decision.
That was a very big decision. It was a little bit of a risk, because if he was holding a power card attack, I would have been toast. He would have been toast. But I was thinking that if I lost to Kong, it was still going to be an even match, 7s on 7s, and I would be able to KO someone else in the process. So I was willing to sort of risk Wukong, even though I had not seen some of the big cards yet. And it just felt like a moment where I had to do something a little bit on the riskier side and hope for a little bit of luck.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, is where, the fear has to be at that point that, like, anything that's not a special is a kill shot, and then you lose your only 8 on that team. So you're running, I don't want to give it away to here, but it looked like you're running 2 teammate avoids for John Carter. Obviously, the worst thing in the world.
Worst possible. However, did not deter Steven from still throwing to Wukong. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to.
I don't hate that play from him. I will say sometimes this is very equivalent to in the old days. If you had a lockout deck, Josh Alexander is an opponent I used to play a lot. I'd have 2 hits on a guy. He would place a avoid can't be attacked for remainder of battle, and I'd go, well, now I got to attack everywhere here, where instead now I throw every card until I force him to use it. So it's interesting in that particular hand. I don't hate the idea of saying, you know what, I'm just going to throw, because he was throwing low cards, 4s, allies, 4s. I don't hate the idea of just saying, I'm not going to have to get 2 more hits over here, because the big risk with Sun Wukong is that you're going to get the grasp of the 5 elements. Or you're going to get, like, even a preternatural healing and then make it harder for you to kill him. So,
which I was sitting at the bottom of my deck. Both those cards were at the bottom of my deck. But yeah, I was actually going to be totally fine if John Carter just bit the dust. I just chucked the 8 and called it a day. But so I think he made the right play, actually, in just keeping the pressure on Wukong.
Yeah. Well, that was a great game. Classic Overpower. We love seeing games where the tempo kind of, it really seemed like you were behind, and then you played great with what you placed, and you came back. Then you got the Sun Wukong kill. There was a second where it looked like Steve was going to pressure you out of a hand. So that was about hand 4. So he ended up conceding one of those hands where it was the hand, I think, where he'd put all the pressure on Sun Wukong. I felt surprised he ran that hand at that point. Were you surprised he ran?
I thought I was going to lose Sun Wukong that hand.
Yeah.
I had kind of just accepted it. And then when I didn't, I was like, okay, I should have the momentum to carry it through now.
Yeah. Well, that was a great game, Lawrence. I was saying
so
on the stream, your play is getting better every time. I'm rooting for you. I think we'll see you at the top 8, but I'd love to see you put one of these away. So
thanks, Joe.
Thanks for the interview.
Good talking with you.
And thanks, everybody. We will see you. I don't know where to look. This is so weird. I'm looking at this camera. We will see you guys at round 2. Thanks very much. Here we are, Swiss round two, being greeted by a nice image of Negan, reminding everyone that August 28th, you will have Overpower Skybound Edition on yourselves. Check your local game stores, check your local Best Buy, check your local GameStop. And we are going to go over to this table now for round two. Co commentating with me, thank you for being here again, is co creator, brainchild behind the Few in the Cursed comic, much of the Few in the Cursed Overpower release. Felipe, am I going to say? I always am nervous to say it. Canyo.
That's perfect. Just think of lasagna. Always relate me to lasagna. You're gonna be fine.
All right. We have Patrick O'Neill, Overpower veteran, been around for a while, coming in at 1-0 versus Joe the Inventor Peters. Always love seeing a Joe Peters deck and seeing what he's got on the table. Uh, Joe Peters is going to be on the bottom of the screen. Patrick O'Neill is on the top of the screen. And it looks But we're gonna get going here. So Joe Peters goes two, Patrick O'Neill goes one,
Ooh.
and Joe's got the brutal Grim Reaper right off the bat. Now, it's interesting because he does have Spartan training ground, so he's probably going to be able to ditch at least one of those. But if this goes through, Peters is almost certainly calling energy. That's going to get the big power card. It's going to get the multi. He calls
Oh, he caught the intellect.
intelligence.
Yeah.
Interesting. He's going to get rid of the teamwork and he's going to get rid of the one eye.
Wow. What a big opening play.
Big opening play, but remember, Joe's got that Professor Moriarty card that he wants to dirtle with, and Patrick's still got two eights on the board. I don't think this is as cut and dry as most resolved Grim Reaper hands end up being.
I agree, but calling intellect was actually a smart choice because he took away Joan of Arc's defense, and that's going to be his target. So he wanted to get rid of that seven. The other stuff was just, what's the icing on the cake?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Thinking of it that way is just eliminating the defense that she's going to be able to defend with. Because you also know, unless he's got the any power, that's going to get rid of the sixes and the fives. So you're really hedging your bets that you're going to be able to get it through. Um, it's really going to depend what the last card is in Joe's hand and what Patrick is. So Joe Peters has just taken his self out of a defensive negate. But remember, he can always let the Witch 8 multi hit and then just negate it on his next turn. He knows Patrick doesn't have a negate because he let the Grim Reaper go through.
Mhm.
Now, Joe's also playing Asclepion in to Patrick's Spartan training ground. This might be a situation where Joe, if Joe ends up thinking he's going to lose the venture, he could leave that as a hit to be able to remove later to give him the card draw.
Oh, and to Patrick's, courage, I'd say he took that Ripper like a champ and still kept going.
Yeah. But nope, Joe does
Oh,
what we were talking about. He offensively negates it on his turn. Joe only has access to 3 cards with the and the mathematical genius. So he's got 4 cards sort of available to Patrick's 3, but he does have to slowly take a turn to do it. Patrick's probably looking to just land a hit here, defend something, and then get out of this hand.
okay.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Jane Porter and Professor Moriarty may not attack. That locks that 8 down. He's going to do the mathematical genius, which means Moriarty can't attack. So he's not going to get something that is an attack just for him. But he does get his pick of the top 6 cards of the deck.
I still think it's very interesting that Pat decided to keep at it. Throwing that Jane lock was a beautiful move. He knows he's locking an 8, while Jane's not really being locked out of anything. He still keeps his Wicked Witch 8. He might just take Venture, depending on what Joe had access to using Mathematical Genius.
Yeah, it's true. Joe's 2 only puts him at 5. The 8 will already be put him up 3
Hmm.
venture. Joe doesn't have anybody that's giving him extra venture from an inherent, and we don't know exactly what Pat's last card is. Look, the fact that Patrick is making this hard of a hand after just taking a gut punch from
Hmm.
that Grim Reaper, that also says a lot
Um,
too. So he just had a shift. Look, I've got to say this. He got out of that hand with only Joe only being up a 2 multi and he weathered a
yeah,
Grim Reaper. I mean, Patrick couldn't have played that hand any better than he did. And he still got his Reaper in the deck to strike back with. So um, I kudos to how Patrick's played this.
I
Patrick's got a
agree. He
1.
really
He's got
took it
a
like a champ.
Patrick's got a 1 and a 7 for power cards. He's going to dupe on that 7. He does have Eye of Scheme, which is another dead card, unfortunately, because that is such a great card in this format. Eye of Scheme, if you don't remember, targets a placed card, and then you search your deck, your dead pile, your power pack for any additional copies or placed cards, and you remove them all from the game. So if you can hit an 8 with it, it burns all their 8s out from every pile.
I gotta say, I don't know. Like, I see that Joe draw his one per deck, mummy one per deck. That if successful, allows him to remove a hit.
Mhm.
Maybe not offensively negating that 8 at that early might have been a better choice. Looking back, it's always easy to look back at players' decisions, but when you're in the game, I guess it's hard.
Well, I think I totally agree with what you're saying. I think it's a commentary on how difficult Asclepion is so powerful for a 0 cost home base, but you have to take that risk of letting things hit. And that's the part that's so tough is it's so counter to every other strategy in Overpower where you don't want to let an 8 multi hit ever. That's the first, nail in the coffin. But with this deck, sometimes the strategy is just to let a hit or 2 hit. Now, Joe's going to go 3 here. He's going to try to put away a 2-3-2, it looks like. So he gives Patrick a draw. Unfortunately, Patrick is
Uh,
now Patrick doesn't actually have to discard that card. He could have kept it to bluff, and it looks
he's
like
just
Patrick's
conceding.
just
Yeah.
gonna just gonna concede and give him the 3. Well, look. He got his Joan of Arc early feminist leader placed. That's really important. Uh, Joe's got 6 cards. Patrick's got 6 cards. One of them's unplayable, but 6 placed. Patrick's drawn his Grim
Oh,
Reaper. He's
yeah.
got some good attacks. He can make Joe discard a placed card. He drew the power card, and he's got a teamwork defense. Now he did dupe on his 8, which stinks. Whereas Joe Peters, let's see what Joe Peters
Okay.
has in his hand. He
Oh,
dupes out
there
on
you
a
go. He
7.
took the 7.
Joe's got he kept the 7 any power. He's got the negate, which is playable off Morgan Le
Oh.
Fay. Uh, he's got that -10 to venture. That's the real thing Patrick's got to be worried about is it is hard to overcome 10 that's just directly put to venture. And he doesn't really have a way to deal with it because even if he had a negate, um, Joe's gonna probably just negate the negate.
And I gotta say, there's nothing more dismaying or frustrating when you pull your Ripper and then you see your opponent just placing the gate. That's
Well,
so frustrating.
the one thing that Patrick's got here is that Wicked Witch card. If he targets the -10, he might be able to bait Joe
Hmm.
into negating the discard a placed card.
I agree.
That's his
Such a good card.
only yeah, that's his only real chance I think here. But Joe's in a real strong position. He's got a lot of good cards placed. That time traveler card removes a hit from current battle. He's got a lot of spectrum. He has his negate defense.
And by the way, Joe bet for the win, so he did exactly as you said. He 2, 3, and 2.
hmm And that's just, Joe saw that he was just a step and a half ahead of Patrick, and he's leaning on that advantage as hard as he can. The three was aggressive, but Patrick just ended up in a position where he had to try to live to fight another day. Now that's rough. So Wicked Witch is an 8 energy. So that card is normally a 6 energy attack, but it's designed against his foe Zeus. It's a futuristic phaser. So against Wicked Witch, it is straight just an 8 energy attack. Very, very good against the Wicked Witch. And that's probably part of Joe's plan is knowing he's going to see so much Wicked Witch on the table that those sixes are going to be eights a lot of the time. And that really increases the base value of the time traveler.
And that speaks volume to, Joe Peters, the inventor. I don't think we're gonna see another time traveler deck, and this one's just singing.
Patrick's going with the big string, and the big string draws the negate.
Oh,
It draws the negate. I don't know. Think Joe has a way to stop the Grim Reaper. There's going to be one play here. The only X factor we know of is if he does exactly what he's doing and goes into the deck. So Patrick has to hope. I do not believe Joe Peters has an avoid in his hand. So he's going to have to hope that these 6 cards is not something. Joe doesn't even think. He sees something. I swear he didn't even look at the rest of the cards. But he is just, that Grim Reaper is sitting there just itching to go.
but here's the thing: if even if Patrick uses the Green Reaper and it hits, the only icon he's seeing, I believe, is the any power and
Oh, and
energy, the 7 energy.
Joe got the Merlin. That was the card he just fished out with his
Oh,
thing. So he
oh, he used it. He just used the negate for the Wicked Witch discard. Oh man, here comes the 10. Yeah, now Joe is in a really, really good position. And here comes the Green Reaper. And like I said, he's only seeing 2 icons. It's either any power 7 energy or an intellect. It's a difficult choice. He goes for the intellect. And he gets just 1 card. All right, I think we lost Joe for a little second here, so bear with me in my Brazilian accent. Uh,
I
Joe,
cannot
we
believe
have you back? There you
Patrick.
go.
I'm back. Yeah, Patrick baited out both of those cards with the negate. That was just such a huge play here. He only got the 8 with the Grim Reaper, but that's still good. And I like what he's doing here. He's playing the early feminist leader defensively to get the 5 out and get the bonus. He's got to
That's
hope
going
one
to
of
be
those
a
cards, and he's really hoping the thing that's going to put this over the top for him is if one of those cards in Joe Peters' hand is actually the teamwork, so he can use his teamwork buster.
yeah. And that was going to be a 8 intellect teamwork attack because Jane is using from an intellect standpoint. So
Yeah. So Patrick got himself to where he wanted, where all these attacks coming over now are insanely high. The only issue is going to be, I just, with that -10 and the futuristic phaser being an 8, he's at 20 venture right now to 4, and Joe still has big cards. I just think Patrick's not going to be able to get to the numbers that he needs to. He really needed to hit 2 to 3 cards with the Grim Reaper to equalize. So that early Grim Reaper put Joe ahead, and I just don't think Patrick's going to be able to pull it back out. He lets it hit. Joe removes it with that. That's just a little bit of a misplay on Patrick's part. He should have started gunning directly for Grim Reaper. He shows his
Oh
discarded
wow,
opponent, and there's the handshake. Oof.
that was
Well,
a quick match.
yeah, that was just a little bit of a textbook 1, 2, 3. Oh, I didn't see Joe had placed the avoid on the time traveler. That's why he didn't throw the cards there, setting up those teammate remove a hits. Look, he's got a Joe likes control decks with tricks. He's invented another great deck here, and the inventor does it again. That puts Joe Peters at 2-0. We see Joe Peters at a lot of top 8 tables, and I think with the interesting deck that he's playing here, we're probably going to see him in another one.
Yeah, the thing about this deck is just so surprising. Like, people are not used to playing against, time travel and even Moriarty to some extent. So it's surprising what Joe can do. It's always surprising, and that's what gets you.
I think what's so was so cool about that is just seeing Time Traveler doesn't see a lot of play. You're so right, but I think what Joe's doing is just we are in a really interesting position where we ran a season 0. We're going into season 1, and these guys have really learned this meta. And Joe's coming in just saying, over the course of the day, I think those futuristic phasers are going to be 8s. And I think that's, I'm going to
Mhm.
ask him during the interview, but I bet that's a big part of what he's doing here is just leaning into the Wicked Witch energy meta and kind of bringing in a silver bullet for it, so to speak.
Yeah, and one of the things that we cannot forget is that Time Traveler does have an absolutely amazing one per deck, which is opponent must discard one place card from each of opponent's frontline characters. So with that card, which can only be negated, you can take away immediately 3 place cards of, opponent's choice, but still it's a powerful one. So yeah, I can't wait to see, Joe advancing and playing this deck.
Yeah, I had the first Legacy tournament I played after this came out. I did a Time Traveler deck, and I loved that card in Legacy. It was so huge every time I resolved it. All right,
Mm,
well, thanks for being with us, Felipe. I'm going to head over to the interview table.
sounds good. Thank you for having me.
Do you want to do round 3 with us, Felipe?
Uh, I believe so. Just have to see at what time both
It's probably
Bios and
closer to
Mars are coming
11.
in.
That was a really fast match, so right, everybody. We are here for the interview portion after round 2 with Joe Peters. How's it going, Joe?
Great. How are you doing, Joe?
Joe, I gave you a new nickname. I called you the Inventor. So we're going to see if that sticks.
All right.
I love seeing your decks. They're always so creative. So my first question has got to be, time traveler.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I am a time traveler fan. I played him in a legacy tournament and he was fun. How much of your decision to play time traveler was to try to offset against the Wicked Witch meta, knowing his futuristic phasers would be 8 a lot of the time?
Honestly, not a lot.
Okay.
Because while playtesting it, usually when you throw it, it just gets shifted away anyway, so it's still not a big hit. But it definitely helps, like in this game, where he was unable to shift it, and it was an 8. It was great. Realistically, I just played Time Traveler because I wanted to see if it could be done. He's got some good cards, and he's performed well.
We didn't see his big 1 per deck. How did that work for you in the first round? Was that a big impact in the first round?
Extremely. I was able to bid a big bid. I had Gemini, so I was able to potentially play it twice. He had to run away.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So this match, Reaper hand 1 in this format before the new other battlegrounds are out. It can be pretty tough.
Yep.
You got 4 cards. 1 was a training card, but how much do you feel that was an impact on the game versus the rest of the game?
It was a little bit because he didn't get to carry as many cards forward, but I think he did a really good job of removing some of my cards as well. So honestly, I didn't have a huge advantage going to the second hand. I had a slight advantage. But
I was gonna say, we were saying on the stream, he ended up going into the next round where you both had an 8 placed. You had your 2 multi-ices placed still, but he hadn't taken a huge amount of damage. He'd only given up 2 venture.
Yep.
So you bet 3 the second hand. What was your mentality in that? What made you think you could go 3 and give him that card and still win?
He had a lot less total card count of cards that did things. So he had a card on his reserve. He had EFL that doesn't count to venture.
Yep.
And then I think he had a total of 1 or 2 less cards than me total. So I thought that was the perfect opportunity to sneak in the 1 extra venture I'm going to need to win the game in 3 hands.
That totally makes sense. Yeah, and it's, you got to play the Eye of Ski, Matt. He's playing John Carter of Mars. We didn't see if he's playing the mission to bring Ra forward,
right,
but I would argue that he is. With the new rule, I don't think he actually had to discard the staff when he drew it.
Agreed. And we talked about it. He was like, well,
yeah,
I guess I can bluff with it, but...
Yeah, so that's might have actually been a factor, but I don't think so in this one.
Yeah, he conceded pretty quickly because he didn't have enough defense. Because his hand was like a 1 and a 3 or something, low power. Yep.
Well, I think the deck's great, super interesting. Morgan Le Fay starting in the back, awesome. She's so strong. Is there anything you're worried about with your deck that you think a deck type, like how is your matchups versus the Sun Wukong meta?
It's not great. They have such big hits, and I can't throw lethal stuff. I just kind of have to take them, remove them with Time Traveler, maybe remove them the next round to get value out of his stuff beyond, but I still am taking these big hits all the time.
And so that actually is my last strategical question. So he throws the 8 multi with the Witch, you let it hit, and then you same battle remove it with the Mummy negate. Were you considering at all just letting it stand and then keeping it as chaff for Asclepion next battle?
Absolutely. But I was fairly confident in how the game was going to go that I just wanted to keep the hits off of him.
How much do you feel like you have to let stuff hit to play into Asclepion?
Ideally, I want to take a hit in the first hand. Like, I want to venture so that we have to fight. So I think it's pretty important. It's not the be-all, end-all, though. Every time you get a card out of it, it's incredible.
Okay. Well, you did great. You're 2-0. We see you at a lot of top 8, so I assume you're going to get there. I'm not going to jinx you, but we'd love to see you at another top 8. And then have you won one of, I can't remember, have you won one of the regionals or tournaments yet since you've been back?
Second place is the best. So.
That's still great. Well, you're due. So there's a lot of people that are due. I was saying that to Lawrence, even Patrick, who you just played. So we'd love to see one of you guys at the top of the podium.
Great.
Have a great time, and we might see you here at the feature table again.
All right.
Thank you, everybody back home. We have about 23 minutes left in this round for the rest of the players. So come back in about 25 minutes, and we'll get started on round 3.
Welcome to the OverPower Character Spotlight Series. This week, we're taking a look at a fan favorite, Alan the Alien from Invincible. Alan is a premier support character with minor offensive capabilities. His role on your team is to support your other characters directly through the cards he plays, or by becoming enough of an offensive threat to take the pressure off them. At just 17 threat points, Alan is easy to slot into a team. That flexibility lets you pair him with more powerful, higher-cost characters, like Omni-Man. The Skybound OverPower set represents Alan when you first meet him in the Invincible universe. He starts with 1 energy, 4 combat, 6 brute force, and 3 intelligence, making his overall values lower than average. Alan's kit includes 6 special cards: Savior of his People, Evaluation Officer, Alien Telepathy, Bred for Battle, Near-Death Experience, and Friendly Manipulation. First up is the card that defines Alan's design, Evaluation Officer. Flavor-wise, this represents Alan traveling the galaxy, evaluating potential recruits strong enough to fight the Viltrumites. This is the first card in OverPower that lets you search your draw pile for a teammate's special card. However, Alan must reveal that card, and he does not get to play it immediately. That gives your opponent the option to concede after seeing what you fetched, so timing and strategy are key. Next is Savior of his People. Alan begins the game with a maximum rank of 6 on his power grids, so he's often a target. This card lets him block an attack with a power card, then return that card to his hand, either to defend again later or to fuel a counterattack. Alien Telepathy highlights Alan's sidekick abilities. It forces your opponent to reveal all special cards in their hand. On its own, it's a weaker effect, but when paired with the Aegis home base, Alan can also discard one of those revealed cards. Bred for Battle is Alan's primary offensive weapon. It's a 3 intelligence attack followed by an additional power card attack, neither of which can be defended by a special card. Effects like this have historically been some of the strongest in OverPower. Friendly Manipulation is a 6 intelligence special that functions as a power card. Once it leaves the astral plane, it loses its special attributes and becomes a full power card. That flexibility allows it to be used for offense, defense, or combinations with universe cards. Because Alan's intelligence is below 5, you can boost it with a training card to reach level 10, making it viable for both attacking and blocking. It can also stand alone as an attack follow-up with Bred for Battle, or be returned to your hand after a block using Savior of his People. Finally, there's Near-Death Experience. Alan is a genetically engineered Unipan, and one side effect is that when he nearly dies, he comes back stronger. This card allows Alan to be resurrected after any battle in which he is KO'd. When he returns, all of his power grid values increase by 1 for the remainder of the game. Overall, Alan is a versatile support character designed to enhance your team's heavy hitters. His biggest weakness is his lack of personal defense. While Friendly Manipulation can help, Alan doesn't have access to defense above a 6 without external boosts. Bred for Battle can discourage attacks, but unless your strategy funnels damage toward Alan, opponents may simply ignore him. That said, this can work in your favor. If Alan triggers Near-Death Experience, he returns fully healed, with a 7 brute force grid, resetting your opponent's progress in KOing your team. Cards like Shapesmith can push his stats even higher, unlocking stronger power plays. Alan also offers some of the strongest synergy potential in OverPower. For example, pair him with Robot Special, Predictive Tactics. Robot attacks with Tactics, and if it isn't negated, Alan follows up with Evaluation Officer. If that pulls a valid special for your third teammate, you can immediately play it as a second follow-up. Alan the Alien is the heart of any team he joins, and that's exactly why he's a fan favorite. In OverPower, expect Alan to do the same, finding his way into a wide range of decks and supporting a variety of playstyles. Thank you for watching the OverPower Character Spotlight series, featuring Alan the Alien.
Welcome to the OverPower Character Spotlight series. This week we're taking a look at Rick Grimes, the legendary leader from The Walking Dead and a powerful new addition to the OverPower universe. Rick Grimes is a mid-range offensive character with secondary support abilities. For those of you new to these kind of breakdowns, mid-range means Rick has a mix of offensive and defensive abilities, all of which fall into the mid-range value of 3 to 6 numerically. He specializes in non-negatable attacks using his 2 Advanced Universe cards, which give him constant pressure without the fear of negates shutting him down offensively. Rick's inherent ability is at the heart of his strategy. It reads, bonuses on teamwork cards played by Rick are +1. If you've played with legacy teamwork cards, you know how deadly a boost to follow-up attacks can be. This inherent ability shows that Rick doesn't just fight, he leads. With support tools like Protect the Family, Rick boosts the attacks of himself and his allies, giving your team a clear edge when it matters the most. Rick's overall kit has a total of 6 personal cards, made up of 4 special cards and 2 Advanced Universe cards, as well as the impactful inherent ability we just discussed. First up is Rick's personal teamwork card. This teamwork card is a level 6 combat or intelligence attack. When you factor in Rick's inherent ability, it becomes the strongest teamwork card in OverPower. Each follow-up ultimately gets +2, making this card a serious threat and a must-answer card in modern play. Next, we're going to look at Rick's Colt 45, his iconic weapon. It's a level 6 energy or combat attack, and thanks to its small white shield icon, it doubles as a personal defense in a pinch. Being that it's an Advanced Universe card, as well as Rick's teamwork, both of these allow Rick to utilize his Universe card placing slot while still being able to play one of his other special cards. Utilizing this Universe card placing slot in this way gives Rick more flexibility than most characters. Learn from Our Enemies is a special card that taps into Rick's darker moments from the series. It's a level 3 brute force attack that cannot be blocked by cards with an intelligence icon. That shuts down some of the more common defense options, such as multi-power cards. And it's especially frustrating for decks that run a low number of intelligence power cards. Rick also brings 2 strong defensive cards. Riot Gear is a simple card that allows Rick to avoid any one single attack, perfect for dodging large value hits. While Morgan Jones is a team protecting card that allows Rick to shift any one attack made on an ally to himself. This shift can move an attack into your Riot Gear or your Colt 45, or it can allow Rick to simply take the damage to keep the heat off your teammates. Whether Rick defends the attack or not, his team gains +2 to venture total the battle when Morgan Jones is played. Last up is Protect the Family, one of Rick's most powerful cards. To continue with the theme of leadership, Rick rallies his troops, granting them +2 to all numerical actions for the rest of a single battle. This card also has a shield icon, which means you can sneak it into play defensively, provided you need the +2 in order to make the block. It can be played offensively as well if there's a strategic reason to do so, such as following up an ally card. However, remember, if played offensively, the opponent still gets his defensive action and can negate it as it's played. Once active, even though this card only affects a single battle, it can shift the momentum of an entire game. Rick Grimes offers a balanced mix of personal offense, team support, and clutch defense, but his true power comes from who you pair him with. Rick thrives when initiating teamwork attacks, however, he can only play teamwork cards through his combat grid, which is 7. So look for characters whose special cards can also be used as power cards, allowing you to make large numerical follow-up attacks to Rick's teamwork cards in non-primary power types. Synergies also matter. Take Michonne, for example. Michonne's inherent raises her combat grid to 8 if she starts the game with Rick and Alexandria on the same team. This reflects how much more deadly Michonne can be when her friends are intentionally keeping the enemy's main focus. Or try pairing Rick with characters from ERB and the World Legends like Van Helsing. Rick's Protect the Family special can turn Van Helsing's right tools for the job into a level 5 energy attack with an additional power card follow-up that's also +2 to hit, both of which can't be defended by a special card. That's a threat capable of KOing a character with only one hit on them and is very hard to defend. Rick excels at attrition and forcing KO pressure. Rick wants to land early hits and force his opponents into tough decisions while supporting his teammates across the board. Rick's biggest weakness is his ability to generate Venture. While his cards offer great Spectrum KO threats, they're all less than 6 Venture, and Colt 45 will often be used defensively. That means Rick needs to rely on teammates to contribute to the Venture, or he needs to win through raw KO pressure generated by his Spectrum and his attack bonuses. Rick Grimes is an iconic character from The Walking Dead who brings leadership, grit, and strategy to the Skybound Overpower set. Whether you're looking to build a combo deck or looking for a team of brawlers to slug it out, Rick Grimes opens the door to new possibilities in deck building. Thank you for watching the OverPower Character Spotlight series, featuring Rick Grimes from The Walking Dead. Okay, check. Can you hear me now? Hello, everybody, and welcome to the third round of the Overpower Regional. Overpower lives. Join the fight. We are here in the Ohio Columbus Convention Center. Heroes and Games is our sponsor, and one of the employees and son of owner Doug Sims, Corey Sims, is going to be playing Robin Kessler, one of our amazing hosts from down at the Gamer's Edge. Robin just knocked out. Robin just defeated Ricky with a great move to bring him to 2-0. And Corey's gonna look to end that streak with his 2-0. Two great players. Co-commentating with me again for round 3. Co-creator of The Few and the Cursed. Inspiration for the upcoming Overpower Few and the Cursed release. A good friend of the community. Say hi to everyone. Felipe Cagno. Cagno.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to be back. This has been such a nice treat to be able to comment on the best of the best. I can't wait to see. I'm good friends with both Robin and Corey, so I'm allowed to say this. I cannot wait to see which baldness comes out on top. It's the battle of the balls.
Well, one thing I will say so far with this tournament is we have seen a lot of different characters seen play that we don't normally see. I love seeing Merlin on the other side of the board. A lot of people, older players, are so used to inexpensive characters that bring negates. But Corey is going to show, I bet, with this game, having access to full negates at a regular pace is going to be really powerful. I love that he's also doing a King Arthur stack with Merlin. It'll be interesting to see if he plays the card that lets them defend each other with teamworks. Robin has got a early meta build. A
Hmm.
lot of people did the Leonidas Zoro build at the very beginning of the meta. And it looks like he's circled back to that. A very strong deck, but we haven't seen much of it. So I'm pretty impressive that he's gone 2-0 with it. Corey has been playing a lot of Merlin, and one thing I remember last time I did commentary, I am terrible at ever remembering to use his inherent in spy on stuff. Corey was very good at it last time. I don't believe he missed a single trigger.
And I gotta just point out that Corey just placed a redhead from the Few and Cursed 7 combat promo, and I signed that one. That's a delight to see.
Ooh, I see your signature. There we go. We've been seeing a lot more 221B Baker Street home bases. I think we've had one in every round so far. I love to see that. Robin has gone for the very traditional build and he's doing the round table. I have really not liked the round table in modern with my own play, but obviously getting that fairy protection early is such a huge advantage. It really allows you to kind of lean back and be willing to take a little more damage than you normally would have.
And to also to comment on Robin's deck, the Leo Zoro, you're right, it was a very early meta build. I use it myself with Land of Time Forgot when the season started last season.
Mhm.
And the thing with that deck is that it's a it's a brawler's deck. It just has a lot of offensive power. Like you gotta get your shots in, but there isn't a lot of like strategy behind it. It's literally a punches out deck.
Looks like Corey's going to, Robin's going to. Now, Corey's going to remember after the venture phase to use his Merlin ability, and that ability helps. Look, he put a card on the bottom of the deck. That means it was probably a duplicate. And if somebody runs or the battle ends and he hasn't used the card it was a double of, if it was like another 7, whatever it is, it just gives you that extra little bit of helping make sure your deck doesn't just give you a lot of dupes.
Oh, he's burning through a negate already, but that's the problem with Merlin decks. You know he's gonna get more.
And I have to say, I like that strategy with Robin of like, look, he's got the negate. I want to get the 2 through. I want to get the 8s through. So forget it. I'm just gonna throw it out there right off the bat. He's got a good power card that's a good target. Just make him use it. You gotta just
Hmm.
punch through him. Corey's gonna resolve
And
a select the slain here, and he's gonna see 1 out of 5 cards. Now, the difference with this one and the one we just saw Joe Peters play, it's one less card to choose from, and he will have to reveal the card.
And that's a
He's gonna.
five
It's
into.
a yep, 5 intelligence.
And the good thing about burning through that negate as well is Robin's now free to use the Hades if Karin doesn't have another negate up his sleeve. So it's a nice way to sort of open up a way if things go south, you can get out of there without, losing any missions.
Now Robin's in a really good place here because he has so much offensive pressure. We see that other than the 5, Corey can't block with the succubus, the 7 brute force, any character card. And so this is kind of what he doesn't want to see is this big chain here. Now he's almost
Mm-hmm.
certainly going to block that with the 5. He's not going to want to take the 3. We're going to
Yeah, but you
see,
got 2 more attacks.
and I think unfortunately he's got to block this because the 8 could be the third attack and he doesn't have a defense for it. But he opts
No
not
shot.
to. He does use the fairy protection to keep Zoro from taking damage. He's going to take the
Oh,
2 and run and allow Robin to carry that 8 combat into round 2. Robin
very,
gets
very
to,
strong Robin hand.
yeah, absolutely. Just a decisive 2 and the fact that he gets to hold on to that Hades. So Robin's going to get his Gemini. It looks like he duped out on one of his ripostes for Zoro. He's got the Professor Porter ally card.
If I can
Corey's gonna
comment on a little bit on the repose, one of the things that I don't think people have realized yet, I only realized it recently, but if you pair Zoro with Training Grounds, that 5 becomes a 9 or less defensive card.
absolutely, and that was something originally we thought. I thought you would see a Leonidas Zoro training card deck with like a few cheap characters. And maybe that's a deck that's going to pop its head up once we add Skybound in, and there's more 16-point characters. There's actually a 15-point character if you play Glenn on the front line. So it'll be interesting to see how that shapes up. Corey does get his legendary partnership. Good card against some decks, but I don't think there's much in Robin's deck that's a remainder of game or even battle effect. And Corey is facing down a Grim Reaper in Robin's hand that he doesn't
Hmm.
know about. I'm not sure if Corey's got the defense for it. Nothing on the table does. Now, Corey does have the Archimedes, though, and that's the thing Robin's got to worry about. The
Oh,
Archimedes, if he chooses special, he could 221 Baker Street the Hades right out, or the Grim Reaper right out of his hand. So
I
Corey
was gonna
goes one.
say, oh,
He uses his
I was,
ability.
the thing with Robin, he's got initiative, so he might as well just use that, Grim Reaper as early as possible. Just take a swing. Oh, Corey
Hey,
concedes.
but look, at the same on the same token, he's got 2 more venture up to the top. He still hasn't had to use that Hades. Um, he's in a good spot. This is the kind of lead that he wants to get. And remember, he's got pretty massive KO pressure on King Arthur, and he's got an 8 that's a kill shot. He's got Corey on the heels. Corey draws right away, dupes on an 8, dupes on Archimedes. It looks like he doesn't have any other ones, so Corey's gonna be down to 6 cards. Robin's gonna dupe on his 8. Can he match him? Now Corey's managed to get 7 cards placed. That's only to Robin's 6. And Hades isn't really a card that can win the game. It just resets the venture. So Corey, those 2 dupes came at a bad time because he could have leaned on that advantage. This goes back to what we were talking about, Felipe, where Corey's really got to decide what is he trying to do here? Is he trying to stabilize venture or is he going to try to fire back and see if he can become a kill deck against Zoro?
Well, I played Corey in the Toronto Regional last year, and one of the things that Corey did so well, and I think it's inherent to play his play style, is he really likes to get like his war chest going, and he doesn't mind, dropping the first 2 battles, and then he really comes back strong because exactly of turning around that card advantage. Looks like he's doing the same here, placing everything he can and just going for the next one.
Yeah, I'm that's probably one of the skills in the game I'm the worst at with my play. I have a really hard time placing out and then leaving the battles. And I know I play a lot against Dave McMillan and players that are really good at that. And that's a good skill, and it's something you notice in more like the majority of the advanced players that we constantly see at top eight tables. They do that a lot.
The thing is, if Robin could bet three for the win, that would put Corey in a bad spot. But then again, it's a risky move because you're gonna make him buy a card, and they're pretty even on card numbers.
Yeah. I don't think
It's new.
Robin. I think Robin wants to keep that Hades in play. If anything, I might go one
Hmm.
here and kind of force Corey to fight it out over one venture. And then if I have to, I'll do the reset. Corey just goes one. Again, very good. He has not forgotten that. And he runs
See,
again.
he runs
Wow.
again.
So he gets out from under three big one per decks. Riches of Don De La Vega. Four really. The Select the Slain. The for Sparta card for Leonidas was in there. And I forget what the fourth one was, but it was another big offensive attack. So big hand for Corey, got it out from a lot of heat. Corey
Yeah,
jumps
and
on a Wicked Witch. Go ahead.
that's I was gonna say, that's the thing with Corey. He does not mind, like going to the limit with this. It's definitely his play style. He did the same with me, and it worked. He knocked me out of the Toronto regional. It
Well, we'll see if
worked.
it works here. He is not actually up any cards on Robin. They both have nine
Hmm.
placed. So they're even on card number. And Robin does have the ability to reset the venture if anything crazy happens. So Robin, in theory, should be able to bet for the win three hands in a row. He bets one this time. He goes to the bottom. He bets two next time. He resets it with Hades. He bets two again. So
Hmm.
Robin, if he wants to here, can bet for the win easily three hands in a row and give Corey no extra cards. Now Corey drew his Harness the Wind, so he's definitely going to need to get through one of those. And again, to Corey's credit, he never misses that trigger. That is the difference between a pro
Hmm.
player and an average player.
And he's using it quite well because he keeps putting those cards at the bottom of his draw pile. So it's probably to avoid getting a dupe the next hand.
I think
But
the
there is a
name of the game,
caveat.
yeah, what is the caveat?
So if he put an 8 energy power card at the bottom, not hoping it dupes his 8, what if he uses the 8? It's a little bit unpredictable. For instance.
I think what Robin's going to want to do here is real KO pressure. I don't know what he's doing here, but I do not believe that that's a legal play.
Yeah. And that's what Corey points out. He can only use that defensively. And Corey now knows he's got one less card that can affect Venture.
Absolutely. I think he thought that that just was plus one to all actions or something, or plus one to attack. But no, that's the shield phalanx for Leonidas, which gives him plus one to defense. So Robin's happy to see that. The defense to keep that character alive, Corey just uses shift. So Corey goes card for card, and Robin ends up plus three to venture. Corey's turn to decide what he's going to do back. We're going to see an ally card. And again, this is a lot of what's really important with this is figuring out which direction your target is going to go is big.
Oh, he called power cards and
Corey
got
Paul
rid of.
power card. Archimedes, one of the biggest strategies with Merlin that's no one's picking up on is using the spy card with Archimedes in 221 Baker Street. So powerful. So Robin, it looks like, chose to offensively play the shield phalanx. I don't hate that as a play, but you got to get the ally out first to get the KO pressure.
I agree. He could
So
pressure Merlin with his intellect ally that's placed on Robin Hood. Gets rid
yep,
of the 5 for defense and attack.
Robin's gonna try to Hades here, and I don't hate that. You know, it's Corey got rid of his Band of Merry Men, which was one of his teamwork follow-ups. So then he probably couldn't actually throw the teamwork, put him in a bad situation. He got rid of a negate and a not a bad detective.
His negate was in hand.
He
Oh,
had the
I was gonna say.
Archimedes placed,
Hmm.
so he couldn't place the negate. Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking he couldn't have negated the Hades, but that means he would be vulnerable to other attacks. At the same time, he's got harness, so I don't know.
I think
Oh,
he's
bad.
I think he's happy to see the Hades there. I think Robin just should have conceded that one. I think he should have saved the Hades for the 2-bet. But look, at the same time, it's still 3 hands. He does 1 this time and 2 next time. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he wants to just keep the 1 in the reserve.
Hmm.
Robin
Well,
finally
he's
draws
still,
his 1 negate, so he's got that placed on Robin Hood.
and he's gonna be able to bet again for the win. But again, when you're facing harness on the other side of the table, everything it's gonna be really calculated. Like Robbie might seem to be this close to winning this game pretty quickly, but Corey's full of tricks.
Absolutely. I think if you're Robin, you got to either start chaining some teamwork attacks or you got to do like ally into the 300. You got to make him use harness this turn. You can't be living underneath the threat of that the entire game. Now, Robin also has his Gemini, so Robin is going to put
Oh,
himself at 3 for the loss. He's going to give Robin the card and it is a keeper. And it looks like it's pretty significant. It's a 5 any power, which is going to fuel the teamwork or give him defense if he needs it.
I think that's such a risky move because if Corey cannot take the venture, like it's not like he can force. I mean, he could force Robin to concede, but interesting. 3 for the loss, 1 for the win. Let's see how this plans out.
Subjugate the weak, 4 make an additional attack. Robin's going to use that 5 that he drew. It's going to follow up into a Merlin, summon the elements, 4 half multi, energy, or combat. And then Merlin's going to get to make an additional attack. Just going to block it with a 6. And like we were saying, I don't think you will see that negate go. He may even want to try to offensively negate the harness the wind when it finally comes out. But
Hmm.
Corey chooses, instead of that, he chooses to go for the block now. And I'll make you famous. And I'm sure Robin's running multiple of these. Between that and the Zorro 7, a lot of chances for you to win and move an unventured mission to the completed.
I gotta say, if this is a game of venture for Robin, I would have just go all in and not exchange a 4 for a 6, which I think that's why he did there with protecting Robin Hood for that 4 split from Merlin. I would have
Yep.
just taken the 4 and make sure I add more points than Corey. I mean, you're going for the win here.
Well, they're doing a lot of circling the ring and testing each other out. A lot of little jabs going out, seeing what they're going to
Hmm.
punch back with. Both players sitting on teamworks, not really willing to pull the trigger on big teamwork strings yet. And that's one of the things that I like about this environment. Teamwork speed can be really oppressive, but most of your defense in this game also comes from your power cards. So it really, I think the way the game was really envisioned originally is having to make these decisions. How much offense can I use my power cards for versus how defensive do I have to be with them? And you'll see sometimes you end up with multiple teamworks placed that are great offensive attacks, but you just don't want to risk throwing a big string, having them defend it, and then not having the cards to defend yourself if they stay in, push the issue. But nope,
Oh,
Robin ends up running. Now this is good for Robin. Robin has now seen 3 negates for Merlin go by. He's now also seen his disorient opponent So he knows he's not going to be able to do that. And he's seen as Hades. So he knows he can make a big bet now if he needs to. And Corey's not going to have the ability to get out from under it. Interestingly, in that
Mm.
hand, too, you got to give Corey credit for knowing he's playing for the win and still betting 3 and making Hades a dead card in his hand.
That is true. And literally just bluffing with it as if he had one extra card. I think Robin just needs, like, they are pretty tight in cards. Just go for it because you don't want to let Corey take control back of the game and come back, come back fighting.
Now Corey's playing the aquaphobic for Wicked Witch, but he just did draw it. He's definitely got some power cards, so he's going to be able to fuel those 2 teamworks this battle, and does not miss his check. Robin has not really discarded much, and it looks like he's got a decent amount of specials. He's got the full avoid for Leonidas and the negate placed. So this could turn into being a very deciding battle here. Robin's going for the win. He's got premier defense. Corey's got the ability to throw these teamworks like he immediately does. And this is just going to be 2 boxers standing in the middle of the ring, throwing punches and seeing who can be the last one to stand. Robin has the Freya, which I didn't even know that he had. So he has another full avoid. He
Hmm.
manages to avoid the 8, which you don't get much better than that. He's got the Wicked Witch 4 that locks her out. He's got a 4 make an additional any character card, the 6 any power. And then he's also got a target discard a place card from Robin Hood. He's going to want to use that next to make sure he gets something with it. So he goes with an ally, and Corey says, I'm going to harness the wind, and I'm going to use this opportunity to get my aquaphobic to actually defend a universe card. He uses it to defend the ally card.
I think this couldn't have gone any better for Robin. Now Harness is out of the way. You just want to have the venture here. And then it's like it was nice using Freya to avoid an 8. I think I saw Corey holding a Freya as well, but Robin has 2 8s placed.
And this is kind of this is devastating too, in that Corey can shift this with Harness the Wind over to Wicked Witch, but either way, it's getting a 7, and it draws
Oh.
Corey's own Freya out. And like we
Hmm.
said, Corey's got the low power cards. He's going to get these teamworks out while he can. Robin takes the teamwork. The follow up is an offsuit 6 with a bonus. That's going to be a tough one to block. And if Robin doesn't have what he needs in hand, this is a scary position to be in because
Hmm.
an off color hit,
There you
he's got a 4. He's going to have to use that avoid for it. This is a situation where I may have been willing to use the avoid on the 6 because I'm going to venture for the win. But now the question here is, do you offensively negate the harness the wind, or do you negate one of the 7s and try to go for the win? Corey's only got 3 cards in hand. He's only representing 25 venture on the board, but he already has 10. So that's 35 venture Robin has to overcome. Robin, I think, in this situation may have wanted to negate the harness the wind and just try to kill a couple characters because Corey can't concede here.
That's a
But,
nice play.
yep. So just throwing out some speed attacks, building that venture back up, that would put him at 8 to 10. Corey can shift this and just let it hit on King Arthur again, which he's going to do. That only puts King Arthur at 13, but with a couple of 7s placed, you like that. Now, for funsies, he still attacked Merlin with it, which is most likely where the hit's going to land.
Yeah, well, he can slide it underneath the aquaphobic and put that on Wicked Witch, but it just adds to the KO pressure literally across your entire team. There you
He's
go.
going to shift it to King Arthur, and he's going to block with the 7. Oh, he throws the 4. That
Hmm.
cannot be negated. I wasn't even paying attention to that. And that may get Robin Hood and get rid of the negate. Well,
I
again,
was gonna
then,
say he could have Gemini back into Leonidas as a void.
well, we know he's not going to block that 9 half multi because he didn't block the 4. So that's going to hit. And we're going to see the Gemini come out now. And
Oh,
he's going to
and
heavy is the hand, one of the negates off Merlin to defensively negate the Gemini. Oh, Robin has got the, oh, I love it. My card. All right, he's making him, he does the not a bad detective, makes him get rid of the teamwork. Corey's got 2 7s placed. He does not have KO pressure represented on the board. I think this is just, he's not going to get a kill here, but he can just paint the heck out of his whole team.
I would have thrown Zoro's 4 first because that's gonna KO Zoro and he's gonna lose that 4. He could have used the 8 to avoid and still use the 4.
Yep, I agree.
Wow.
Robin has lost 2 of his frontline characters. Let's see if he can do something to kind of make up for it here. Oh, right. Corey points out that the shield phalanx was on the wrong character, so it is still in play. It is still giving a +1 to defense. Yeah, I
Now they're
think
counting
unfortunately,
points.
this might be one where I think unfortunately Robin, I think, just got a little too committed for going for the win. He's got that quick draw, so he can add another 4 to venture there. He's got an 8, but he left so much on the table by not negating the harness the wind to get the KO pressure, by losing the 4.
That's another avoid.
Yep. The 7's gonna land there. I disagree with that so much.
Me too. I would have taken the hit and threw the 8 back.
Now the hit gets rid of the shield phalanx, but I would have just like I would have piled both the 8 and the 1 on there. The 8's a
Mm-hmm.
miserable hit anywhere. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to put Witch at 16. He doesn't want an 8 and a 4 multi on Merlin, and it kills King Arthur. Um, but losing 2 characters, man, that is rough. I didn't see the second death coming, and Robin just was handedly controlling this game, but Corey did exactly what you said. He got his card advantage built back up and then just chose the fight to fight. So,
Yeah, exactly. Again, it's his play style. He's done it before. I've seen he did it to me, but I've seen he do it with other players as well. And I think it goes to, you got to know your opponent. And I think, like Robin's micro decisions, that's how Overpower is so rich and complex. Because if he had made different decisions, these have might at least be a little tighter.
Corey Sims just draws a god hand. Robin has a strong hand with power cards and teamworks. Corey draws his negate. He draws his
Hmm.
discard his placed card. He draws a fairy protection. He draws a teammate avoid for King Arthur, which he can use after he uses the fairy protection. He draws an 8 energy, and to top it off, he has the Grim Reaper. I mean, if Overpower decided to bless anyone this hand, man, like
Yeah.
that is you don't get much of a better hand than that.
I mean, it's one of those situations he can bet 4 for the win, Corey, and if he's feeling that confident.
Well, and I think that the reason you do it is you're not going to lose King Arthur. You might lose your 8, you might lose Merlin, but I guarantee you if you bet for the win here and you throw every single card at Leonidas, you're going to kill it.
Well, if you think about it, he knows that Robin doesn't have a defense for the Reaper. See, there you go. He bet for the win.
So it's actually 5 for the win. So Robin's going to get
Yeah,
3
5.
cards. I believe Robin just shuffled into his power pack though, so they should all be power cards. So he's going to dupe on one of the 7s. He's going to dupe on a
Oh,
6. So he's going to leave an 8 and a 6 in his hand. So he did pick up an 8, which is really important.
yeah, but first move is gonna be the Reaper and call combat. He's gonna discard 4 cards.
I don't think there's any way around it. You are completely right.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's like getting your Reaper in an end game situation. It sucks you didn't have the Reaper. But at the same time, he's got no defense.
Robin trying to think of what the bet back is. I'm not really sure why though. It seems it's just 2. You know? And I think Robin doesn't understand what's about to happen here. He has no idea the heat that's coming from Corey's hand. And Robin didn't draw a bad hand. He's just at a point in the game where he's not going to be able to defend non-numerical attacks. And Robin just had, or Corey just had a lot of other great cards. That fairy protection is particularly devastating in this situation. So you're right, Felipe. Corey leads off with the Grim Reaper, and I don't think there's any chance he doesn't call combat.
Exactly.
So he
There you
goes.
go.
Robin chooses a teamwork. I'll make you famous.
Yeah, unfortunately for Robin, like Corey's gameplay strategy worked wonders, and that's game. Oh, I
Oh,
don't think
that's
it's
not for
game
the
yet.
win. Corey
That's not for the
conceded.
win. He could, yeah. No, Robin conceded, but still, he's got one more battle to fight.
Well, now it makes sense. I didn't understand why Robin was discarding the 8. Robin chose to keep his place card advantage and go one more. Okay, so we've got one more hand here in this interesting game, and I believe they're both in Power Pack. So it's just
Hmm.
a question of who's going to draw and have the most cards.
And let's point out that now Corey's negate that's placed, it's an unusable card.
Yeah, he could try to offensively negate the shield phalanx just to do something with it.
Sure.
But there's not a lot of other good targets. He doesn't he could like try to get rid of the special card for energy hit, but that's not a very strong use either. Corey goes as 1 for the win. Robin says at least 2 from the top. Corey takes his look at the top of the draw pile through the Merlin inherent ability. Robin spots another duplicate and says, "Oh, this 4 brute force duplicates with the 4 multi I have placed." And Corey decides to lead out with a simple 6 intelligence from King Arthur. The 5 is going to be able to block it because of the +1 from the shield phalanx.
Yeah, having a teamwork in Power Pack is always very, very useful because you get to do a string, but I think Corey still has more cards, so it's a difficult situation for Robin to be in.
Well, he knows he's past that fairy protection, so I like the idea of throwing out this teamwork, seeing if he can give him a bloody nose and just take King Arthur off the field. Now we've seen King Arthur's Excalibur, we've seen a teammate avoid, we've seen heavy as the hand. King Arthur goes down. So Robin is able to punch back and take him out.
Hmm.
Will this affect the hand very much or and be enough to get him the win? I don't know.
I think it was a great move by Corey to just sacrifice King Arthur. He's not going to be much use going forward, so it's a venture games now. So if he can overcome that 6 venture, he's in a good spot.
Robin throws the 8, it gets blocked with the 8. And now we're going to be taking these little hits. Robin just isn't going to have enough cards. That's really the problem is Corey has got 5 cards in
Hmm.
hand and Robin has 2 placed and I believe only 1 in hand. Corey's also still sitting on that negate like you pointed out, but most likely a useless card at this point.
Exactly.
Oh, gets that little 1 hit on when he knows it's open and Robin just can't get anything. And the 5 and the 4 put him above the 6, and Corey pulls out the victory on Venture. What a game. What a comeback. So fun
Yeah.
to watch. Robin played that great. Corey did exactly what you said. The I just do not have what it takes to go down to 1 mission from death and then claw my way back that way. And I really got to give it to Corey, betting that 3 when he knew Robin was going to go for the win, having that much faith in himself to be able to win that game.
is very impressive.
And again, like that's Corey play style. He's got ice in his veins because, like, yes, it's very risky to go down to one mission for the loss like he did, but he came back. And I think that's where Overpower is also a game of experience. When you start playing, other friends in the community, you start learning a lot about their play style. Like I've been in Robin's place, and I wouldn't fall for that trick again. I would try to venture more aggressively to just try and get Corey a little bit more pressure on the mission side of the game.
Well, we had a great round 3. Thanks for being with us, Felipe. I believe I've got Greg Costa with me after noon for the rest of the day. So I really appreciate you jumping on last minute and covering. It was awesome to have you here. We are going to
I,
go match side and do an interview with Corey.
Thank you so much for having me. It was so much fun. Now I'm gonna do my own Overpower day a little bit. My friends have arrived. We're gonna play some Overpower ourselves.
Fantastic. All right. Have a great time, everybody. And I'll see you over at the table for this interview. So I got to ask you. So Felipe was co-commentating with me, and he was saying he watches you do that strategy a lot.
Yeah.
Fully placing out.
Yeah.
Getting way down on venture, and then playing that it's card advantage to come back.
Yeah.
You were down to 1. He was going 1 for the win.
Yeah. It was getting tight.
With the Hades, I was saying in the commentary, he was able to go for the win 3 hands in a row.
Right.
How worried were you? Like, this is my plan, I'm fine, or were you sweating that at that point?
Sweating.
Okay.
The entire time, sweating. He had the 8 for Leo, which is a KO on King Arthur, and I knew I can't play until I can get something to defend it. So it was just like concede. Hopefully he doesn't go for the win, because if he does, I got to dig myself out of a King Arthurless hole, which is tough to do on this deck. So, and it was like I had a lot of cards that won't dupe because I was duping on them early in the game, as you saw. And so it was like, man, if I can hold this advantage, I can take it into the next hand. Hopefully I get some defense eventually and be good to go. And once I saw Harness on that scry, it was like, okay, finally I'm going to be able to feel safe and we can play some hands.
So that was an interesting point. So you see Harness on the scry, you have the fairy protection in your hand, that hand. That was kind of a big, you decide to go 3.
Freya, fairy was late. Fairy came in the last hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the hand that you decide to go 3.
Yeah.
You know he's going to bet for the win.
Yeah.
But you had a pretty insane hand.
Yeah, I need to play this hand is what I was feeling.
Like, even if you give him like, how worried were you giving him that extra card?
Not really. I felt like my bases were covered, and since he was only 1 for the win, he could snap concede and still be 2 for the win in the following hand with no penalty. So I needed to make it worth it.
And had a Hades play still.
Right. So he would be able to so snap concede, go to the next hand, venture for the win, Hades out of it, and then venture for the win again. And
Yeah.
so it's like, I got to make this start to be worth it, or else I'm going to concede to the power pack, and that ain't good.
Yeah.
And it also felt like I've got some heavy bombs left. Where are they? You know?
Yeah.
And it was just...
So there was a big turning hand, the hand where you got the Grim Reaper. Then
Huge.
that hand was insane.
Huge.
You were only able to go 5.
Right, not for the win.
Not for the win.
Right.
Did you feel once you saw that hand that the tide had turned?
Yeah, but I knew that I had to play the hand because I have King Arthur's Teammate Avoid and the Lockout. So I know I'm defending 2 attacks and I'm getting Reaper off. Now, if I don't get Reaper off and he just snap concedes, I'm not in a good way going into the power pack because his 8s are just better than what King Arthur can do. And so when he grabbed the 2 missions, it was like, oh, thank goodness. Reaper's coming off and it'll be all right.
Well, and it put you in a nice position because once the Reaper hits, you knew the 9 was going to hit, the
Right.
Excalibur.
Right.
But, I mean, that hand, what did you have that hand? It was Grim Reaper, Excalibur, Fairy Protection, the
Teammate
Teammate
Avoid.
Avoid.
Was 1 eye? Did I still have the 1 eye, the 7 intellect?
I can't even remember
I know
at that
the
point.
level 8 power card.
Yeah, level 8 power card. Like
Right.
that hand, as you were drawing it, we were just like, and Robin had a good hand,
Oh,
but it was
yeah.
power cards. Like,
Right. And it's just so combat heavy his deck that I don't have. There's no question of what I'm going to call.
Right,
It's,
absolutely.
It's just, does he discard him from the hand and we go to the next hand, or what is he going to choose to do?
And I thought he made an interesting play. He didn't try to stay. He just kept his placing advantage and ran.
Right. Which is probably the right move.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But
Well, that was
Wow.
so you're 3-0.
yes. Yes.
Feeling pretty good about your deck today?
Yeah, I feel like it's duped a little bit the last 2 games. I've had to come back. I did the same strategy last game against Derek. It was a last minute, just go for it. And so hopefully maybe we can smooth it out a little bit and I can relax. But
Hey,
it's
maybe
feeling
those
good.
dupes you got in the early rounds.
That's right.
I do have to say, you'll probably see it when you see my commentary. You never missed that Merlin trigger. I can't ever remember that Merlin trigger, but that's it's so great seeing somebody utilize Merlin because one of the changes we've made in Modern as opposed to Legacy is we value negates way higher. You'll
Right.
almost never. I don't think you'll ever see a max 7 character with a full negate that's less than 21 points.
Love it. Right.
And a lot of people said, well, I'm not going to play Merlin, he's too strong. But you're playing multiple copies of the Archimedes
Right.
with 221 Baker
It's
Street.
incredible.
Tell me a little bit about that as a strategy.
Yeah.
Also, because people, I think, aren't considering that and aren't considering the inherent.
Right.
You find him worth the 21 points.
I love him.
Yeah.
I get a full negate. He's a 7. He can play an offsuit teamwork. The Scry is incredible, right? I mean, you can do whatever. And the Archimedes paired with 221B and more importantly, Doc Watson on top of it's very good. Especially so if I have the safety of negates, I don't have to call specials with Archimedes. I can go get some power cards,
Which
maybe
you did.
make your universe unplayable.
Yep.
Now I don't have to worry about that. I know that I can negate the specials that you have, and then potentially I can see that Watson can go get something now too.
And that's such a great point with the Archimedes is when you call power cards, it's not even that you get a power card, you know if all his teamworks are fueled or not. That's a great point.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so if I can use Watson and Merlin together, I'm hoping that Watson never whiffs. And I'm always going to get something. And Archimedes won't whiff either, right?
So I've got a question. This came up a lot. Joe Peters, I believe it was him playing Watson. I say that one of the big things with Watson's card, Not a Bad Detective, I don't play it to just try to spy and get a card. I play it specifically to say, you've got 2 cards left. This guy's got the KO pressure. I want to see if you have a defense for the guy. Is
100%.
that what you use it for?
100%. And I was getting to the point where I got to see, does Robin Hood have the teammate avoid a combat and draw, right? I was thinking about that a lot too, or that good any character defense. And,
Yep.
And so exactly that, yes.
Yeah.
Can they defend it or can't they defend it?
All right. Well, Corey, that was a great
Thank
match.
you, Joe.
You're having a great day.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll see you at the top 8, knock
Hope
on
so.
wood. But that was very well played. What
Thank
an
you.
awesome match to watch.
It was incredible. I
Awesome.
need a break.
Yeah. We only have 4 minutes left before this round is over. I believe we're doing one more round before we break for lunch. So don't go anywhere, folks. We will be back at it, probably doing the next round within 10 to 15 minutes.
Cool.
Welcome to the OverPower Character Spotlight series. This week we're taking a look at Rick Grimes, the legendary leader from The Walking Dead and a powerful new addition to the OverPower universe. Rick Grimes is a mid-range offensive character with secondary support abilities. For those of you new to these kind of breakdowns, mid-range means Rick has a mix of offensive and defensive abilities, all of which fall into the mid-range value of 3 to 6 numerically. He specializes in non-negatable attacks using his 2 Advanced Universe cards, which give him constant pressure without the fear of negates shutting him down offensively. Rick's inherent ability is at the heart of his strategy. It reads, bonuses on teamwork cards played by Rick are +1. If you've played with legacy teamwork cards, you know how deadly a boost to follow-up attacks can be. This inherent ability shows that Rick doesn't just fight, he leads. With support tools like Protect the Family, Rick boosts the attacks of himself and his allies, giving your team a clear edge when it matters the most. Rick's overall kit has a total of 6 personal cards, made up of 4 special cards and 2 Advanced Universe cards, as well as the impactful inherent ability we just discussed. First up is Rick's personal teamwork card. This teamwork card is a level 6 combat or intelligence attack. When you factor in Rick's inherent ability, it becomes the strongest teamwork card in OverPower. Each follow-up ultimately gets +2, making this card a serious threat and a must-answer card in modern play. Next, we're going to look at Rick's Colt 45, his iconic weapon. It's a level 6 energy or combat attack, and thanks to its small white shield icon, it doubles as a personal defense in a pinch. Being that it's an Advanced Universe card, as well as Rick's teamwork, both of these allow Rick to utilize his Universe card placing slot while still being able to play one of his other special cards. Utilizing this Universe card placing slot in this way gives Rick more flexibility than most characters. Learn from Our Enemies is a special card that taps into Rick's darker moments from the series. It's a level 3 brute force attack that cannot be blocked by cards with an intelligence icon. That shuts down some of the more common defense options, such as multi-power cards. And it's especially frustrating for decks that run a low number of intelligence power cards. Rick also brings 2 strong defensive cards. Riot Gear is a simple card that allows Rick to avoid any one single attack, perfect for dodging large value hits. While Morgan Jones is a team protecting card that allows Rick to shift any one attack made on an ally to himself. This shift can move an attack into your Riot Gear or your Colt 45, or it can allow Rick to simply take the damage to keep the heat off your teammates. Whether Rick defends the attack or not, his team gains +2 to venture total the battle when Morgan Jones is played. Last up is Protect the Family, one of Rick's most powerful cards. To continue with the theme of leadership, Rick rallies his troops, granting them +2 to all numerical actions for the rest of a single battle. This card also has a shield icon, which means you can sneak it into play defensively, provided you need the +2 in order to make the block. It can be played offensively as well if there's a strategic reason to do so, such as following up an ally card. However, remember, if played offensively, the opponent still gets his defensive action and can negate it as it's played. Once active, even though this card only affects a single battle, it can shift the momentum of an entire game. Rick Grimes offers a balanced mix of personal offense, team support, and clutch defense, but his true power comes from who you pair him with. Rick thrives when initiating teamwork attacks, however, he can only play teamwork cards through his combat grid, which is 7. So look for characters whose special cards can also be used as power cards, allowing you to make large numerical follow-up attacks to Rick's teamwork cards in non-primary power types. Synergies also matter. Take Michonne, for example. Michonne's inherent raises her combat grid to 8 if she starts the game with Rick and Alexandria on the same team. This reflects how much more deadly Michonne can be when her friends are intentionally keeping the enemy's main focus. Or try pairing Rick with characters from ERB and the World Legends like Van Helsing. Rick's Protect the Family special can turn Van Helsing's right tools for the job into a level 5 energy attack with an additional power card follow-up that's also +2 to hit, both of which can't be defended by a special card. That's a threat capable of KOing a character with only one hit on them and is very hard to defend. Rick excels at attrition and forcing KO pressure. Rick wants to land early hits and force his opponents into tough decisions while supporting his teammates across the board. Rick's biggest weakness is his ability to generate venture. While his cards offer great spectrum KO threats, they're all less than 6 venture, and Colt 45 will often be used defensively. That means Rick needs to rely on teammates to contribute to the venture, or he needs to win through raw KO pressure generated by his spectrum and his attack bonuses. Rick Grimes is an iconic character from The Walking Dead who brings leadership, grit, and strategy to the Skybound OverPower set. Whether you're looking to build a combo deck or looking for a team of brawlers to slug it out, Rick Grimes opens the door to new possibilities in deck building. Thank you for watching the OverPower Character Spotlight series, featuring Rick Grimes from The Walking Dead.
And we're back. Ronald, are you online yet? Can you hear me when the overpower thing is on? I guess not.
You can. Hey, are you flying back tonight? What's your schedule? I'm not going back till Monday. I'm playing in the tournament tomorrow. Oh, Monday. So are you? Do you want? Are we gonna broadcast the NAOL thing all day tomorrow? Let's do it. Let's. I'll see if we can get 2 other commentators and get a couple guest commentators and just see if we can do it. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Let me tell Greg to jump on. Hey, do you mind jumping on the Discord and going to the admin channel, period? We're just getting ready for round 4, period. I was actually going to see if you wanted to do some commentary with me, but I grabbed Felipe, period. All right. Go into Battle Room 1 and I'll pull you into it. Welcome, Grizzle. Can you hear me, Grizzle? Ron, I'm not hearing Greg. Does he need? I pulled him into the chat, but it says he's muted. Do we need to do something to unmute him? Greg, you can't unmute yourself?
Hello?
Oh, there we go.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey. You sound a little quiet on my side.
Hello?
I can hear you. Talk a little bit more, Greg. Greg?
I can't hear anything.
You can't hear me? Ron, Greg can't hear me. Greg, check your settings and see if you muted me somehow, period.
Yeah, you're
Can you
unmuted.
hear Ronald, question mark?
I got you both.
Oh, you've got us both now, Greg? Okay.
Yeah.
Ron, can you... I'm going to turn Greg up in my user volume thing, but he sounds a little quiet on my end.
Thanks. I can turn my mic up a little bit too. Hold on.
That sounded good right there. Oh, well, I turned you up to like 160 on my thing, so.
Oh, wow.
Yep, I can hear you. Greg. Yep, I can hear you. Hello, welcome to round 4 in the Swiss. We are at the first regional of season 1 of the OverPower card game. This is going to be one of the last regionals using just the Edgar Rice Burroughs in the World Legend sets. The first set of OverPower to really hit the playing field in a better part of 30 years. We are going to get to use this a few more times before Skybound drops. Everybody's really excited about that. But I think we want to enjoy this meta one more time. Co-commentating with me is Greg Costa. Hello, Greg. Thanks for being with us for round 4.
Hey, Joe. Glad to be here.
All right. We have got Joe Young on the left side of your screen in the bottom and Ray Bordier on the top. Both of them are coming into this 3-0. I'm not familiar with Ray, so it's also just awesome to see a new player that I don't know coming in and getting this far into it. Ray's going second. He had one dupe. He replaces it with an 8, and he's going to have a full hand, mostly power cards. Joe's got a lot of heat that he's bringing here. He's got the Deidwar Juang Mintep, which is a card that he can put out that acts as a full avoid. Now, the problem Joe's going to have here is, did he draw too much of his any character heat too early? He does have Freya, the full avoid. He looks like he's got his fairy protection. He's got the Mintep. He's going to be very defensive early, but he's not playing roundtable, so he can't place either of those. This is one of those
might be rough for him late without the any being able to place the any characters. He's gonna have to use them this battle.
He is going to have to use 2 of his premier defenses. Now, the one advantage he has, he is playing Merlin main deck, so he is going to have access to those full negates. As we see right now, he's already got one on the table. And as we've talked about, in the modern format, negates are insanely powerful.
Right, and he's also got the 1 per deck for Sherlock in there as well. So he's got a lot of special defense.
Yeah, that's going to be most likely a minimum of 5 negates, maybe 6 if he's willing to risk it and run 4 for Merlin. Now, Joe here is going to wager a certain amount, but I'd be interested to see how on the ball Joe is with the Merlin inherent ability. He bets one. He looks like he's going two. Is Joe going to remember to activate his trigger and scry the top of that deck? And he's not. He goes right
Looks like
to
no.
the attack. And I got to tell you, that's one of the most powerful things about Merlin. And it is so hard to remember. I do the same thing. We just watched Corey Sims not forget it a single hand in a long game and really made a big difference.
Yeah, I got to catch the tail end of that game. He really never forgot. It was good to see. Smart player.
Yep, I know. I can tell you, you talk to any Magic player, remembering your trigger 100% of the times is the difference between a Pro Tour champion and a good player.
Now I'm interested in Ray's deck here because usually you don't see Joan of Arc without other female characters.
That's a really good point, and I wonder if he's probably just utilizing a lot of speed in this deck. He's got the three multi from Robin Hood. He's got her inspirational leadership where she can have each of her frontline characters make an attack. So Joe's definitely got to try to win this. I'm surprised early on he didn't try to use that the Sherlock Holmes card to pin Joan of Arc and just take all those attacks off the table.
Yeah, she's loaded up. I wonder why he's holding it.
The only thing I can think of is he maybe wants to actually get him to. If he does that, then Ray's probably just going to concede, and he probably wants to use his two defensive cards and make Ray exhaust some of that placing advantage. Because right now it's 6-3. Ray doesn't want to go into the next hand. Or sorry, Joe doesn't want to go into the next hand down three cards.
And I'll see the fairy protection come out.
Yep, I
Protect
love this
Ray.
play because he still has the negate if he needs it, or he just has a big avoid on whatever the special follow up is. I like this. I think Joe needs to Joe let it hit. Oh, that's because it's the
Oh,
offensive negate. It's not the pin.
offensive negate. Right. Yes. That's a
Right.
good play as
Okay. So
well.
so Joe played that perfectly. Joe passes. I don't love that. If this is gonna work out for him, it looks like. But if Ray had just gone leader 8-7, Ray Joe is gonna take a lot of damage. But instead, he plays the four multi, matched up with the four multi. Or no, he goes there.
Puts it
And
on Sherlock.
this is where I think Joe needs to accept he's done a great job here. He's mitigated him down to only three cards. I think he just avoids this and gets out of dodge.
I think that's the correct play as well.
Except I don't know. Like the other thought though is don't forget he could throw the four back and hit Joan of Arc. He could then negate the other four, avoid the eight, and min tap the seven, and win venture this hand if he wanted to.
That's true.
Because as it is, he's kind of doing the same thing and not, well, he lets the eight hit. All right, now he's going to run.
I'm surprised he let the 8 hit instead of moving it to the Mintep.
So
Got quite a bit of pressure on Leonidas. Oh, wait.
he passed, used the min tep on the seven. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so he has the two venture from Baker Street and Doc Watson. So he was ahead on venture pretty handedly there. There was a path where he could have played that and won the venture. If he would have just let the four hit, thrown the four on Joan of Arc or wherever he wanted it to be, he knew he would have had to block super high, then use the negate, which is probably going to dupe anyway on the inspirational leadership. Use the avoid on the seven, the mintep on the eight, and he wins the venture that hand and uses up almost every card Ray has. Ray has got a really powerful hand here. Ray's drawn his Grim Reaper. Ray's drawn his Protection of Saint Michael. He's got the another copy of I'll Make You Famous. Um, Joe's looking at an interesting hand. He's got a lot of allies and teamworks and power cards. Nothing really huge and devastating for one per decks, but a very strong foundational hand that he can get a lot of cards that he needs for later placed out.
Right, and we might even see like a big ally into the Joan of Arc inspirational leadership to a Grim Reaper.
Well, now Ray does have that, as we see. He does have that teammate avoid a card with a combat icon. So if any of the combat cards, there's a lot of stuff that could possibly come out. But we see right here the 5 multi and the 4 combat are definitely gonna be targets for that. And I don't think there's a world where Joe shifts gears and starts attacking Robin Hood. So that's gonna get Ray a lot here. And you might even see Joe might try to be clever and say, well, I'm gonna throw these low combat cards out now and try to get St. Michael in play. And instead he's gonna run right into that avoid draw.
Mm.
And he chooses to place it. I love it.
Yeah, might as
He's
well show him what you got. See if you can do anything about it.
Well, I what I like about it is that makes Joe have the tough decision. Okay, do I throw just my 2 fighting icons over there and split my damage? Do I start to gun for Robin Hood? Do I just try to kill Leonidas with other icons or cumulative? I don't know. The 6 intellect on Merlin is a kill shot.
Okay, so looks like just a bet one from Ray.
Joe probably knows he's going to run here. He's got 1 card in hand. He placed his 6 away from Leonidas. So you got to go at least 2 here. I probably would have given him a card here.
Yeah, especially if Ray just leaves, he's got a huge placement advantage. Yep, he says, I don't care about the Grim Reaper. I'm just going to take this placement advantage and go to the next battle.
And that's, I think, you have to be willing to have that mentality when you're facing Merlin. You have to be willing to say, look, I don't want to get rid of this Grim Reaper, but it's also all it really is discard a place negate. Like, that's how
Right.
you have to think of it. It's gonna get negated. So are you willing to stick it out and take that beating? So Joe draws again a little bit more of a power card heavy hand. He does dupe on one of his 8s, but he also does draw the negate for Sherlock Holmes. A
A
dupe
couple.
8, and he did finally dupe on that Merlin negate. So
Yeah,
like
so
we
it wouldn't have
said,
mattered for Ray there. If he played the Grim Reaper to get the negate, he would have just replaced it in the next battle.
but it also, I think, shows you why Joe should have played that first hand a little different and been tried to negate the inspirational leadership when it came out.
Right.
It always reminds me of those old articles I used to read where they'd find people in the desert who were dead of dehydration and their canteen would be 3/4 of the way full. You ration yourself too much sometimes.
Causes your own downfall.
I love seeing that the meta is so healthy too. This is we've got 2 Merlins right now that are 3-0.
I mean, maybe people are finally waking up. A negator's good. Just having a negate, repetitive negate, strong.
I think people will really realize Archimedes is. I think
Yeah.
that's real magic. Corey was playing as Archimedes very interestingly last round. We talked about it in the interview. He was playing the Archimedes and calling power cards to determine how many teamwork follow-ups the person had.
Oh, that's smart. Very smart. Corey's a great player. Love watching his games.
So Ray again has drawn a lot of powerful specials. He's got the Robin Hood 3, make 2 additional. It looks like he's got the oh, did
Conceded?
somebody just concede? Now Ray had the same thing that happened to Joe firsthand. Ray just lost his Freya, and he did not have a placement slot that he could place the negate in, so he lost his full Merlin. And
Yeah, that's a rough one.
he doesn't have a negator other than that. So Joe knows now anything he has that isn't an opponent effect or just peppering him with specials, he can't negate chains, he can't stop speed. And Joe's finally coming into his own and starting to get into some of his special cards.
I haven't seen any not a bad detective from Dr. Watson yet, but I wonder how many he has in his deck there. Because now that's a
Well,
much stronger card, hard to deal with.
it's true, but it almost looks like he's going more for just icons. He's running multiple copies of the rugby star card that's just a 4 make an additional attack. So he's definitely leaning into, like look at what he's got placed. Ally 4 multi, make an additional attack into another attack. Ally 4 make an additional attack. Like every card on there, he's really set up to make a lot of 3 strings.
Yeah, yeah, I like that strategy. You got Merlin with the half multi, four make additional, Sherlock with the four multi make additional. Even
And
Dr. Watson's for the rugby star, like you're saying, is good. It's just getting these strings going.
and he's got the cards to get the strings going in his hand. He's got the 4 half multi. Ray did draw his fairy protection here, so he's going to be able to mitigate some of the KO pressure on a character. But he's not in a great situation. Joe could definitely turn this around. Joe bets 2. Ray does go for the win here, though. So Joe needs to make sure no matter what he's doing with these hits, he's got to make sure he's still factoring in winning the venture.
Oh, big power cards. Oh,
Oh, shoot.
that's very rough there to lose Sherlock
Devastating.
like that with all those cards placed too.
He goes 6 any power into the 8. He loses 3 place cards and strands the negate on the home base. So he also lost a placing slot. Man, Joe looked like he might have been able to turn it around, but this is going to be almost impossible to come back from.
Yeah, gonna have to agree with you there, Joe. It's gonna be a rough time for him if he has a chance in this one.
And unfortunately, too, now he has to really consider that Robin Hood card since he's going for the win. And he's got to throw all his combat icons at Robin Hood, which is exactly what he's doing. Well, Ray's got the
Uh,
shift. He's going to use it anyway on the 4. He's going to get while the getting's good, and he's going to get that card draw. And it looks like he got an ally card, which is not exactly what he's hoping to see. This is a great play. This is a card we don't see almost ever. It's a frontline card. If it hits, both players have to reveal their hand and play open handed.
Right, all chips on the table. I am a big fan of that card. Love the 6.
He's also got the Irene Adler in his hand, which got stranded too, which was a huge card. Another card he lost with the Sherlock Holmes KO. He hits with another 6 and then a 3 that's
That's
blocked.
defended. Okay.
I mean, 26 damage to 2. I don't see 26 damage in his hand. Unless he can trick him into conceding, I don't see a world where Joe makes it out of this hand. And it's really unfortunate because Joe played this great the whole time. I don't think there's any decisions really that I would have. There's nothing I would judge him on for what he's done here. Ray's deck has just drawn pure gas every hand.
Yeah, the stars aligned for Ray here. He got some pretty great draws.
He uses the protection of St. Michael on the 4 half multi. That's a good use. And he can't
You can't
attack with the
throw that.
6 now because of the
Yeah,
protection of St. Michael, which is another devastating thing. He can't get the venture for that. He can't use the Irene Adler, and he can't use the ally in his hand because it has an intellect icon. So
he's
Ray
running
has
out of
just
options here.
Ray has just systematically shut down every path to victory that he had. And Ray is still sitting on just a pile of ventures. So I don't think there's any way Joe can make it out of this one.
Yeah, we're gonna see an ally probably into the inspirational leadership here, and then just a full string.
In the inspirational leadership, uh, well, he
Didn't
goes
the
with the
ally
8.
come from Leonidas there?
It might have, I'm not sure.
And there's the fairy protection.
There's the fairy protection on the 5. There's literally, unless Ray conceded, which he chose not to do there.
Smart play,
Um,
use 6 defensively.
it is, but at this point, Joe has to pass and then he auto loses anyway. So
Right. Yeah, that's gonna be the game. In the fire
hits,
from
he's going to
hand.
say pass, and I think we'll see the handshake.
Great game by Ray.
Wow, like I said, Ray's a new player for me, but he certainly knew what he was doing. He didn't make any mistakes. He drew fire, but he ventured aggressively, got ahead, and just put the game away handedly. So fantastic! I'll be looking forward to going over table side and doing a quick little interview with him.
Sounds good.
Greg, thank you very much for being with us. We are currently at about 30 more minutes in the round. I'm going to go do the interview, but I'll see you. We're going to do a lunch break, so probably around an hour, hour and a half from now, Greg.
All right. I'll be back.
Thanks very much, Greg. Thank you, everybody, and thanks for being with us. Let's go see what Ray has to say about that decisive victory. All right, we are here tableside with Ray. How is it going, Ray?
It's going really well so far. It's actually been a really good weekend.
Yeah.
So far.
So you are 4-0, so that's going great. Tell me a little bit. So we met at Robbins at the Onslaught on the Edge.
We did. I showed up for the Sunday Modern event, which was my first tournament.
And that wasn't that long ago.
No, and I just started playing that.
This is amazing. So I love seeing newcomers do well. So you must have 4-0. You're obviously playing some tough players. Is this the best you've done in a tournament so far?
Well, so at the Onslaught tournament, I went 2-2. I lost my first game, and then I lost to Felipe in my final game, who taught me a lot about venturing during the game. I won my next tournament, and both of those I used Andrew Taylor's Ladies in the Law deck.
Yep.
To try to teach myself how to play with a good deck and to learn kind of like the nuances of deck building through that. I went to another tournament, and my only loss was to the guy I just played at that tournament. And then we played last night in the skirmish, and the two of us were in the finals together, and he beat me in that.
There we go. So do you guys play together? Are you from the same area, you and Joe?
We've been best friends since we were like 10
years old. All right. Well, it's a bummer to have to meet like that, but that's always a different game when you're playing someone with decks that you've seen before. So
yeah, he got really unfortunate in this game. He had a lot of dupes in the
And you got very fortunate. Your deck was just drawing fire every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. When you so hand one, he ends up fighting it out, but you see him get rid of the avoid. You see him get rid of his negate.
Yep.
How much at that point do you say in your head, I'm going to be super aggressive at this point because I see those go by early?
So I drew my opening hand, as everybody got to see. I drew a bunch of power cards.
Yep.
His deck is really good against special cards, so I knew I could stay in and still defend and throw cards, and his negate was dead. I also know his deck card for card, so I know what to not do and to try and let him draw into dupes later in the game, which paid out.
Yeah.
I think he duped on the Merlin negate that he never got to play until
Right.
late in the game. So I knew what the deck was capable of. I knew what was going to be coming towards me, and I just kind of drew like the perfect hand, and he drew the imperfect hand.
Yeah, he struggled a lot with, he didn't draw a lot of, he drew the 2 any character cards first hand.
Yeah.
He couldn't place them with his home base, and then really kind of had a drought on special cards till he was getting near the end of that hand.
Yeah.
Was there ever a point where you were worried about that match, or did you feel like you were pretty steady the whole way through?
No, so there was a point in the match overall, I felt pretty confident because things just kept going my way. But that first turn, I had ventured too because I thought he might just concede, and he didn't. Usually that means he has stringers in his hand that he might like be hiding from me, and all of a sudden he's going to kill my guy, which is a big part of what his deck does.
Try to get that attrition from that one
So
kill,
I had to make sure to keep enough defense for my guys, and then decide whether or not I thought I was going to be able to keep Leonidas alive. But he hadn't played any defenses up to that point, and I felt that I was going to be able to get enough venture and keep him alive to win the hand. So I risked it, but he could have easily had the card and then ended up like killing Leonidas turn 1, and it would have cost me the game probably.
Do you feel, so we have to ask, because so you're playing Joan of Arc,
Yep.
and you're playing her without any other females on the team.
Yeah.
Are you running early feminist leader?
No.
No.
No. So Joan's fantastic, whether she's, it's 2026. Joan can play with the men as well as she can with the women. She inspires everybody.
Yep.
But yeah, her 4 is amazing, her 8's amazing, her avoid is amazing. She can put 5 cards in a deck easy without bringing early feminist leader. Early feminist leader is amazing.
Yeah. It's great to see. That's really, there's a lot of characters that's what we tried to do, is say there's multiple build paths for these characters. And so we were really excited as soon as we saw that. Greg was like, oh, he's playing Joan with just 3 men. So that was great.
Yeah, I think when I'm deck building, one of the big things that I'm looking at is, do I have any speed in the deck whatsoever? And one of the decks that I didn't bring was a very high venture deck that had no speed whatsoever. It was Leonidas, King Arthur, John Carter, with Watson. So it was just a ton of 8s, 9s, 7s, like all throughout the deck. It was like 20 plus cards. I think it was like 22 cards, 6 and above in the deck. And because it was so slow, I didn't feel that it was going to handle the meta. Whereas you can just put Joan or Cthulhu in a deck, and instantly you add speed to the entire team. And you can do so many different builds between the two of them, but Joan obviously is 4 points cheaper, so she's just way more flexible. Her grid is really good. Like, she's a 7 intelligence. I'm playing her in a combat deck, but she's got the 5 combat, so she can work with the multi-power 5, the any power 5 to use Spartan Training Ground.
Yeah.
Which really helps to keep her alive when I'm not drawing the any powers, because I'm not running the high intelligence cards at all.
That totally makes sense. A little bit of a bad matchup if you go up against a protection of St. Michael and they can get that off, but
yes,
still great.
But, yeah, and you just kind of have to, when you go up against Joan, and I faced Joan yesterday, and I was playing a different deck for that. I was playing my Cthulhu deck for that, but you just kind of have to pay attention, to where that card's at, and then just make sure you're not throwing the combats and you're trying to use them for defense.
Well, we always love to see new people. It's awesome that you've gone 4-3. Knock on wood, just win
4-0.
So 4-0. As long as if you get one more and you're 5-2, should be an auto in.
Really?
At that point to the top 8. Usually 5-2 auto makes it, so I have to double check how we're doing it. But
okay.
I think if you win one more, it should be a win and in. So hopefully
awesome.
we're going to see you at the next one.
I hope so.
Awesome. Thanks
awesome.
so much.
Absolutely.
All right, guys, that is going to be our lunch break. So we have about 19 minutes left in the round, and then we're going to do, I think, an hour lunch break. 25 minutes to a half hour. So you got about a 45-minute break before we go on to round 5. So we will see you there. Thanks very
Nice
much,
show.
Ray.
Absolutely.
Hello and welcome to round 5 of the Columbus, Ohio first regional of Overpower Season 1. So excited to be able to bring you one more tournament with the first set from LRG, Edgar Rice Burroughs and the World Legends. We are going to look back on these as the classic time with a limited card pool. We've got a very special round 5 for you. First of all, we have Greg Costa here with us again. Thank you very much for being here, Greg.
Glad to be here, Joe. I'm ready for this
And
game.
ready for this game. Husband and wife playing against each other. Safe to say they know each other's playstyles and they know each other's decks very well. They're both 3-1, so got to be a little bit happy that one of them is going to go 4-1 at the end of this. Let's see what they've got going on for decks over here.
It looks like Nor's got an interesting one. My screen is black right now.
Yep, we got a little bit of, just give the booth 1 second. We've got a little bit of an issue with the video.
Nor looked like he had Deja Thoris in the middle. Say Zoro and Wukong.
There we go. And
Yeah.
yeah, so Nor's playing an interesting deck. We have not seen a lot of Deja Thoris this entire season, and it's kind of surprising to me. You know, Deja brings one of the only, or the only draw 3 in the first set. Oh, no, that's not true. Count of Monte Cristo has one. But one of the only draw 3s in the set. She's got some really great offensive cards. She's got some interesting meta cards. I'm really interested to see if Nor's playing Diplomats to All Martians. I love that card. It makes Diplomat to All Martians says anytime someone bets more than one mission, a Deja draws a card. So it really just ups the amount of cards that you're going to draw anytime the opponent ventures. But giving your opponent a card every time you bet two, or two cards if you want to go three, can really devastate the game. Flip side, we've got a Joan of Arc deck with Mina, Wicked Witch, and Morgan Le Fay on the other side. All powerful characters, and she started with her Harness the Wind, a negate, and a way to make it defensive. She's also got the Chain card, an 8, the Protection of St. Michael, and a full heal on the reserve character. So she's starting off with some serious heat. Let's see how much they're going to wager.
Yeah, this is the classic all female deck with it looks like Asclepion in the back. We'll see how much that
Mhm.
comes into play this game. I really like yeah, that Deja Thoris card, the Diplomat to All Martians. That's one that you want to get out really early. So unfortunately, I don't think Nor has it in his hand for this battle. But yeah, that one is powerful all game, but the earlier you get it out, the better.
I think that's one you're really going to see paired. I think you'll see more Deja Thoris once Alan the Alien's in the environment. Now, we just released Alan's briefing. If you guys haven't been watching LRG's character spotlight videos, do yourself a favor and go watch the first two with Rick and Alan. We're going to be doing one per week and really getting an insight in it. Nor puts out an attack and no hesitation from Jessica. She immediately uses the Harness the Wind. She defends it with the 6. She shifts the 8 and allows it to hit. And that puts Nor in a position where he knows he's not going to really be able to make the KO pressure that he needs.
Jessica's just
Wow,
gonna play it out and
interesting.
leave. Hmm.
You know, I don't hate that use for Harness the Wind. She loses that big defensive card, but she got Nor in the middle of a chain, and she's able to go into this next attack, this next round, up a mission, or sorry, up 2 placed cards. So she's got 5 placed cards to Nor's 3, and by conceding, it's way harder for Nor to turn on Sun Wukong.
Also, letting that colorless power card hit Joan of Arc is almost perfect for Asclepion. That's exactly what you want to see on there. A colorless permanent record hit. It's not really super threatening, but it does get you that heal and draw.
That's a great, great point, Greg, and probably why she decided to play it the way she did and take a little bit of damage. Now, unfortunately, Jessica did get 2 duplicates. She had a duplicate on the Nocturnal Hunter, the negate for Mina Harker, and the Inspirational Leadership for to both frontline teammates can make an additional. So that's going to leave her down a little bit of cards. Nor, on the other hand, looks like he had a few dupes himself there.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, I just realized Nor had to discard his transformation trickery last round. He didn't have space to place both. He opted to put the negate on the home base. And she draws the. That is so
wow.
brutal. Nor
Yeah.
attacks with a 4. She's able to play early feminist leader to boost a 2 to block it. And now Nora's going to attack with a 1.
I wonder if we'll
Just
see him snap fire off the Merlin at that EFL to get rid of it.
He's not playing anyone that has any effects that get rid of cards on the table that affect remainder of battle or remainder of game. So it will be interesting to see what he does. Jessica's putting a 4 out there. Now, that is the second to last card from her hand. So she is playing a little dangerously, but this is a great play.
Yeah.
Uh, Nor's not going to negate it, though. He's going to let her just empty her placing slots. Interesting play.
I'm pretty sure he
She
wants to save that negate for the EFL.
Probably. It is his only full negate. And yeah, Jessica goes 1, 2, 3. And look,
Lock.
again, she's not upset about that. Like, being able to stop, throw all her place cards, force Nora. Now she knows he's used his fairy protection. He's throwing the 7 where she can defend it with the 7. She's still up 3 venture. Nor does have 2 cards. He's got a full avoid. This is one of those situations where Nor may win the battle, but she's put herself in a great position for later. Now she has the protection of Saint Michael, but the thought probably going through Jess's head here is, if I'm gonna run, uh, well,
She
she
uses it.
uses it. But if she runs with that on there, the she's
Oh,
using
there's
the
a
Avalon's
heal.
warmth on just the 8. She'll only have a 1 energy. I don't hate this either. And of course, like you said, I think he really has now prioritized keeping that negate. So Jess draws her hand.
Let's see if she makes an attack. Oh, I
She
guess Morgan
drew
Le
a
Fay can't make an attack, right, from reserve.
correct. So she won't be able to make an attack off the Asclepion. She drew the 7 any character attack, which is not a terrible thing to draw in this situation either. It's a good amount of venture. It's next to impossible for Deja to block that at this point in the battle. And like you said, I don't think he's going to want to use his negate on it.
Yeah, and if Joan of Arc throws it, it comes across as a 9. I don't think there's really anything he can do now besides the negate, which I'm pretty sure he is saving for the EFL.
Is Nor trying to Hades right now? Is that what's going on? And she's
Maybe.
deciding if she's going to negate it and discard a strength power card?
No, it looks
Nope.
like she
She's going to
left it.
let the Hades go through. And you know what? Look, I agree. I've agreed with every play she's made. She's actually gotten through a lot of his powerful 1 per X that hand. She's got her early feminist leader still in play. And we've got a little bit of a Cold War going with the negate. Nor doesn't know if she's got the strength power card at any point, so he doesn't want to use the negate until he knows he can get rid of it.
Right. Well, shit. Play open-handed, right, for Mina Harker. Negate.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I forget. That's the other penalty. It's not. It's not anymore during play test it was the discard, but I forgot we altered it at the end.
Yeah, that's the one that's on the mummy.
Right. Jess draws her negate, so now she's got 2 negates available.
Oh, that's quite powerful. I love placing Merlin's magic on the home base that can't normally place any characters. It's one of the best spots for that card.
Yep, absolutely. And you'll see that a lot with a lot of players.
Look, Jess is going to continue to place. We're at 7 to 7 placements. No, that's Nor's 8th card place. He's got 2 in hand still.
And the 2 on Jane Porter is playable. That is a 2 that can be played after she concedes. You always have to be careful playing around those 2s. Both of Nor's teamworks are live, but it would use a lot of his defense. But Nor's got the 2 full avoids. He's also, if you use the Deja Thoris on a teamwork, it does end the other person's turn. So he's got some premier defense with his Wukong. He's still not losing on missions, so he's not activating any of the secondary abilities in Wukong. But just goes one.
See how no response to the one venture.
Nor's thinking about it. He's got some good defense. He's got some offensive pressure. I just don't know if this is the hand he wants to really try to go in on.
Yeah, he's just gonna leave
I,
immediately.
I I agree with that. I think Nor did the right thing there. I think he wants to go into the next hand and try to get some more power cards that he can defend some of the low attacks with. He doesn't want to be using his full avoids on things like two or threes. And with that early feminist leader on the table, so many of these attacks are juiced up. The one eye on the Wicked Witch is a 9. The Hufflepuff uh, ally card is a 5. The 7 is a 9. Um, it's oppressive.
Yeah, it's showing a lot of things that are going to be hard to block.
And with the two negates countering the negate, he doesn't have a real good way to get out from under it.
Yeah, he might just be stuck dealing with it for the rest of the game, which is obviously great for Jess.
It's always fun to watch a game where you know the people know each other's decks so well too, because like every little play they do is so much more deliberate and considered.
Right.
Shout
Oh,
out to that other promo set of the Few and the Cursed mission cards. We've seen multiple people using those today. They're the new hot thing at the tournament circuit.
oh yeah, I got my set in the other day. They're beautiful.
I also like seeing so many of the people got their hands on those demo decks, and so many of the people are using those power cards.
I cannot wait for the Skybound set to come out. We got a 2 bid from Jess and just a 1 from Nor. But it looks like they're both in. All right, a teamwork. That's going to be coming from Mina Harker. Zoro 5 for block.
And the tough part about the early feminist leaders, it doesn't go away if you gun for Joan, so you can't really trade a character to get rid of it either.
Yeah. The
Oh,
fact
it
that it's
looks
not
like Jess
paperclip
is
shown.
also, Nor's got some nasty teamworks on the board. He's got represents some pretty tough strings, but Jess is showing she's got teamwork power as well. Three quick strokes. Interesting.
And that pulls the
Jess
negate
is just going to
immediately.
say, nope, that's what my negate's for. And that's a good target for it. Three quick strokes when you've got a 7
Ooh.
placed is pretty tough.
Oh, Deja Avoid comes out for the Reaper. I like that. Save the negate.
Jess knows the Grim Reaper is going to get stopped, and she uses that as an opportunity to get rid of one of his premier pieces of defense. And he goes for the Deja Thoris, avoid end your opponent's turn. Now, he could have gone with the Sun Wukong, but I think his mentality is if he doesn't win this, he can maybe get to a point. She's going to pull that mission out of the bottom, and then the draw part of it is in play.
Yeah, I think
Nor's
you're right.
going to the ally gets blocked, and Nor's going to play the Gemini to try to go into his dead pile to get a card. I thought, is he not looking for a card?
No, I
Okay.
think he was waiting to see
He's
if Jess
waiting to see
wanted
if she
to negate
negated
it.
it, and then now she's letting him go fetch something. What do you think? What are you getting here? We haven't seen the draw 3. We haven't seen the 11. Maybe
I'm,
3 quick strokes again.
I'm probably pulling the Deja Avoid so I can stop the next teamwork
What do you
string
think,
there.
Greg?
I think that if he's trying to
Oh,
do,
I'm not hearing Greg, but I see that he's talking.
oh no, hello.
Booth, can you hear Greg? Okay, it's definitely
Okay.
me. I can't hear the booth. Sorry, guys, I'm having a little technical difficulty. Let me unplug my headphones.
Well, my thought process here would be to Gemini for the Deja Thoris avoid to stop the next teamwork string that comes across. Just keep the pressure going for Nor. Didn't quite see what he grabbed there.
It looks like he grabbed. Well, I saw it for a second. I can hear you again now. My headset's all set.
No good. Yeah, if Nor wants to stay in this fight, yeah, we'll probably see the what he grab.
He grabbed Transformation Trickery. Interesting choice.
Oh,
So that's going to allow him to shift all the hits, and he's going to use Deja Thoris as the patsy this time. Yep. Is the Transformation Trickery a May, or does it automatically shift? I forget about that. Let me check the Oracle text real quick.
I think it's a May. Yes, it's a May. Maybe shifted.
Okay. So that's interesting too. She gave him the option of not shifting it and letting it hit Zoro. Now she's probably going to gun straight for Deja just to get rid of her.
Fairy protection to stop the KO pressure. I like it.
Wow. Wow. She is in a very good position now. Nor's only got the one card in his hand. Remember, she's attacking with the ally card that's now a 5 to block.
And
What
Nor's
is it?
got legendary escape in his hand. Shifts the kill shot over.
Yeah. And he's just sorting colors over here. Looks like he's going to stay in and try to keep the pressure on with the teamwork. And now maybe he's having second thoughts.
I like it. I think he should stay and put some pressure on Mina Harker.
He does have the 2 in the back, so getting a couple icons on a character really changes the math for the rest of the game for Jess. And it's also possible sometimes you just forget that that card's there. She may be this is such a long hand. She may accidentally let a couple of icons hit and then be forced to block the 2 with the 8.
Right. Yeah, sometimes you don't look at that card in the back as a playable card. But it certainly is.
I like Jess is flaunting her top 8 map from the Nationals where she went undefeated in the Swiss.
Yeah, we've got two very skilled players going head to head right now. Yeah, and she defends
Looks
the
like
multi with
Jess
the 8.
is. There we go. She uses the 8 energy.
Colorless teamwork. He's just going to take it and let Deja Thoris die. Wow.
Interesting. And we haven't seen much other than her avoid. I'm curious how many other cards he's playing for her.
Yeah, I wonder if he just like keeps her kit very slim. Like maybe
Maybe
just
just
the
in
draw free and the avoid. And
yeah, just to intentionally.
just takes the battle.
Well, that's I have to say I think that's a pretty getting rid of Deja there. I really think Jess is definitely taking control of this game.
Yeah, Joan of Arc's looking a little beat up, but all in all, EFL doesn't really matter if she dies. She's in a good spot.
Especially this. Oh, so he
And
discards
there's
the
the
draw
Deja
three
Thoris.
off Deja. He's bummed to see that go. Jess just drew the 8 off Joan of Arc. So we have seen Protection of St. Michael. We've seen Early Feminist Leader. Now we see the 8 multi. There's not really much left that Jess could draw for Joan of Arc. And the Early Feminist Leader doesn't go away when Joan dies. So timing wise, this has really worked out kind of perfectly for her.
Yeah, that's true. She probably just has maybe one inspirational leadership left in there
She
for
is
Joan.
running a few, we've seen the sevens in an elect, so some of her power cards are influenced. It might give her a bad hand or two when she first gets into the power pack, but she is running the any powers anyways. So if she, as long as she's not going to power pack and then in a terrible position, I think it's not going to affect her very much if Joan goes down this battle.
All right, just a one bid from Jess here. I think maybe she's going for an easy layup. Nor has
And
the
I
ability to do
believe
that.
if she wins this, it puts her in a position to just go 2 for the win.
Right.
Jess has, Jess trains with them. Jess has got to disorient opponent. The witch, Wicked Witch 4, the 5 for Mina Harker, and a 1. But she's got to play it safe. She doesn't realize that Nor has drawn his Grim Reaper.
All right, I wonder if he's going to try to negate the EFL to get her to use the negate and then try to land the Reaper, or maybe the opposite of that. And there's the Joan of Arc coming across as a 10.
Yep, and that's gonna get the
Avoid
thing,
and draw.
and that's gonna get them the draw.
It looks like it's a keeper.
Well played by Jess, getting through all of his defense except the negate. Nor plays an ally card that's going to tee him up to follow up with a special. We'll probably see the expert swordsman or something to try to draw the negate.
Yep, throws that 7 at Wicked Witch.
I do like what you're saying though. I think I would go with your line, Greg. I think I would have thrown the negate after that. And I think what Nora is so worried about is that early feminist leader bonus. So
Uh,
or maybe like you said, maybe the play there would have just been to throw the Grim Reaper and force her to use the negate so you could get rid of the early
yeah,
feminist
because
leader.
if you look at the board now, unfortunately, the Grim Reaper's not doing much anymore. She has one card, how many? 3 in left in hand. He doesn't know what the icons are. It's almost a dead card.
Jess has got the 5 that can attack or defend. All right, so he's throwing this through. I like this. The problem here though is like he waited so long to throw it, the 8's already gone. I mean, what's he? No matter what he calls, he's getting 1 card. So
Yeah,
like
he's not getting much,
she's not gonna she's not negating this now.
and she
He
gets
called an
one.
elect. He did get the 5 though. That may force her to concede here. Nor's got 2 cards in hand and the 2 place. The 2's a kill shot. Um,
Yep, and Jess runs. Let's see if he throws it,
and he's gonna
and
kill
she has
Jennifer.
the
Oh
defense.
no, she has the defense because of the early feminist leader.
Wow.
Oh, that's so tough. Nor has to discard his Sun Wukong 11 and Grasp of the Five Elements. And that is pretty much all the heat that you're getting from the Monkey King. I think Jess has done well of just not giving Nora an opportunity to negate that. She's kept something placed the entire game to protect it, and she has just leaned on that massive +2. And you can tell by the way she stacked her deck. You know, Mina's 7's in her hand now. That's coming across as a 9. All her allies and teamwork cards are in combat and intelligence. She's really maximized that bonus for every card in this deck.
Yeah, EFL is such a powerful card. Yeah, when you have it in your deck with all females, you're gonna want to put as many combat and intellect icons as you can in there.
It obviously developed after a tournament or two, but it's still so funny to me that early on, people weren't seeing how devastating of a card that was.
Yeah, it's crazy powerful. +2 to all actions for the rest of the game is just so powerful.
It's going to be interesting to see how she does in the meta. There's so many new cards coming out in the new set that affect and get rid of cards that affect remainder of game or remainder of battle. So we've got Legendary Escape on Jessica's side of the board. She's got discard a placed card and her Gemini. It'll be interesting to see what she gets with the Gemini. It would actually be hilarious here if she let him negate the EFL and then Gemini'd it back.
Oh my god, next level plays.
Riches of Don de la Vega. If Jess doesn't defend this, Nor's going to move any unventured mission to the completed. That could potentially put him at 5-2 if he wins this battle. He's currently 2-5. If he puts one to the victory pile and wins 2 more, that's going to put him at 5-2, and he'll have suddenly taken drastic control of the venture.
Looks like
Is it
she's gonna reveal her hand and show him and play the negate. And I think you're right, Joe. I think she made that play because she has the Gemini to get the EFL back if he decides to negate it here.
or if she wanted to at this point, her hand's already revealed. It's her turn. She could just Gemini for the negate again.
Oh, that's very true.
She's targeting, I assume, the 8 with the discard a placed card. I can't imagine nor negating this at this point.
Yeah, I'm assuming she's getting the power card there. But maybe the special which could peel that teamwork off.
Nor's only got 2 cards in hand. One of them is the Freya, which he's going to
Oh,
use
wow.
here to not get rid of the 8. Wicked Witch probably going to get hit with the 8. Oh no, Legendary Escape's going to put it to
Legendary Escape
Mina.
shifts it to Mina.
All right, the thing is with Zoro, she's got a lot of choices. She could throw the hunger as a 9, force him to use the negate, or she could just throw the hunger as a dead hit on Jane Porter just to get the heal and get rid of the ally on Mina Harker, which would then trigger Asclepion.
Right.
The hunger
Or
can
even just
also,
peeling the current battle power card is powerful. But
I was
she's
gonna
gonna go
say
with the Gemini.
she could get rid of the 8 and just try to win the venture this battle.
And he's gonna use his negate on the Gemini. Oh no, he picked it up, but maybe he's got
He's
second thoughts.
reconsidering. Now, what's really terrifying for Noor is that she's got Morgan Le Fay in the back, but the same Morgan Le Fay is actually sitting behind Noor, and that's got to be intimidating.
Surrounded on all sides. No, and he says, "Go ahead." He's saving that negate.
Thinking
I wonder
about
if
the
she
8,
just if she gets the Morgan Le Fay heal that we saw in the first hand and just heals up Joan of Arc here, or attempts to.
yeah, that's a great choice. It looks like what she's considering the most. Unfortunately, she does have to reveal it, so I think she doesn't want to get anything too crazy.
Yeah, I see her holding. She's got it out in front. Let's see what
She's
she
probably well, I
decides.
think she's debating the Saint Michael because if she takes Saint Michael, he's probably going to want to throw the Monkey King, but he can't. Now, unfortunately, the problem is he can see whatever she gets. So if she gets the Saint Michael, he's going to make sure he throws all his intelligence icons before he throws the combat icons, and
Right.
she's going to lose out on the second part. So I think your initial call was the best. I think the best thing she could take here is the Avalon's Warmth,
Yep.
and that's what she takes. She puts Nor into the position. Are you going to let me do this and negate it? Are you going to let me do this and I remove the hits? Or are you going to run away?
Right. Does he just leave here to save his negate, or is he going to be forced to use it? Oh, he's
Or
gonna.
does he just negate early feminist leader right now when he knows he can and the Gemini's gone? But he throws a low power card to make sure he gets the kill in.
I like that play as well. Just secure a kill.
Mm.
She's gonna attempt. She's gonna attempt the heal. Avalon's warmth, and he lets it happen. Wow. He
Lets it
really wants to
happen,
save that negate.
and she draws her Isis.
Norse committed to this battle. He's staying in.
He is, but I think this is going to make him lose another character. I think she just blocks this with the 7 any power, and then she goes Isis, and then she goes into the hunger.
She's gonna say discard a card.
Again, yeah, there you go. There you go. Throw the attack first. She realized right before she let go of the card. But she didn't attack Zoro for the kill, and I wonder if that's just because she was a little discombobulated, changing gears real fast.
I don't know. Sometimes I think it's good to keep a character like on the brink of death. It forces your opponents to use high value defense to keep them alive if they want to in a later battle.
And it encourages them to run away. They're like, well, I still don't want to lose this guy. I still don't want to lose this guy, and they run a little more often than probably they should.
Oh, and you see Nor does finally fire off the Merlin's magic on the EFL, so that is gone. Very interesting game so far.
Yeah, Jess has played expertly and really kept control of this early on, and Nor just kept his head down and just kept making all of the smartest decisions he could. And I have to say, even though he's gone through a lot of his deck, they're both going into power pack. She just lost her EFL, and he's got two rank 8 characters. I think Nor is actually pulled ahead in this game now and is kind of the favorite to win it.
We'll see how relevant that place teamwork and the Mina Harker 7 are for Jess here.
I think one of the the biggest misplay I think Jess made. I think she just needed to get that hunger off earlier. I think she held on to it too long, and she could have, if she would have thrown that as a kill shot as Zoro, she could have forced him to have to use the negate because he's not going to let Zoro die and give her the venture and let her draw a card and attack again.
Right. I agree.
Nor has two duplicates. He gets rid of an 8 and a 5. I didn't see Jess get rid of anything. Jess places the negate on Morgan Le Fay. That's going to defend the 7 that Nor just placed. She's got a teamwork. She's got an 8. Nor puts a 2 down.
Oof. Yeah, look at things are looking up for Jess here actually with the venture
Well,
on the board.
the teamwork into the 8 is very strong. Nor's almost primarily into power pack. So she knows she can get the bonus off the teamwork. She's also got all power cards in her hand, and she has the ability to go teamwork, power card, and get those extra bonuses off it. That is a level 6 power card, I believe. So I think it's only got the +0, +1. Let me double check which teamwork that is.
Oh, it looks like Jess does a bet 3 here, nor draws a card. Looks like a keeper. He's gonna go ahead and fire off that brute force power card. She defends it with a multi. And incoming teamwork. That's a nice kill shot on Zoro. Let's see if Nor defends it or lets Zoro go finally.
And that is the 7 teamwork card. So it is a +1, +1. So she is going to be getting a bonus on the 8 and whatever else she throws with it.
Yeah, we're almost certainly going to see Zoro die here. It's just which, yep.
He's
Which
just going
card?
to let him go with the first hit. And the tough part about letting them go with that first hit is, you're probably going to eat another 8 over on Sun Wukong, and he's going to be significantly closer to dying.
Okay, he's going to
I,
defend it.
I think she throws something in her hand because it's going to get a +1 bonus, and it's all power cards.
See if she's got a high enough combat card to go for the kill here on him. Not sure.
She's got a 1, a 4, a 6, and it looks like a 5 multi. She decides to go with the 1 and just get a combat hit over on the other character. Look, not a terrible decision. She's not a combat based deck. That's going to come across as a 9, and that will finally pick off Zoro.
I like it.
Wicked Witch is going to take the H. Nor's pretty certain that's what's going to happen because she's mostly into power pack. Just a 4.
See if he defends the 4. It's going to be 2 icons on his Wukong.
He's got to up block with either the 5 or the 7. I didn't see what his other card was, but those two. So he goes with he's got the 7. Still not for the kill on the Wicked Witch, but Nor's really looking to try to take out that Wicked Witch and be down to just an 8.
And he fires off. Yeah, she's going to
She's
obviously.
gonna just negate that. And she
Here's this.
pushes. She makes it a push.
Wow.
Neither one is gonna get to move their missions, and I think that's actually not as good for Jess as it could have been. Jess really wanted to win that venture. She's left Nor in a point where if he just draws a great hand and she gets some bad luck, he could go 2 for the win right here.
Let's see how
Jessica
easy.
dupes. Jessica dupes on a 7. Nor dupes on a 6. Nor dupes on a 7. We see another 8 over on Jess's side of the board. along with a 5, a 7 intellect.
Looks like she's just gonna add one more venture or one more mission to bet. We'll see what Nora does here.
If I'm Nor, I mean, you probably have to try to go all in.
Yep.
Just go for the 2, and then she's forced to stay in. And your hope here is if I'm Nor, I'm just going to play my best cards down, or he can do it this way. Something to just try to kill Wicked Witch and run away so I have an 8 and she doesn't.
Right. She's just gonna keep applying pressure to Sun Wukong because if Nor loses his 8 ranker, he's stuck with the max 6. That's
It's going to
probably
be
the end.
next to impossible to overcome.
Right. Okay. A multi for
Another
the
kill
kill.
shot. And she's doing the right thing. She's forcing Nor to have to block every single card. She keeps her Wicked Witch alive with the 8.
Oh, it does Nor let the 7 she hit because it wouldn't be for the kill here. Oh no. Trades a 6 for a 7, and he's gonna
So
leave.
it didn't matter what she threw. He was going to block it and run. And this is where it's going to be tough for Jess, or tough for Nor to really come back. Because even if he manages to get Wicked Witch, he still just needs anytime he doesn't draw equal or greater power cards, she can just shove a lot of venture in there and win it. Because he can't let Sun Wukong die. Those 2 hits on Sun Wukong were a huge detriment to giving Nor any like real wiggle room or latitude.
Yeah, he really can't let anything hit on Sun Wukong anymore. See how the dupes go. Jess keeps 6.
Nor drops at least 2, so it looks like it's 6-6. Nor's going to place his 1, probably weak. Nor has not drawn an 8.
Oof. I wonder if Jess can smell the blood in the water and just fires off an 8 right away.
Jess goes 2. Chooses not to really place, nor only places the 1 energy, probably because he knows he's probably only running one of them and he knows it won't dupe.
Just a 1.
And the 1 energy, it's important to know, is a kill shot on the Wicked Witch. Nor runs.
Wow. He says, "Oh, I just went 1. She only went 2, so
And this is the thing he's stuck with is he's really going to have to make a huge bet on a hand where he does well.
right, yeah, he can't stay if he doesn't have the 8, right? He didn't have the 8 in his hand.
Nor discards his 8 any power, keeps his 8 combat.
Why does he run the 8 any power in his deck? Is that just for like Reaper reasons?
Maybe just to hedge against it. I don't know. It's not something I do unless I split the grid.
Yeah, same. I guess in this instance, it's kind of good against Joan of Arc too. Stops her, like she can't use her avoid on it.
That's true. It doesn't have the icon.
All right, we got some hand organizing going on. Jess puts down a dupe 8. Good.
And Nor's basically got the phone number here. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 placed.
Fires off the 8 immediately. He defends.
I think he blocked something with the 3, then he threw the 8, but they're just this is sort of textbook power pack. They're just going straight down the line of icons.
Power pack can feel silly sometimes.
It can. I'm definitely looking forward to more characters who seed cards into the power pack.
See, when we get that invisible man at 16 threat, I think he's gonna be great in the. He's like a secret power pack beast.
That's going to be fun. I'd be interested to see if that opens up the deck building a lot more.
Yeah, that one at a time special that actually just exchanges itself with a power card. It's just a non-dupe in power pack. It's really strong. Any power card, right?
And it lets you play your highest power card twice. You play it first, then get it out because it can't be a dupe. But as long as you just throw the big card first, you can go get the next one.
Right.
And it stays in the deck, so it just gives you the opportunity to do your 2 highest power cards over and over. And especially if you can still do stuff face down, it's almost unbeatable in the power pack. He just doesn't quite have the impact on the game before that you need.
Yeah. But I really do think the change from 17 threat to 16 is going to make him at least see some play.
And Nor does it again. 3 for the win. Just draws a power card. She keeps it, which is not what he wanted to hear. He's trying to kill Wicked Witch with the 8, but she has it. And I think we're going to walk a little bit up this tightrope. There's a lot of hits. I think everything in Jess's hand is a kill shot on Sun Wukong except the any power cards.
Yeah, so Nor's just looking to. He's going to be throwing his cards that only Sun Wukong can attack with first, and he's going to be trying to defend every single thing that gets thrown. And Wicked Witch goes down. Wow,
And Nor wins the venture by 1 point.
what a
Or no,
game!
he blocked the 5. Yeah, what a game. Jess, I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. She really couldn't have played that any better. And Nor just kept his cool, made the right choices, and then just made sure he was making the bets when he knew he could win them and brought it back. Great job to both players.
Yeah,
That's just a fantastic, fantastic game. Um, I'm gonna go over and let's do an interview with Nor and see what he has to say about it.
yeah.
That puts Nor at 4-1, most likely if he gets another win, he's in. And don't count Jess out. If she wins her next 2, she's pretty much in as well. So still anybody's game for the top 8 this time.
All right, Joe. I'll catch you at the next one.
All right, I will see you very soon. Thank you, everyone. go. Hello, everybody. I'm here with Nor, who we just watched play round 5.
Yeah.
Nor, obviously, you don't kind of stinks when you have to play somebody that you're there with, but when it's because you are both winning, that's not the worst.
Right. Yeah, it feels all right because one of us is going to be 4-1 and the other one's not knocked out.
Right.
So it's like just a fun game. We can kind of relax, play each other.
And there's a chance you guys both still see each other.
Exactly.
We got Jess over here. How much have you guys? I assume you guys really know each other's decks very well.
Yeah, we know each other's decks. I mean, I know exactly where she's going to attack. She knows exactly where I'm going to attack. So that gets tricky. So you try to change up what you do, but like you can't do it too much. But even before the game started, I was joking with her and I was like, "Who are you going to attack?" And then I was like, "Don't even tell me because I already know." And then I asked, I don't even know who I'm going to attack. Who do you think I'm going to attack? And she just like broke down exactly my thought process, and it was like, all right, this is great. So it was interesting, but
so it was a little bit of a cold war. She gets the early feminist leader out very early. You've got the Merlin negate, your only negate.
Yeah.
But she was managing to keep Nocturnal Hunter placed or a backup negate.
Right.
So I assume your intention was the entire game. The negate has to go against the early feminist leader.
Yeah, that's what it's there for. As soon as I drew the negate, I normally place it on Zoro because I can get Fairy Protection in reserve and then Deja's a Void and Sun Wukong's a Void, and I've got a treasure chest. But I knew against her team I couldn't do that. I had to place it on the home base or else I was going to lose it. She's got Mina's discard and the Witch's discard, and that's the only place it's safe.
That's really cool. I wasn't thinking about that, but yeah, she's got double target character discards a place card.
Yeah, and most people wouldn't think about it unless you know her deck front to back.
Yeah. So obviously she was controlling the tempo early on very well. You lose, so you end up losing Deja Torres.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that, because at that point I thought you were done. I didn't think you were going to be able to come back at that point when you lost her. How much are you running for it? Because we'd only really seen the Avoid. Obviously you drew the draw 3 immediately the next hand.
So I run 4 cards for her. I run a Teamwork, the 4 make an additional, the draw 3, and the Avoid. By the time I was willing to sacrifice her, I had seen the Teamwork, the 4 make an additional, and the Avoid. So I knew all that was coming was the draw 3. And then I used the transformation trickery as honestly like a fairy protection.
Yeah, just a lightning rotted away.
Right. I just let her put all her big hits on her, and Deja can get sacrificed. I was hoping to take out Joan that hand, but she had the fairy protection, so it was just either win the venture or do as much damage as possible. And it helped. She was painted up, so
yeah. I mean, kudos. I felt like you played a very calm game.
Thank you.
I felt like she was ahead, and the early feminist leader was becoming so oppressive.
Yeah.
Especially with like the Wicked Witch 7 was a 9.
Yeah.
Was there anything that she did where you felt the game turned and kind of let you back into it?
The turning point of the game, we talked about it, was her using her negate. She had her negate. She duped it, I think, twice, and I had my negate in reserve. And I knew the game was going to come down to who played their negate first, and that was going to be it. Because if she uses her negate, I can get rid of EFL, and I can come back from that. If she forces me into using my negate, game's over. I've lost. I don't care if I have my 8s and she doesn't. It doesn't matter. So I knew the game was over, but I could kind of use my other avoids. I could use transformation trickery, kind of navigate the game a little bit and survive until I could force her to use her negate. And once I did, I think the game, that was when I had a chance. That didn't win me the game, but brought me back into it.
Yeah. I felt like the only thing I really noticed, the Hunger is already such a good card. When it comes across as a 9, it's really scary. I was thinking as an observer, I would have tried to play that a little earlier to get one of the hits off Mina to secure the negate and make it less likely to have to be used. Were you worried about that?
Oh, terrified.
The whole time?
Oh, for sure. I was looking at it every action. At one point, she Gemini, and I thought she was going to get harnessed to win because she had shifted the 8 onto Mina. And I was like, I can't defend that 7. And I thought that was going to be the turning point. If she throws the 7, I'd have to use my negate so that way I can win the venture. And when I saw what she got, I knew that I could kill Mina. My negate's live because she no longer has a negate other than Morgan in reserve.
Right.
And yeah, so I was good. The card was dead in reserve, and I was
I
able to do
felt
it.
for me that's the one thing I think if the 9 had gotten thrown
Right.
a little earlier and forced you to do something or took out Zoro,
Right.
that could have changed
Yeah.
the tempo a little bit. So
Yeah, and I was willing to sacrifice Zoro, and I told her I was willing to sacrifice Zoro when I placed my 8 power card on Sun Wukong. I pretty much told her I do not care about Zoro anymore, and she knows that. So she let me keep him because she knows I don't care about him.
yeah.
'Cause she could have taken him out a long time ago. So it was good. Me eating her 1 power card is what won me the game at the end. So I was able to go to full set, and she wasn't. So
Yeah, yep, that makes sense.
got down to luck.
Well, that was a great game.
you.
I think all the 5 and 2s make it, so I don't quote me on that. I'm not running
Nice.
the tournament,
Yeah.
but should just be a win and in on one of your last couple of rounds.
nice.
So,
That's awesome.
yeah,
Sounds great.
that sounds great. It's great to see you, and I hope we see you at a top 8 table.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks everybody for being with us. We are at 5 minutes and change on the round. So we're going to get this next round seated, and we'll be with you probably in about 15 minutes. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thanks, Joe.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to round 6 of the Swiss rounds of the Overpower first regional of season 1 2026. Coming to you from Heroes and Games at the Greater Columbus Convention Center. With me is my co commentator, Greg, here for the second, most of the end of the tournament. Thanks for being with us here, Greg.
Thanks for having me. Glad to be here. Super
All
excited.
right.
This is a good game.
So we got to see Corey a little bit earlier, but this is our first view of Justin Sadie. Justin won the Dallas event last year, so he has already put one tournament away. Corey has come close a few times. I don't believe Corey's made it quite all the way yet, so Corey's definitely looking to have that happen. Corey thankfully is going second because he dupes on a Merlin negate and he dupes on a 5 intelligence.
Oof, rough.
Justin Sadie doesn't dupe on anything. Justin has a very interesting deck. What do you think of this deck that he's got over there?
I love it. I love pairing Morgan the Fey with Cthulhu. It just like she unlocks all of his. You just put one of every single card that he has. She throws the 11 for him. The team coordination, the 3 make additionals. She can throw it off of her 3. It's a really strong pairing.
Now, Justin's got a very strong hand. He's got the 11. He's got 3, 2 front lines can make an additional. He's got his Grim Reaper. The question is, does he have one of those 3s? However, Corey can really sort the hits. Corey firsthand is able to pull out that Harness the Wind. Don't count out Corey's +3 to venture every battle either. Between Dr. Watson and King Arthur, he's got a nice venture bonus.
Yeah, that +3 every battle is going to be tough for Justin to deal with.
Justin's got the Angry Mob, and I have to tell you, I've been playing a deck with Wicked Witch and Angry Mob lately. It's a Dracula's Armory deck, and I'm recycling all the basics using Wicked Witch's card. But I'm running 3 7s for Angry Mob and a bunch of their other cards. They're 16, but man, they hit like a truck. I think a lot of people sort of look at them as they're not a unique character as far as like with a lot of lore behind it. So I think people overlook them a little more than they should. Justin places 4, Justin passes, and Corey uses this opportunity to place out his entire hand. So now Justin going first is left with the decision of what to do. We don't know if Justin's 11 is dead. So he's got a Wicked Witch discard a placed card, and he's got the Grim Reaper. Uh,
And he bets 3 here.
he bet 3. There's a little bit of table talk going on. He bets
Blue goes
1.
1.
Hold on, hold on. He's going to look at his card still after the venture phase, he says.
Oh, before he decides to draw it or not. Is that how the
No, no, I believe he's already chosen not to draw it. He just wants to look at it before he pre-battle concedes.
Oh, and yeah, he's just gonna concede.
Yep, he saw that it wasn't a dupe and he chooses to keep it on top and is very happy to snake his way out of that Grim Reaper. And look, it's kind of a win-win for both players. You don't get to really shred all their cards, but the Grim Reaper in his hand, it was still worth the 3 venture to the top.
Right. Yeah. I wonder why he didn't place it to the round table there. Maybe just to try to keep it as a secret.
Yeah, I will say I'm with you. I think that's just a misplay. I think I have a bad habit of doing that with certain cards, wanting to sneak them through. He's got Merlin with a negate. You just have to look at that Grim Reaper as a target character discard and negate, you know?
Right.
Just
Yeah.
put it down on somebody and you got to save it for later to try to get through one of the negates. Justin is placing his second special on the Angry Mob.
Oops.
That's it. That's an interesting strategy. So he can't actually place that 7 there. Maybe he'll realize it and pick it back up.
Is that the 7? Oh yeah, that is the 7. Yeah.
That's
Yeah. Oops.
Pitchforks and Torches. It's a full 7 multi, and if it hits a character, they can't play any specials. I believe Corey placed the Hades down on King Arthur. That's a good target for that. So is Harness the Wind. Make them choose if they're going to let it hit if they want to be locked out of their really strong 1 per deck.
Right.
Now, we don't play Overpower at this point isn't big enough with enough judges that we do active judging. We really only have judges come over if there's a judge call. So it's really both players' responsibility to spot that incorrectly placed card. And if it doesn't get spotted, that's just going to be the way the game falls.
Yeah, yeah, that's one of those tough situations there where like do you let him just get that super powerful benefit of placing two specials, or do you make him discard one?
I mean, if it's noticed later, it will be a warning for both of them for failure to maintain game state, and but it'll be a pretty severe penalty if it makes it out of this hand. But we'll see what happens. Uh, it looks like he's only gone one, Justin.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, see the 11 on Cthulhu in the back. That's perfect because Morgan Le Fay's 3 play a teammate special can play that placed 11. Really
Does,
powerful.
does Justin have that in his hand?
No, he has it placed to Cthulhu
No, no.
already.
Does he have the 3 for Morgan Le Fay? I didn't see what he
Oh,
drew.
I don't know. I was just talking in general. He might have.
He's got. It looks like he's got the 2 that cuts through the lockouts for Angry Mob. I think that's called Let's Get It. He's got a legendary escape, and it looks like 3 power cards.
A bunch of
On
power.
Corey's side, he's got the Succubus, the 7 brute force, any character card. It looked like he also had a 4 make an additional attack, which I'm assuming is the other. That's probably the subjugate the weak, the 4 make an additional any character card in brute force.
Justin's got some decisions to make here. Corey went 3, so he's looking to apply some of that pressure with all of his place cards.
Well, it's also a perfect time to use Harness the Wind. Um, there's just so he's already sees that he can sort some of these little combat hits. The ally and the 4 can go on one character. Uh, let's see what he does. Oh, I'd be nervous that he's sending that at one character, but
Yeah. Maybe just going for a type of cumulative kill there.
yeah, maybe. And it looks like Justin's prioritizing getting rid of that negator, which again we understand. People, I'd say Corey's the best Merlin player I've seen so far, but he's utilizing that scry expertly.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Never missing it. Yeah, Merlin's stronger than he seems. The repetitive negate is such a powerful mechanic.
Also,
Yeah,
Corey hasn't drawn one yet, but he's playing at least we saw at least 2 Archimedes last round. So he's got the summon the element. So a 4 half multi, already an annoying card, and it's gonna give Merlin the chance to do another attack. Justin doesn't have any hits on him yet, so he's trying to decide if he wants to use that 7 any power card to block the 4, which would only leave him with the 2 brute force left in his hand. He does choose to do that. The follow up is the subjugate the meek, another 4 make an additional attack. Unless Justin chooses to negate this, he's really going to be on his heels with what's thrown.
I like the defending the 4 half multi. You can never let half multis hit. It's
They're
just so
so
much
strong.
spectrum. Yeah.
He shifts it to the angry mob. I don't hate that.
Legendary escape. Yep, I like that too. Oh, and the
Oh,
Grim
and
Reaper.
we did not see that. The Grim Reaper comes through. Ooh, is he going to
And
negate it? I mean, it makes sense.
yeah, I expect the negate to come out for that.
I mean,
Yep.
if he calls energy, he would already get, he'd know that he gets 3 cards, including the 7. He doesn't want to do that.
Wow, Corey is looking very strong right now.
Yeah, yeah. Corey's definitely, he's definitely got a pretty severe placing advantage. He's got 10 placed cards to Corey's 4, and one of them is a reserve card that he needs something else to be able to play it. Corey's really hoping to get one of those threes, and it or Justin's really hoping to get one of those threes to throw the 11, and he still doesn't have one.
It looks like you're gonna draw.
He does get his own harness the wind, which is nice. So, he might be able to punish Corey if Corey goes too hard. It looks like Corey's duped a couple. He's duped a six. He's duped he's duped the six or less avoid for King Arthur. It's normally four or less, but he's paired with Merlin, so it becomes a six or less. Justin places his Isis. Looks like Corey passes, so Justin places an 8 any power. He places Harness the Wind.
See how many placement slots he can fill up. Try to
That
close off this placement advantage that Corey has.
Yeah, 100. You're exactly right. That's what he's doing. The teamwork is playable from reserve. He's going to put a 1 on Morgan Le Fay. And this is the situation where I actually don't love the round table. It's great for a few places when you get really good any character cards, but right now what Justin really wants to be able to do is place that Wicked Witch discard a placed card, and he can't.
Right, stuck in his hand. Yeah, there's definitely a benefit if you get to place your fairy protection to the round table and just hold it there. But once you've used up your anti-heroes and that slot is useless, it feels bad. Watching your opponent place their Wicked Witch 8 multi in the back.
Absolutely. So again, Corey has just got a commanding lead here. It doesn't look like he's running. It looks like he's considered fighting. He's got 10 placed cards. He's got a +3 venture bonus per battle. Nobody's lost a guy yet. Now he is a little beat up on Merlin. That's something he's got to be nervous about. But he's got his Harness the Wind, so Justin had to use his negate. He doesn't have anyone else unless he draws his one per deck negate off Morgan Le Fay that's going to be able to get rid of a Harness the Wind while it's in play. Yeah, Justin's coming into this 5-0, but he's definitely running up against some pretty incredible draws from Corey. Corey's going to go 3 more. He's going to give him a draw.
Justin takes a deep breath. He's looking over his cards, deciding if he wants to take that draw.
No, he took the draw.
Oh, he took the draw?
Took the draw. It was a keeper. I didn't see what it was.
That's one
It
from the five.
was a Gemini.
Oh, Gemini. That's a good draw.
It's a very good draw. I don't think he's seen his negate yet, though, so he still can't use it to get a negate. Unfortunately, that's again another thing with the round table. Had he gotten that during his regular hand, he would have placed it, but since he got it after the venture, he just has to use it this battle.
Right.
I'm actually curious. There's one trick he could do here, and I've got to read the text on the card. So the 2 multi that's in his hand, he's got another 2 multi from the Angry Mob. And a lot of players, I don't know if they recognize this interaction. That 2 multi ignores the. Oh, I thought he had it in his hand again. I guess I misread what. Oh, he could go get it. So Justin could go get that 2 multi with the fairy protection if he plays the Harness the Wind. And the 2 multi does not, it ignores the Harness the Wind.
Oh, that's right. It's not a. Well, it says cards with the
It ign-
text may not attack and may not be attacked.
Oh, we changed it. You're correct. It's not remainder of battle, remainder of game. So so that wouldn't have worked, but it didn't matter. It looks like Justin just conceded straight out of the gate. Um and I think he kind of had to. Look, like Corey had everything that battle. He had the Archimedes, he had the 6 or less avoid, he had the negate. Corey's actually really put together an interesting deck here because between the 6 or less avoids and then the main deck negates, this is probably one of the most defensive decks we've seen.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. Yeah, the King Arthur's 1 through 4 getting bumped to a 6 is just super powerful paired with the Merlin. Did you see any of the King Arthur teammate avoids? Was he running any of those?
He's definitely running at least one. I haven't seen it this game yet, but Justin's clearly not playing around it. He's just going directly for Merlin.
I like that. Don't play afraid. At
Well,
the end of
it's
the
an
day, it's a
interest
card for a
it's an
card.
interesting choice. It's the idea is like, okay, am I afraid of this big avoid and I just throw into him to try to generate a dead card? Or do I assume that if I punch through it, that you're probably running a lot of cards for Merlin?
Right.
You know, your assumption in that in the game is that they will go for King Arthur. So do you play around it? We've got an ally on Morgan Le Fay, Justin looking to fill up the rest of these placing slots.
Yeah, Justin did a really good job last battle of placing out and deciding not to fight. He really closed that placement gap.
We're going to see if it's enough right here because Corey has gone 2 for the win. Justin goes 2 from the top. Corey scries and decides to keep it on top of the deck. Now, I don't think Corey's got a lot of effects in this game that allow him to draw additional cards, but the if he has a way to do it right here, we know that it's going to be a good card.
He starts off with a teamwork.
Now that
Come-
teamwork's got to come from Merlin, but Justin just shuts it down with a disorient opponent.
It's got to feel good when you get to use the disorient opponent right away. Just steal the turn.
Yep. And this is definitely a key battle where he wants to be doing that.
He just keeps targeting Merlin. He's throwing in another energy ally, another energy icon. Follow up's going
I
to be
like that
Diana.
though. I like the idea of him not being worried about it. Just saying, you know what? I'm gonna I'm gonna put every single point of damage I have on him and just try to secure that KO.
So it looks like
Uh,
Justin does have the Morgan Le Fay 3 in his hand, and he's debating if that's the special he wants to play off the ally. He decides not to.
he's going with the 3 make 2 additional attacks. Now, this it should be noted. Pay attention to what your opponent places. That 7 multi really shouldn't be there. So that's going to be part of a really powerful string. Justin has got a big amount of attacks, though. He's got the duality from Morgan Le Fay. He's got the 8 multi from Wicked Witch. He's got another 3 make 2 from. He's got another 3. Both frontline characters can make an attack from Cthulhu that'll have to discard a card. All right, so that 7's coming across either as an 8 or a 9.
It gets
And
Freya.
gets Freyad. We'll see if he makes a second attack to see what he sent it over there as.
Right,
Merlin has absorbed 5 hits this round.
because these attacks off the region of the crown are coming at +2 as well.
I believe is this the one where does that one give you the choice region of the crown?
No, that's the 3. Then make 2 additionals at +2 each.
Right. So yeah, so that was the 7 was a 9.
Yeah, he needed the Freya there, or the negate.
And it looks like he didn't have anything good to follow it up with after that. We see the first Harness the Wind finally get played.
And
And it looks like
coordination.
Corey is just going to pile it on.
Yeah, bring in a full teamwork.
If what do you go for with the duality if you're Justin? He's got to use that and draw another card here. What are you making him discard?
So Merlin, what's the Merlin special? That's his negate place there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's probably what it's gonna get. So until that negate gets used, I'm probably not playing it. But that's the target, or the Hades, and we'll see if he lets it happen or negates it. I would expect the negate to just get played immediately when duality gets played.
Probably. I think in this situation where Corey's going for the win, I think I'd target the 8 multi. But there's also something to be said for targeting a weaker card. Like, what if you target the aspect 4? Is he gonna waste the negate? It's still 4 venture and a card draw.
That's true. That's true.
Like maybe you don't always go for his best card. All right, but he did what you said. He looks like he targets the negate, and Corey's gonna negate it.
Yeah, I probably would have tried to put a little bit more pressure on Merlin, see if I could have killed him before firing off the duality.
Well, remember, I think you said he has the 3 in hand. If he actually has the 3 in hand from Morgan Le Fay, he probably wants to get rid of that negate to open up the path to the 11.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
Now, one thing Corey may have forgotten here, a lot of people forget that the Angry Mob need 25 hits to KO.
Right. Yeah, they're a little bit tanky.
They get that extra 5 damage in their threshold, and he's attacking with those. So he actually needs 6 more to die, and Justin might be thinking he only needs 1.
We'll see if Justin finally plays the 3 into the 11.
Justin's taken a lot of damage, but he also does have a lot of heat to hit back with. And I think if I'm Corey, with the amount of hits I've got on, oh,
Oh.
does he have a way to stop this? No, and it kills Merlin.
Wow.
Wow.
Great
Call
play
of
by Justin there.
Cthulhu, not even on anyone's radar, comes in, reduces everyone on the opponent's team cumulative KO threshold by 5, gets rid of Merlin, and takes out a 2.
Now I understand why he played the duality early. It was so that he could play that after.
Absolutely.
Wow. What a play. And that 4 that'll be for Spectrum, not for
It is,
cumulative.
but the Harness the Wind is still in play.
Oh, right. Yeah, he'll probably shift that away.
Wait,
Yeah.
I think they just realized that 4 was like tucked under Angry Mob, and so that would have actually killed him. And I think basically Corey, as a gentleman, is saying,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
good.
obviously you wouldn't have done that with Harness the Wind in play. It was just the card was covering it up.
Yeah,
So
good guy
he's
Corey letting them do that.
yeah. I mean, I think like that's again the great thing about our community. I think most players would be like, yeah, obviously, like that's not what you would have done, and so he puts the 4 there. He tanks Angry Mob to 22 of the 25.
Oh, and he throws the 7 at the reserve.
Can Harness the Wind move it? I don't know. Let me bring up the Wicked Witch's Harness the Wind.
I'm looking at it right now. Yes, it says Wicked Witch or teammate can be shifted to any front line.
Okay,
So it
so he
doesn't
can't.
specify who the attack is on, just that it has to be shifted to a front line.
Okay, so he can shift that if he wants to one of the frontline characters, but does he want to do that? I think the secondary effect of keeping Cthulhu in the back may work to his advantage.
I agree.
Corey says, "I'll put I think Corey just put his own Harness the Wind in place.
I think he did too. Yeah, that's how else would it get moved over? Yeah. Follow up is the Morgan 3. And yep, here comes the Cthulhu 11. Bang.
11 any power is such a strong card. Only one. I don't think we've given that to anyone else yet. I think that's still Cthulhu's the only one that has that.
Yeah, just the colorless 11.
I remember when I first saw that card, I believe Magneto is the first one they gave it to. I really didn't think it was that good because it didn't have a color. And man, once I did some playing with Magneto, I realized just how powerful that is.
Yeah, if that hits, you kind of just win the venture off of it, at the very least. Then it's half of their health.
Yeah.
Looks like Justin still has some heat in his hand.
He has some heat placed as well, but now he's on the opposite side of Corey getting his harness the wind in place. Corey's only got a couple of things left, but he's putting Justin to this position of like, how much do I have to commit here? How much do I have to commit to make sure I win this venture?
If you look at the
Corey's
book,
got
he's committed. He has lots of damage on all of his guys now. He needs to fire back.
well, there's not a lot of targets either. The harness the wind with only 2 guys left. He's got 14 hit points on Wicked Witch. He's got 2 off colors on King Arthur. That is a kill shot
There's
on either character.
wolves, crows, and black bees coming across.
He gets rid of his max 8 character,
Wow, interesting.
and that takes out Harness the Wind, which doesn't matter with one guy left.
There's a lot of venture on this board right now.
29, 30, 31, 34, 39 for Justin, and then I can't tell what that is under the 8, but that's 16, 26, 27, 30, 31, 32, 35. Think about 38 for Corey.
Oh, plus the
Oh
7 in the
no,
back.
plus the 7, 45.
And he's still got the 3 from King Arthur and Watson as well.
And remember, he is going for the win here.
Justin has
If
2 teamworks that he can complete, though.
Well, right, but remember, he's in a situation where if if Justin kills King Arthur while Corey's ahead on venture, he loses the game.
Oh, right. What an interesting situation.
32, and then Corey, let's do it one more time. I think it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 20, 38, 41, 42, 45, 46, 47. Corey's at 48 to 35 right now. I think Justin can throw the 8 onto King Arthur to get 8 more without killing him. Justin can hit King Arthur with everything before he dies that's placed.
On the
7.
7 power card.
Well, he can shift it to Morgan Le Fay if he wants and max her out. It's interesting to point out that the 11 in the Morgan Le Fay 3 brought Corey's character to 14, and 15 points would kill him now.
Oh, that's true. The Call of Cthulhu might be hurting a little bit for Justin.
And that makes like this attack right here really. Oh, he's got the disorient opponent. I was gonna say that makes it tough because that puts King Arthur so close to the edge.
Yep. Not,
Oh
no,
no,
yeah.
no, you don't want to do that one next.
I think either one is.
No, you don't get to throw the 8. You Spectrum KO'd him.
Oh yeah, no, he's. Well, Justin gets a 6 extra venture here if they don't see that.
Now look. I think what he was just saying is I can throw it in whatever order I want, so it doesn't matter. If I'm right, that's 19, 22, 23, 45, 26, 27, 20, 29, 31, 32, 33, 37, 38, 39, 44, 42, 45 for Justin. And for Corey, we've got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I just got to see for sure what that card under the Wicked Witch 8 is.
26. 50. Yeah. Wow.
Hey, it must have been the game. Corey must have had enough venture to win.
Yeah, I think
What
he's.
a last hand.
Wow. What a
2
crazy
harness the
game.
wins in place, everything hitting, so much damage. What an absolute epic battle that we had right there.
Yeah,
Corey
probably
Sim,
approaching 100 venture on that final battle on the board there.
that's nuts. So Justin takes his first loss, but he's almost certainly already an auto win into the top 8. Corey goes 6-0. Are we going to see a second Sims sibling go undefeated in the Swiss?
Oh, it's very possible.
Jessica went undefeated through 7 or 8 rounds of Swiss. Actually, she played 8 rounds of Swiss in the nationals and went undefeated. Can Corey do the same thing here and sweep?
Wow, what a game. I love Corey's deck. So powerful.
Corey's deck's really fun. I'd love to see him at a championship table. This was fantastic, everybody. We are going to head back over and have another chat with Corey in the winner's circle here and see what he has to say about it. We've got about 20 minutes left in the round. I don't know if we're going to end early, but check out the interview, and then we'll just have a full few minutes before we start the final round of Swiss. Thanks very much, everybody.
Can't wait.
All right, Corey, we are back. We just finished round 6. We saw you on camera a second time.
Wow.
Obviously had a good result. You're 6-0. How are you feeling?
Great.
Yeah?
Stressed. I feel like every game is just taking hits on hits on hits, but it's working right now, so.
Yeah. Definitely you were pretty dominant in that game in the beginning, and you managed to hold on to it. Talk to me a little bit about placing theory for you, because
Okay.
I feel like you do very well at always having placing.
Yeah.
In that one, Justin passed after only playing 4 cards.
Yeah.
Placing 4.
Right.
So talk to me about that a little bit.
So going second, I think, is big with this strategy. First, you saw the 2 duplicates, so being able to grab one back was huge.
Yep.
And then knowing that I'm second, I'm probably going to get out of dodge because I didn't have a whole lot. And it kind of allows me to then place out and leave more comfortably because I already don't have initiative. So I don't mind giving, it's not like I'm giving initiative up by just placing out and conceding. And like you said, when he passed, it was like, oh man, I may as well just place out and we'll see what happens next battle.
Yep.
So, declining the draw is tough on the Venture 3 because I did like what I had and he had some low cards, but it was just trying to stay disciplined, keep that placing advantage and see if I could ride it through.
Yeah, so I think for us, one of the big moments in the game, it didn't end up being a turning point, but how surprised were you at the Call of Cthulhu coming out?
Very, very. I did not see it coming. And thankfully, I hadn't really popped Harness yet. So it was just, I was clean other than Merlin. And so that was very surprising, but I was able to play all those Merlin cards other than the 2. So it was fine. I had a feeling he had the 3 to go into the Cthulhu 11. But yeah, Call of Cthulhu I did not see coming at all.
Well, at that point, he hadn't drawn one in so long, and I assume he's
Right.
playing 3 of them with the
Right.
amount of cards he's playing for Cthulhu.
Right.
And I don't think, what was it, hand 4 or 5 before he drew the first one?
Right,
I think
right.
that was a huge factor in his deck's effectiveness.
Right. Yeah, it let him down a little bit.
Yeah.
And the other thing about the Call of Cthulhu, it was surprising and I lost a character. However, on a Venture for the Win, I realized that's a non-venture card.
Yep.
And it's not taking away one of my +1 or my +2 for venture characters. So
It did get a 2 power card.
right. That's true.
But it wasn't something you were relying on as like a teamwork follow-up. So
Right. I was just kind of saving it for his any home base. I was eventually going to pop the Harness and just move it into that too. So
Yep.
it's kind of okay. You
Yeah.
know, but yeah, wow.
Was there any point at that one where you were worried? Or, I mean, it felt like you had a pretty commanding control.
Yeah, I felt pretty fine all the way. I really wanted to go 5 for the win in that one hand where I only went 3 and he conceded. But I figure I had Hades, and so kind of like we talked about in the last interview, I knew that I was going to be 2 for the win, and if I had to, I could Hades out of that
And go
then
2 more,
2
yeah.
for the win again.
And it's so interesting. One thing I really like about those situations is it allows you to switch gears at a moment's notice. One of the things we've talked about today a lot in the commentary is your decisions aren't just what's going on with the card, but it's deciding what you're doing with your deck in that moment. And the ability to bet 2 for the win twice isn't always to even try to win the venture. It's to say, you can't concede for 2 battles in a row.
Correct.
And I'm going to damage all your characters and put you right on the edge of death.
Correct. I
Yep.
think sometimes the most exactly that. And if that first time that you go for the win and you're going to Hades out, if I can KO a character, that's huge. KO that character, Hades, and then we'll see you next battle and you're down a character.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
We love your deck. I really
Thank
want to
you.
see Merlin at a final table. I don't think he's
Yes.
made it there just yet.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you're doing great things with him, so it's good to see.
Thank you.
We are at about 6 minutes before this round's done, so don't go anywhere. And we are going to finish up our Swiss in probably about 10 to 15 minutes. Thanks, everybody. Good luck, Corey.
Thank you.
All right, we're out.
Cool.
Welcome to the OverPower Character Spotlight series. This week we're taking a look at Rick Grimes, the legendary leader from The Walking Dead and a powerful new addition to the OverPower universe. Rick Grimes is a mid-range offensive character with secondary support abilities. For those of you new to these kind of breakdowns, mid-range means Rick has a mix of offensive and defensive abilities, all of which fall into the mid-range value of 3 to 6 numerically. He specializes in non-negatable attacks using his 2 Advanced Universe cards, which give him constant pressure without the fear of negates shutting him down offensively. Rick's inherent ability is at the heart of his strategy. It reads, bonuses on teamwork cards played by Rick are +1. If you've played with legacy teamwork cards, you know how deadly a boost to follow-up attacks can be. This inherent ability shows that Rick doesn't just fight, he leads. With support tools like Protect the Family, Rick boosts the attacks of himself and his allies, giving your team a clear edge when it matters the most. Rick's overall kit has a total of 6 personal cards, made up of 4 special cards and 2 Advanced Universe cards, as well as the impactful inherent ability we just discussed. First up is Rick's personal teamwork card. This teamwork card is a level 6 combat or intelligence attack. When you factor in Rick's inherent ability, it becomes the strongest teamwork card in OverPower. Each follow-up ultimately gets +2, making this card a serious threat and a must-answer card in modern play. Next, we're going to look at Rick's Colt 45, his iconic weapon. It's a level 6 energy or combat attack, and thanks to its small white shield icon, it doubles as a personal defense in a pinch. Being that it's an Advanced Universe card, as well as Rick's teamwork, both of these allow Rick to utilize his Universe card placing slot while still being able to play one of his other special cards. Utilizing this Universe card placing slot in this way gives Rick more flexibility than most characters. Learn from Our Enemies is a special card that taps into Rick's darker moments from the series. It's a level 3 brute force attack that cannot be blocked by cards with an intelligence icon. That shuts down some of the more common defense options, such as multi-power cards. And it's especially frustrating for decks that run a low number of intelligence power cards. Rick also brings 2 strong defensive cards. Riot Gear is a simple card that allows Rick to avoid any one single attack, perfect for dodging large value hits. While Morgan Jones is a team protecting card that allows Rick to shift any one attack made on an ally to himself. This shift can move an attack into your Riot Gear or your Colt 45, or it can allow Rick to simply take the damage to keep the heat off your teammates. Whether Rick defends the attack or not, his team gains +2 to venture total the battle when Morgan Jones is played. Last up is Protect the Family, one of Rick's most powerful cards. To continue with the theme of leadership, Rick rallies his troops, granting them +2 to all numerical actions for the rest of a single battle. This card also has a shield icon, which means you can sneak it into play defensively, provided you need the +2 in order to make the block. It can be played offensively as well if there's a strategic reason to do so, such as following up an ally card. However, remember, if played offensively, the opponent still gets his defensive action and can negate it as it's played. Once active, even though this card only affects a single battle, it can shift the momentum of an entire game. Rick Grimes offers a balanced mix of personal offense, team support, and clutch defense, but his true power comes from who you pair him with. Rick thrives when initiating teamwork attacks, however, he can only play teamwork cards through his combat grid, which is 7. So look for characters whose special cards can also be used as power cards, allowing you to make large numerical follow-up attacks to Rick's teamwork cards in non-primary power types. Synergies also matter. Take Michonne, for example. Michonne's inherent raises her combat grid to 8 if she starts the game with Rick and Alexandria on the same team. This reflects how much more deadly Michonne can be when her friends are intentionally keeping the enemy's main focus. Or try pairing Rick with characters from ERB and the World Legends like Van Helsing. Rick's Protect the Family special can turn Van Helsing's right tools for the job into a level 5 energy attack with an additional power card follow-up that's also +2 to hit, both of which can't be defended by a special card. That's a threat capable of KOing a character with only one hit on them and is very hard to defend. Rick excels at attrition and forcing KO pressure. Rick wants to land early hits and force his opponents into tough decisions while supporting his teammates across the board. Rick's biggest weakness is his ability to generate Venture. While his cards offer great Spectrum KO threats, they're all less than 6 Venture, and Colt 45 will often be used defensively. That means Rick needs to rely on teammates to contribute to the Venture, or he needs to win through raw KO pressure generated by his Spectrum and his attack bonuses. Rick Grimes is an iconic character from The Walking Dead who brings leadership, grit, and strategy to the Skybound Overpower set. Whether you're looking to build a combo deck or looking for a team of brawlers to slug it out, Rick Grimes opens the door to new possibilities in deck building. Thank you for watching the OverPower Character Spotlight series, featuring Rick Grimes from The Walking Dead.
Welcome to the OverPower Character Spotlight series. This week, we're taking a look at a fan favorite, Alan the Alien from Invincible. Alan is a premier support character with minor offensive capabilities. His role on your team is to support your other characters directly through the cards he plays, or by becoming enough of an offensive threat to take the pressure off them. At just 17 threat points, Alan is easy to slot into a team. That flexibility lets you pair him with more powerful, higher-cost characters, like Omni-Man. The Skybound Overpower set represents Alan when you first meet him in the Invincible universe. He starts with 1 energy, 4 combat, 6 brute force, and 3 intelligence, making his overall values lower than average. Alan's kit includes 6 special cards: Savior of his People, Evaluation Officer, Alien Telepathy, Bred for Battle, Near-Death Experience, and Friendly Manipulation. First up is the card that defines Alan's design, Evaluation Officer. Flavor-wise, this represents Alan traveling the galaxy, evaluating potential recruits strong enough to fight the Viltrumites. This is the first card in Overpower that lets you search your draw pile for a teammate's special card. However, Alan must reveal that card, and he does not get to play it immediately. That gives your opponent the option to concede after seeing what you fetched, so timing and strategy are key. Next is Savior of his People. Alan begins the game with a maximum rank of 6 on his power grids, so he's often a target. This card lets him block an attack with a power card, then return that card to his hand, either to defend again later or to fuel a counterattack. Alien Telepathy highlights Alan's psychic abilities. It forces your opponent to reveal all special cards in their hand. On its own, it's a weaker effect, but when paired with the Aegis home base, Alan can also discard one of those revealed cards. Bred for Battle is Alan's primary offensive weapon. It's a 3 intelligence attack followed by an additional power card attack, neither of which can be defended by a special card. Effects like this have historically been some of the strongest in Overpower. Friendly Manipulation is a 6 intelligence special that functions as a power card. Once it leaves the astral plane, it loses its special attributes and becomes a full power card. That flexibility allows it to be used for offense, defense, or combinations with universe cards. Because Alan's intelligence is below 5, you can boost it with a training card to reach level 10, making it viable for both attacking and blocking. It can also stand alone as an attack follow-up with Bred for Battle, or be returned to your hand after a block using Savior of his People. Finally, there's Near-Death Experience. Alan is a genetically engineered Unipan, and one side effect is that when he nearly dies, he comes back stronger. This card allows Alan to be resurrected after any battle in which he is KO'd. When he returns, all of his power grid values increase by 1 for the remainder of the game. Overall, Alan is a versatile support character designed to enhance your team's heavy hitters. His biggest weakness is his lack of personal defense. While Friendly Manipulation can help, Alan doesn't have access to defense above a 6 without external boosts. Bred for Battle can discourage attacks, but unless your strategy funnels damage toward Alan, opponents may simply ignore him. That said, This can work in your favor. If Alan triggers near-death experience, he returns fully healed, with a 7 brute force grid, resetting your opponent's progress in KOing your team. Cards like Shapesmith can push his stats even higher, unlocking stronger power plays. Alan also offers some of the strongest synergy potential in Overpower. For example, pair him with Robot Special, Predictive Tactics. Robot attacks with Tactics, and if it isn't negated, Alan follows up with Evaluation Officer. If that pulls a valid special for your third teammate, you can immediately play it as a second follow-up. Alan the Alien is the heart of any team he joins, and that's exactly why he's a fan favorite. In Overpower, expect Alan to do the same, finding his way into a wide range of decks and supporting a variety of playstyles. Thank you for watching the Overpower Character Spotlight series, featuring Alan the Alien.
Here we are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are back. We are about to go into round 7 of the Columbus, Ohio Season 1 Regional, brought to you by our great, fantastic, long-term partner, Heroes and Games, out of the Greater Columbus Convention Center. We're going to do a little quick recap of the standings now before we go into round 7 while they're getting everyone seated for the pairing. Obviously, even though Justin lost that round, that is anybody's game. We just watched Justin. So, Jesse, this match that we're going to go to now is going to be Justin again versus Jesse Bradford. I think this is the best performance Jesse's had since he's gotten back into the game. He's very excited to be 5-1 and have a pretty much guaranteed shot at the top eight, I believe. So, how are we doing? Are we ready to head over to the table with these gentlemen? The booth will let us know when everybody's seated. Our friend Negan is going to introduce us, and here we go. Justin Sadie and Jesse Bradford on camera, round 7, season 1 regional. Did you ever think we'd get here, Greg?
This is crazy, Joe. It's just so amazing. I'm so happy that we finally got this off the ground. Season 0 was great, but season 1, this is the real deal. This is where it really starts.
And Skybound, man, I'm loving even still seeing innovation within these decks. And then you flip it around, and Skybound is going to change this game so much.
Oh yeah, we're basically doubling the character pool, so it's just gonna be there's gonna be so many more strategies that we're gonna see.
And there's so many more meta things that are going into the game. Watch really everyone this Wednesday. Watch and repost the Michonne character spotlight video when it drops. All right, so it looks like Justin's going second because Jesse had a 6 duplicate, and it doesn't look like he's drawn an additional card to replace it. So
Okay, and it looks like
Justin's got
Justin's
an
got some good power cards in hand. 8-7.
he got that 3 early too, so he's got an ability to go he can go as aspect or an ally into the 3 from Morgan Le Fay, into the 3 from Cthulhu, into 2 more attacks from
Yeah,
Wicked Witch, and then from Angry Mob. So he's got a huge string right at the beginning. He's also got duality right at the beginning, which earlier in the game, when you're a little less worried about the negating, is it's a great, just such a great card. Now, this is the ladies deck that we've seen a little bit more of this tournament. Mina Harker is a negator, so your Justin's going to be wanting to either try to chain kill her down right away, or see if he can get rid of Joan of Arc before early feminist leader comes out.
right, yeah, another classic females deck, even with the Asclepion. Super powerful. We'll see if he does fire off that duality right away. I like that he's not placing it because it would be a target immediately for that Wicked Witch.
Absolutely. And Justin knows he doesn't have a defense for that. So he doesn't, it's the 3 being able to go into the Cthulhu cards is already strong enough that it's fine if that's what's placed. And he doesn't want to give him the chance to get rid of it, which it absolutely would.
We'll see if Justin ends up going for that big string with the Cthulhu 3. I think is that the longest string you could do in this game? An ally into the Morgan 3 into the Cthulhu 3 with the follow-ups?
I would really have to check. There's probably some weird stuff you can do if you do if you have in play Merlin on Morgan Le Fay, so he can play her cards, and then you could
Oh,
do
sure.
ally, 4 half multi, make an additional into the 3, into the Cthulhu card, into 2 attacks. So
Right.
that fits one more in there.
That's I will see he just plays the target discard on the 8. Big card to get.
Yeah.
And does Justin respond with the duality from hand?
I might just want to get rid of that Hades. There's not a lot of other great targets.
That's what I was thinking as well. Say no
It's
more
gonna
Hades
give him a
Fever.
it's gonna give him a card draw.
Looks like he's gonna go for the 5 multi instead.
I
I
think
like
he
that
is
too.
going I think he is going for the duality.
Oh, he gets the Hades. He does take the Hades.
That's what I meant. He is that
Wow.
that was great. Draws the Grim Reaper off the duality, and Jesse goes, "Well, yeah, I'm not gonna let you just discard all my cards, so I'm gonna concede." Unfortunate draw.
Yeah. Definitely secured the battle there, but I think Justin would have rather seen that in his hand this battle.
Just much rather seen almost any card in his deck except for that one. All
Just placing back and forth. Morgan Le Fay back.
One of the things I really like about Justin's really utilizing that teamwork card ability off Cthulhu by placing his colorless teamworks there. Cthulhu's allowed to play those through his intelligence slot, and so he can play them from reserve. And I just think that's a really good way. Cthulhu's designed to be a reserve character, and I think Justin's one of the only ones I've seen using him, and he's been using him very well.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially like I was saying the last
That's
time we
one
saw
thing too,
Justin.
Greg. I'll say that I've really enjoyed about how this meta has lined up is I like that the even though we see a lot of some characters, there's certainly extremely popular characters, Joan of Arc, Wicked Witch, Sun Wukong. Um, we see a lot of them used different ways with different support characters. So the fact that sorry,
You all right, Joe?
see a Cthulhu, or we're getting to see an angry mob. We're seeing characters that are completely changing the way those other commonly used characters are being used. It's I think it's a really good testament to how well these sets are balanced.
I agree, Joe. I love seeing the angry mob getting some play.
I like seeing the angry mob. I love seeing Cthulhu. We had an Invisible Man go 3-3 in the first few rounds. So
That's crazy.
yeah. So Justin does draw his negate for Morgan Le Fay, and like we talked about before, this is another example of roundtable and or in the legacy version, Team Overpower, arguably the most popular home base of all time. I just don't even like it anymore. I think with the new home bases we've developed, it's just not even. I hate not being able to place the negate here.
Yeah, I agree, Joe. The other home bases having the versatility of placing any character special, any one of your frontline specials onto it is just it's just so good.
I've had moments where I was like, not I didn't have any cards that could play with some of the zero cost home bases, and I still used them just to get because I prefer the special card placing slot.
Yeah, it depends like how many specials are you running for each character, right? So if you're doing a slim special deck, then maybe Roundtable is right for you. But if you're doing, you know, 7, 8 specials for a character, then you want that placement slot when you draw a bunch of cards for that one character. You want to be able
And
to
that's
save it for the next battle.
yeah, that's exactly right, and that's probably why I feel that way about the preference because I do like to run a lot of specials. So Justin's throwing a big string out here. He plays the Isis, the 2 multi. He's going into that Wicked or the Morgan Le Fay 3. That allows her to play any teammate special, whether it's in their hand or placed. And almost certainly we're going to see Network of or not Network of Fanatics. We're going to see the 3 energy played from Cthulhu unless it gets negated, which it does. Jesse negates it with Nocturnal Hunter. If he negates defensively, he's forced to reveal his hand. He reveals a 4 make an additional attack and an 8 energy. And I think we're going to see the same thing happen right back. I think Jesse's going to do this. He's going to throw a 4 make an additional from Joan of Arc into the inspirational leadership, into the 1, into the 4. And I don't think, other than the teamwork, he can really afford to do this because he's got the harness the wind. If he gets in any real danger, he can still protect a character. But this is like going to let him just absolutely unload his entire total amount of cards out if he wants to.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's gonna do.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. He's sees a lot of things on the board that tell him that. Um, this is probably going to draw the negate though from Justin. I mean, what else is he going to negate at this point? Like he doesn't really care about harness the wind. Wow, I am
Wow, he let.
so
Hmm.
I'm so baffled by that choice. I don't understand that at all.
Hmm. Maybe he's trying to save it for. No, I don't know. Actually, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I really think that was unless like is he going to try to negate the harness the wind when it's played offensively to force Jesse to either concede or lose a character? Maybe that's a strategy. Now remember, Cthulhu can also still play the 3 as long as a frontline character discards a card. They have to make the sacrifice to let Cthulhu out, but he could easily discard the 1 intellect to play the 3 energy, and he's still sitting on, at that point, 7 cards that he can play offensively.
Right? Yeah, it's not even detrimental to his game plan really to lose one discard.
So maybe Justin's just playing this at a higher level than we are, and he's saying, I'm gonna make these attacks all in fighting except for the 8. They're not gonna matter that much. And then I'm gonna send my giant string at you. And if you stay in, I'm gonna negate your harness the wind and force you to concede if you don't want to lose a character.
Does he just want to throw a teamwork string here?
He wants to throw something. I think he's worried about the negate, but I don't think he should be. I really think this is the play where you just dump the 1, throw the Cthulhu 3, and then just start throwing a bunch of offensive attacks. I mean, he's got
Yeah.
2 pretty nasty 7s there. If the first follow up is the 7 multi on Wicked Witch, he's gotta he's gotta use the harness the win there to lock it out for the rest of the battle.
Right. I suspect that if that's the play, then the Morgan Le Fay doesn't negate the 3 and saves it for that multi. Or the 7, rather.
Well, the Morgan Le Fay could also end up negating the negate that tries to get rid of the harness the wind, but the problem is Jesse doesn't know that he has that. And that might also be what Justin's wanting here is he might also be hoping he can draw the negate out to get rid of a numerical attack and then pull the Hades off to keep himself in a dominant venture position going into this next hand.
So Jesse lets the mob mentality hit, and let's see if Justin makes a follow up. What's he gonna throw here?
He just uses the 1 as a little annoying spectrum hit. If Jesse's gonna try to win this, this is the time to use Harness the Wind and just block the 1 with the 1. The 1 combat is doing nothing for Spectrum here at all, and it's actually a huge block to.
Oh, he just lets it hit and concedes.
Interesting. I wasn't really ready for that.
Hmm.
Well, Justin's happy about that. He took 2 4s spread out on his wings. Uh, not really at any risk of death. He painted Joan of Arc before Early Feminist Leader came out, and he's got himself into a 2 for the win situation.
With a placement advantage.
And as one of his events just came up as well. It is choose a character on your team. That character is +2 to attack this battle, I believe, but he's -4 to cumulative KO.
I love
Now,
that paired with the Cthulhu Call of Cthulhu card
which Justin has in his hand.
combo.
So if Jesse chooses to take the deal, you don't have to. You can just let this nothing. You don't actually have to choose a character. You can just say, "Nah, I forego it." But if Jesse takes the bait, if he gets 11 points on a character, the Cthulhu card is just going to be a kill because he's already going to be -4 to venture.
See what
Yeah,
Jesse decides.
it's a may choose. It is not a requirement that he does this. And I don't think he did it. It looks like he chose not to. And I think I love that. I love that choice. I think more. Morgan Le Fay's going to be hitting like a Mack truck, and she's minus four. But I think that is a heads up play from Jesse, understanding that that Call of Cthulhu might come out, and it could be devastating with that card in play.
Yeah, very smart, conscientious play by Jesse here. It's going to be nice for Justin though to get Morgan Le Fay's multiple actions here at +2.
Um, he's always got to be worried here that he really wants to get the Call of Cthulhu in play overall. He doesn't want Jesse to run here, so I think he wants to go for the win here just to hold him in the battle and get some KOs. Um, he's got the fairy protection, so he can keep whoever is alive. He has his harness to the wind. He has his Freya, and Justin has got a pretty devastating hand here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Justin just committed 2 for the win here and just full
Yeah.
sent it.
Well, also just still has a crazy string of he can still go three Morgan Le Fay three, which will be a five, into the Cthulhu three, which could then go into the seven, which is the nine. He can do two attacks from Morgan Le Fay off that. Oh no, because she'll be the one playing the other three. So that three energy will also get a +2 bump. So she could go 5/5. Angry Mob's got a seven, and then Wicked Witch's got a seven. Like that is just a brutal string.
Yeah, notably, Justin only has the 7 energy power card for that teamwork in the back, so that's probably what he's going to save that for. So I don't think he would even play that 7 as a 9 until that teamwork gets thrown. Oh,
So
it's 3, he had
it
3
is
left.
three for the win. That's a much different decision. He's gonna do it anyway. Jesse's gonna draw the card.
Looks like a keeper.
And this is gonna be a pretty epic battle here. Two people, two harness the winds up against each other.
I wonder if we'll get more venture than we got the last time.
Yeah,
That
that
last
what was
round.
that? 45-43.
Yeah, something crazy like that. Almost 100 venture on the table. Looks like Justin's doing some computing in his head.
So Jesse
Uh,
does have his fairy protection, so that's gonna keep one of his characters alive. So they both got that. We're gonna cut back here. Justin's hand is just so fire. He's got so many big bombs.
yeah,
But
Frey in the
let's
back too.
let's see what Jesse's got other than his he's got a low intelligence attack special, which I can't place. It can't be the John Harker solicitor because that's already placed to Mina Harker. But let's see. He's put his hand over like he wants to do the harness the wind immediately just to get it going. And he's gonna say, "Yep, I'm not
Yep.
even messing around. This is a hurricane hand." He moves the two to LeFay. Now, the other thing to keep in mind too, that's really dictating a lot of how this match goes. We're at hand 4 or 5. Jesse has not seen his early feminist leader yet.
That's true. Unfortunately, it's buried for him. Yeah,
Justin chooses not to try to use the secondary ability on One Eye and attacks a frontline character with it. Totally acceptable.
yeah, I like it here. Just apply as much pressure to those frontline characters as you can. Think in a harness the wind situation, you're just trying to pile up high damage wherever you can get it.
Yeah, you're really just looking to match whatever the power type of the attack is. You certainly look to see the 7 energy and the 3 energy will go on his center character, Mina Harker, just because he can ignore it. And then you're only blocking what you absolutely have to block to keep characters alive. Playing against Harness the Wind is a pretty nuanced thing as well because you have to try to not give them the ability to do that. You have to be like, okay, I'm going to attack with certain cards earlier that if you're going to let them hit, they will set up situations where those other cards are KOs and they're not normally.
Right. All right, so both harness the winds are in play. Everyone's
A
shifting
lot,
wherever they
a
want.
lot of wind, a lot of wind being harnessed.
I'll throw a 7.
Just a little vanilla 7 attack. Nothing to write home to mom about, but 7 venture is 7 venture. Justin's showing a card in his hand that he's thinking about defending with, and he
Oh,
blocks the 7 with the Freya. A lot of cards left in Jesse's hand. Really kind of surprised to see that on just a 7 special with no hits out there. But we're going to
usually.
see the big string start here. Now he's got 12 on Joan of Arc, but it's another red card. I would just put it right over on her. That's what you do is you stack same color anytime you get the chance.
Right. All right, so Shapeshifter's Guys gets played, defended, followed up by the Cthulhu 3. He gets 2 follow-ups.
And the other part too that he's in a good situation right now. The 7 multi is actually very relevant right now because if he throws it, he's either going to use his negate or his fairy protection in hand to defend it. He can't move it to Joan of Arc because it's a kill shot. So he's actually going to deal with this in a rougher way. So he moves it to Joan and then uses a fairy protection on Joan just in case there's a reason uh, he gets it negated or something. He wants to make sure Joan is protected.
I like it. That's a great play. Heads up play.
And he's still got an attack from Wicked Witch. I don't believe he can throw anything. So I think he's going to have to say pass here.
Let's see the
7
Wicked
intellect.
Witch.
Where does he want to put this? He could easily he could avoid it with fairy protection. He could shift it with the Morgan Le Fay and just let it hit Le Fay. Justin doesn't have a lot of ton of damage here, but he is up by about 7. Trying to decide if he wants to use that fairy protection. He looks like he has. He's going to play his Call of Cthulhu here almost certainly and just try to pull the negate out of the back.
I feel like is definitely what's going to happen. Okay, he does the teamwork instead. So
Just
that
wants to
7's going
pile
to come
that
across
damage
as a
on.
9. Probably see that shifted to Wicked Witch.
I would think so, but Jesse's got to make sure he can generate enough venture to come to beat that 7.
Oh, lets it
That's
hit.
going to be a 9 to defend because of the event.
Oh, and he defends it with the. That
Very
was
confused
that was a
how
miss.
that's it.
Justin missed that it was bonused. I guess even though his Morgan Le Fay is turned sideways. It's
But
been a
still,
long
how
day.
how would he block it with a 6, even if it wasn't bonused?
Oh.
So I'm very confused about that. I'll have to ask about
Oh,
that particular.
unless Jesse picked Wicked Witch to be +2 this battle.
But then it would still be 1 less, right?
That's true. Yeah, it would still be 1 less. It would be an 8. Blocking a 9.
Justin's trying to get it in as his last card. I think if you're Jesse, you don't even think twice about negating that. It's not for the kill, but it puts 2 of your characters within like 3 or 4. He offensively negates the one eye.
It's going for a venture. Hmm.
Yeah, I mean I don't really think Justin can do much here except run away. He's not going to win this one. It's 4 already to a lot more. Mina Harker still has her 5 there that can defend stuff. Harness the Wind is still in play. I think Justin's card in hand is a confusion.
Yeah, I think it is.
I don't even know why Justin would pass here other than to try to make him use his placed card.
I think that's what's happening. He's figuring he has harnessed the wind. No one's going to die. He wants him to use up all of his placed cards. And that's what's going to happen here.
He forces him to use that, and he has to do it because it's for the win. Okay, Justin played that very well. Uh, I'm not letting that hand end without negating that Call of Cthulhu card. So we'll see how that ends up working out in the end.
Yeah, very surprised that he did not negate that. What's he saving the Morgan Le Fay negate for?
I'm really not sure in this deck. I mean, the 11 is probably the best target. You've already seen the Harness the Wind go by.
Have we seen Reaper this game? Is that what it could possibly be?
We saw, I think it was Justin had the Reaper firsthand and
Oh yeah,
discarded it,
Justin
remember?
Justin revealed it and Jesse
But
ran.
maybe he forgot, and maybe that's what he's holding it for. All right, so we've got a legendary escape. There's the 11, but we've seen a number of those threes go by. Who knows if he's got another one to be able to play that before Cthulhu comes up.
Hmm.
He's got discard a place card. He's got an 8 with a teamwork that he can play the 8 as a follow up to. Justin's got a pretty strong hand, but unfortunately, he's looking down early feminist leader. He's looking at a Gemini. He's looking at a Grim Reaper. His Jesse's got his own legendary escape. Even the hunger is amazing when you can play early feminist leader with it and make it a 9.
Yeah, Jesse finally got his ZFL. He's happy with his hand that he just drew.
And I will say, this could be a pretty significant turning point in the game. Justin has had a significant venture lead the entire game, but having to go up now against early feminist leader when it's going to boost everything on the board for all the other characters, and Jesse has a negate placed, I think he might just be in a position to really turn the tide of what's going on here.
Yeah, Justin's probably biting himself for that bet 3 there. Put himself kind of in a deep hole.
He did, and I don't think he was able to.
Lost you there, Joe.
I was saying, the committing to that when you see the Harness the Wind there is a rough choice to make. You think you want to get a lot of damage out there, but when they can control where it goes, I mean, look at what he did with the Angry Mob. They're 25 to kill, and he stacked 4 low fighting hits on them that make those 4. I mean, it might take 4 more cards just to KO the Angry Mob.
Yeah, Angry Mob is definitely showing off the power of their inherent ability and the power of Harness the Wind there. You're right, they'll probably have 7 cards before they die.
So we're getting a lot of debate and a lot of consideration on what's going to be placed this round. Justin places the discard a place card, and he places a 6, and he places legendary escape. He has placed out. That leaves him
Is he
with
completely
7
empty-handed?
cards. He's completely empty. 7 cards placed to Jesse's 5.
Jesse goes 3 here. Or just okay, yeah.
He decides to do 2 of them from the completed pile.
As
Justin just
Marcel the Goat taught us, you always want to venture from the top when you have the opportunity.
Yep. He goes 3, and look, he's happy with that. That puts him in a much stronger venture position, but he did lose his Grim Reaper.
Yeah, I think that was a smart play by Justin to just place out and get out. Now he's got a placement advantage. He's got a full hand.
Couple of big numerical cards.
Hopefully he drew another Morgan Le Fay 3 for himself so he could drop that Cthulhu 11. That's a kill shot on Joan of Arc right now.
Let's see what he's got. Protection of St. Michael's a big swing here, although I will say it doesn't look like Justin is playing too many combat icons. Jesse reveals a late discard of a 7 intelligence. Justin puts an ally down. Jesse puts a 5 energy. Jesse gets a nice level 7 intelligence teamwork down on Joan of Arc. Good follow ups with those teamworks on this team configuration.
It's like we're done with the placement phase. Justin's counting his actions.
A lot of placed cards on Justin's side of the board. Justin, I think, is looking at this now at this point as a little bit more of a long game here. He's seeing the board. He's saying, I have what it takes to spike some big bet.
Yeah, I think he's really so. If he had drawn the 3 and just fired it off immediately and thrown the 11 at Joan of Arc, he could. He would, I think he's trying to kill her before she can even play EFL out.
It's
'Cause
going
he
to be
really,
tough now, though. He's got to do like a big chain, or he's got to do something that gets around the negate as the defense and doesn't have a combat icon.
Jesse just goes 1. Justin responds with 2. We'll see what Jesse does here. Tough decisions. Do we know what Jesse has in his hand? I can't quite see those cards.
Well, with our new technology, we can jump right over there and take a look.
Can we
Can we
see
just see
Jesse's hand?
Jesse's hand? Looks like he's got Avalon's Warmth, which is a very good one. Uh,
I think that's Freya in the back too.
the Avalon's Warmth is going to be big here if he can pull that off because he's got Asclepion, where he could completely heal a character and draw a card to replace it. He's definitely got a Freya. He's got another any character card that I can't make out. So, not nothing. Not nothing.
Yeah, I wonder which Mina Harker that is. One of her non-numerical specials. It's either the negate or the discard or placed card. Yeah, and it was the discard or place card. He's going to target the Merlin. That's kind of what you have to target there.
I love this. He's going to use the legendary escape, shift it probably to Angry Mob, and make Jesse pick one of those two cards.
Yeah, I would suspect we see the teamwork get discarded. Or maybe the 7. Look at all those multis in Justin's hand. Wow. With the Cthulhu 3 in the back too. He's got some good kill pressure there. Are we still deciding if the discard is being shifted? And he shifts it and discards the target discard. We get the teamwork from Angry Mob. It's going to be for the kill on Joan of Arc.
Yep.
And we're going to see
And
the
the teamwork draws the Freya.
very interesting there.
That's sort of a signal to your opponent, though, if you're using the Freya on such a low card. I don't know why you'd go for your cards that can double his defenses. I think you just throw the 2 here.
What's that teamwork follow-up?
Oh, it's a teamwork follow-up. That's right. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys. Round 7, you start getting a little drowsy.
I expect to see one of those multis come at Joan of Arc for the kill. He's trying to play cards that are under the threat of getting EFL used to buff up the defense, so I expect he's going to try to throw low value at Joan of Arc, but put kill pressure on her. And no, I was wrong. He throws a 6. Still under the 7. Still doesn't let him throw the EFL. And it is for the kill. Heads up play by Justin.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. The other reason the Hucklebuck would be a good one to discard is I believe that's the protection of St. Michael plays to Joan of Arc on Jesse's team. So he doesn't even want to throw that offensively if he doesn't have to.
Oh, right. I didn't recognize that as the team defense card. Yeah, so perfect play with the 6 energy. Jesse's forced to use the 7. And he just plays it offensively. And it's going to get the negate. I think that's to be expected.
Yeah, I'm very surprised about that play. I would not have done that in a million years.
Yeah, I think Jesse maybe felt like he missed the opportunity to play it as a defense. So just wanted to get it out there. Maybe forgot about the Merlin, possibly. Certainly don't want to play a card that powerful right into a placed negate.
All right, a lot of figuring back and forth here. Neither player wants to make a mistake when they're so close to the end of this Swiss. They both really want to make the top 8, so every decision is going to just weigh on them. They don't want to make a snap play and then realize they didn't save a teamwork follow-up or something on their overall plan is made null and void because of the decisions that they made.
My question is, why didn't Jesse throw the EFL with that teamwork and throw it as a 6? Then even, like, because he kind of just passed the turn with that EFL play. Because then Justin would have still negated it, but then there's also a teamwork in his face still.
All right. That hunger card that he's reaching for now is also very important. I'm not sure if that's for the kill, but it will heal one of those permanent record hits off Mina Harker and allow her to draw a card. And that's so rough. That 7 is not only going to hit and give him 7 Venture, it's going to take some of the KO pressure off Mina and give him a card draw. That's a huge swing.
Huge swing. I love that card up from Mina Harker in the Mummy. Such a powerful effect. The heal, especially paired with the Sklepion, remove a permanent record hit, get that draw, make another attack. The attack does have to come from Mina Harker, which I think Justin just pointed out to Jesse.
What a match. What a drawn out hand. So many things going on. So much to calculate. Time's running now. Both of these guys have the tournament life in the line. That's what you're just going to see, these methodical hands.
Yeah, Jesse still has that full heal in his hand.
And I suspect you're going to see it right now on Mina Harker. Full heal. He's already got a negate placed and going to be able to draw another card.
Yep, he goes for it. Justin's gonna have to say, go ahead.
He gets the early feminine, the Avalon's Warm Factor. He takes all of the hits off her. The card's a keeper. Wow.
Unfortunately for Jesse, Justin still has a whole bunch of multis in his hand.
All right, a lot of calculating going on here. The battle Joan of Arc went down. He's still got Mina Harker. He's still got Wicked Witch. There's a Wicked Witch across the table, along with another Morgan Le Fay and an Angry Mob. What do we got here? What are we doing?
Lots of thinking, lots of head scratching. Jesse looks like he's conceding.
He gets out from under the 8 multi from the Wicked Witch in another network of Fanatics. The 3 make 2 additional. Jesse maintains his negate, which at this point in the game can be pretty clutch. He did lose a character though. He lost that Joan of Arc. A good amount of her cards.
Yeah, and he lost his opportunity to have EFL stay out and play as well. So we'll see if he can manage. See how well the female team does without the EFL out. Looks like we got a couple dupes for Jesse. Justin's got one. Angry Mob, loaded up. He's got 6 cards. Like I said, I predicted he's gonna need seven cards to die. He's almost there.
It comes into effect. It makes a difference. It really comes into effect.
Jesse loads up Wicked Witch. She's got all of her placement slots filled. Ooh, and Justin places the Gemini to his round table. Super powerful. We love to see
Yeah.
that for Justin.
Especially at this point in the game, that could get him something back, like his Harness the Wind if he needed it. If he can manage to get the Cthulhu 11 to play through Morgan Le Fay, if by some reason it's blocked, he could Gemini it back. And I mean, the Harker has a lot of KO pressure on him, so he might want to just go get something like the 8 and just see if he can throw something that'll finish her off.
Right. He may even use that Gemini to get back the Morgan Le Fay 3. Like if he tries to play it and Jesse uses the negate on the 3, he can just Gemini it back to try again with the 11.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think you're going to see Justin avoid placing cards on the Angry Mob. I think Angry Mob has done the job. Justin's going to try to use his power cards to protect the other 2 characters.
Mm-hmm. Jesse only goes 1. Very interesting. So just 3 power cards and a 4 make an additional. Now he can go ally into that 4 make an additional, into the 3, right? Into the 11.
Yeah, that's a string with a very heavy and and Jesse just says, "Nope, I'm not about it. I'm gonna dip." Hand filled with any characters, not enough defense.
Alright, so Jesse's 1 card left, and now he's fully into the power pack. It looks like we're gonna get 3 power pack cards from Justin. Alright, this one is going to go down to the wire, and it's anybody's game. The venture is relatively even. Jesse has lost a character, but he has painted up all of Justin's characters. Justin has the Call of Cthulhu out, so all of Jesse's characters are -5 to cumulative KO.
Yeah, that's going to be very relevant shortly, the Call of Cthulhu card. Jesse's going to have to defend some stuff not the best way to avoid his characters being KO'd. Justin's got the... You'll probably see him place either the colorless teamwork or the other teamwork on Cthulhu in the back. Just got him loaded up and protected.
Justin does have the 3 make 2 at +2, so he also could go ally into the LeFay 3, into that 3, into 2 boosted things.
Yeah, the best part about the Morgan Le Fay 3 is, in this situation specifically, he doesn't even have to worry about Angry Mob dying, like, because that 3 is so powerful. Morgan Le Fay can just play it.
Absolutely. Two 5 duplicates from Jesse's hand.
And I see that Justin has the Wicked Witch target discard. Maybe he's just going to fire that off and then negate right away.
Justin's at 5-1-1. It looks like we're going to be the last hand soon. Jesse really wants to bet at least 2 from the top and get those 2 from the defeated back into the middle and leave himself at a place where he's not nearly as behind on venture.
Looks like Justin's going 3 for the win here.
All right, Justin did it. Jesse drew and duped on a 7. That is painful.
Yeah, that's rough to see.
That is one of the worst times. Cthulhu has another intellect power card. You know what I'll say about Justin's deck that I love, that I'm realizing? I think Cthulhu's throwing 4 teamworks from the reserve slot. He's throwing both colorless, the 7 and the 6.
Yeah, he's definitely utilizing that inherent ability to the best that it can be.
Mina Harker goes down. He's going to try to make him discard the negate, just like you said.
Yep, and we'll see Jesse just play the negate. Oh, is Jesse's hand filled with energy power cards? Can he even play his teamwork? Oh yeah, he's got the intellect on Morgan Le Fay.
So he goes for it. And look, I like this too. You don't know what's in his hand. You see an 8 there. Put the KO pressure on him, and maybe you're going to get him to up block.
He defends
He
it.
blocks the teamwork with a low power card. Follows up with the 2, which is going to really set up the spectrum. Now, he's only got in his hand for defense. It looks like he does have a 2 brute force, but I don't know if that... I can't tell if that's a...
Yeah,
teamwork
wait.
that boosted it to a 3 or not. No, the 2 is enough to block it.
I'd expect a response from Justin with a teamwork of his own.
Maybe. I think Justin might go... Maybe he'll go ally big string, or maybe he'll go ally into the Gemini. He throws the ally. Jesse blocks with his 4. He's going to go with the big string here. Now he's got the 3 that's going to allow him to play something else. Jesse knows the 11 is an option.
Yeah, I think we'll probably throw the 11. Yeah. That's going to hit. He doesn't want to throw the 3 because then the 11 is a dead card. He needs to throw the 11 off of that. Enchantress's guys.
Yep.
Shapeshifter's guys, sorry.
And with the Call of Cthulhu in play, remember, 4 more points of damage kills the Wicked Witch.
Oh, very true. Yeah, the Cthulhu 11 paired with the Call of Cthulhu is scary combo. It's almost a kill shot on its own.
Well, the idea, it's actually designed specifically so if they take the deal on the event and Call of Cthulhu's in play, the 11 is the kill shot.
Oh, I love that. That's amazing.
Yeah, that was a very intentional design. He plays the 8, and the 8 takes down Angry Mob finally.
Angry Mob put in so much work this game. It took 7 cards to take him down.
Yeah, the Angry Mob was definitely working for it here. Now, I think this is what we're going to see. This 4 is for the kill.
Oh, right. Yep, it's 4 for the kill. That puts him at 15 cumulative. He's going to have to defend it with a 6.
And that 8 is going to come across as a 9 now, also for the kill.
And, yep. Jesse's going to look at his hand, realize he can't defend it. And that's going to be it for Wicked Witch.
It really is, and that's also, that's the game. Yeah, it's going to strand the 8 in his hand. Heck of a fight. Heck of a fight. But Justin at the end of it, that Call of Cthulhu was so relevant.
Yeah, super relevant there. What a card.
Well, guys, that is Justin Sadie has definitely secured his seat. I think we'll still see Jesse in the top 8. Both guys are playing great. We've seen so many great decks today. I will see you tableside just a second, and I'll be interviewing Justin now and seeing how he's feeling about going into the top 8.
Awesome.
Greg, we'll probably have a little bit of a break here, but are you with me for the playoffs?
Oh, yeah, baby. I'm here for the rest of the day.
Let's do
You
it.
got this.
All right. I will see you soon.
Sounds good.
All right, guys, we are here tableside with Justin Sadie, who just won round 7. For those watching, we're actually doing 8 rounds of Swiss. I didn't realize, so we got one more round to go. So it really still is anybody's game. Justin, pretty interesting match that you guys had there, very back and forth. Overall, give me some thoughts about how did you feel about that game and how your deck's performing?
It went all right. I think like I had like solid control like in the beginning, and then I think I got overconfident and went 3 and lost it, and then I was like, shit, did I just like throw
Blow
the
the
game?
game?
Yeah. And I was able to turn it around. Like I think he just couldn't keep up on placing. Really, is what it kind of. And I just had so much speed. Like I don't think you could keep anything alive if you don't run. So he had to run a couple times and.
So one of the things I thought was interesting. So when you played your game against Corey, your 3s with Morgan Le Fay were buried. You didn't draw your first one till hand 5.
Yeah.
So we didn't really get to see a good feel for the deck.
Yeah.
They were very evenly spaced out here, and we were talking on the commentary. That deck, is this really designed to just be a chaining deck?
Yeah, it's 100%.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I think it's got like 18 chain cards in it. Like, so it's got the 2 mobs, it's got 3 Morgans, it's got 2 Cthulhu's, so and 8 universe cards.
So the idea is just to always be able to hit them with 2 or 3 attacks.
Yeah, I find it's like one of those you have to keep your momentum, because if you don't, like, then it's just like you're like, I have a bunch of 2s and 3s, like, and you gotta like keep the pressure going. Otherwise, it's just like there's nothing going on.
So in this particular game, Jesse's early feminist leader was a little buried. He didn't get that till late.
Yeah.
I was pretty surprised. Were you surprised when he just played it into the negate?
Yes, I was, and I was very concerned about because he had a 7 place, and I was like, if I throw anything above a 7, he's gonna defensively play it. So I was just like, try not to play into that, and it was a must negate, right? Like it's just not even a question. Yeah.
Yeah, especially once the Harness the Wind came out, I really thought like that's the best way to do it, because you can guarantee you can get it out defensively.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So you ended up taking one of his characters out.
Yes. Took out Joan first.
Joan, yeah. It didn't generate a lot. I think the only thing we hadn't seen is the 8. But is that the point where you felt like the game really started to shift? You were definitely in a venture advantage the whole time.
Right.
He put a lot of damage out. That battle you both played Harness the Wind.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about the game at that point? You both have Harness the Wind. A lot of damage goes on your side of the table.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling great. There's I just had that previous game with Corey where we had like 1 billion points of venture piled over, and I was like, I think I could do that this time, and I didn't have quite enough because I had the Cthulhu 5 again, and I was like, I think he's gonna let shit land, and I'm gonna nail him with that, But I didn't have enough to get anything dead.
But it was still relevant.
It was.
And that card
it
is
sat there.
hugely relevant in that game.
Huge.
How much of your deck, so when you built this deck, so you're one of the only people we've seen using Cthulhu this event. I love Cthulhu. Yeah. Obviously, we've seen in both games that card. It killed Merlin in the first game with Corey.
Yeah.
This game, it allowed you, so those, like the 11.
They're all
The 11 with that made a 4 a kill shot. So
right.
even just hitting with the 11,
right.
your team works for kill shots. When you designed the deck, how much did you think that card was going to play into it? And how much did you sort of discover after how good it was?
I was 50-50 on it, I think, because it's a lot of, like you said, a lot of 3s and 4s in the deck. But there is some 7s from the mob. Mob has some big cards and stuff. So I think it's just kind of one of those. I've had a couple games where we both had big, both had Harness the Winds and then play that and wipe a whole front line or wipe 2 characters, and it gets people on guard.
When you got the event, you chose Morgan Le Fay.
I did, yeah.
Did he choose anyone?
He chose Witch.
Okay, he did choose Witch.
Yeah.
There was one play where you attacked with the 7 and he blocked it with the 6.
Yes, because the Witch had +2 to all actions.
But you had +2 to all actions also.
I suppose I did. I probably forgot about it.
Okay, we were really confused. I must
have forgot about that. Whoops.
I didn't know if there was another way that she had the bonus out there or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Whoops. That's my bad.
No, just we weren't sure. We were just we were trying to figure it out, and we were like, well, if they both have the +2,
right.
Still okay. So that was just an observation. Hey, we're 7 rounds in. Everybody gets tired.
Yeah, we're 7 rounds in, and it's almost getting hungry, tired.
Yep. Yeah. Angry Mob. All right, we're going to do some events. I think that's good. Justin, I don't want to
So,
take up too much of your
all right.
time. You're going into the end of the event. I want to give you a little off time between rounds. We are going to go into round 8 of the Swiss, and then we're going to go into our elimination. So don't go anywhere. Join us for the last round of Swiss, and we'll do a pairings review before we start the round this time. Justin, thanks very much, and good luck.
Thanks, man.
Hope to see you at the final table. Sorry, did I miss the mic? Are we good? Thank you, guys. Sorry. How is everybody doing out there? So we are here at Heroes in Games for the Season 1 Regional, the first regional of this season, the season that will launch Skybound. We are playing 8 rounds of Swiss, which I didn't realize, so I led you a little astray with those pairings last time, but we are now in the last round of Swiss. We're going to go over the table here with me, as has been the second half of the day, co-commentator, former Thick Boy, Greg Costa. How's it going?
Great, Joe. I'm glad that I'm here. This has been such a fun experience. What a good day.
All right. Let's jump in and see what's going on over at the table, and we'll review some pairings at the end of the match, just to see. So we just saw Jesse play. Both players are 5-2 over here. Both of them are definitely going to want to win this match because this is a little bit of a win and in. And we are seeing for the first time on the other side of the table a Hercules deck. And one thing I like to see here, I don't think we've seen a double negator deck yet. Ty has both people that are capable of doing defensive negates. Very interesting.
I love it. I think the Mummy is underplayed, and I also think that Hercules is underplayed. So I really like Tyler's deck here. We'll see how much the double negate comes into effect, how good that actually is.
Tyler ended up with a very awkward draw here. On the he duped on the avoid a power teammate avoid a power card draw, and most of the rest of his hand, as we just saw, are any character cards. So he does. I'm sure he doesn't want to see that. He's probably going to look to go to a minimum and really try to get what his money's worth out of there. But you definitely don't want to see all your any heroes front loaded in a game. That is a recipe for running out of steam. But let's see what gets placed and let's see how it goes. Jesse's got his Harness the Wind immediately. You also don't want to see that. Hercules has his Lion Skin Cloak. Now, as your only 8, you do like to see that. It's generally a dead card in the first hand, but it puts that layer out there. Jesse's got his Negate, so we're going to see that Merlin probably get placed down to the table.
Yeah, I love to see the unlike in Legacy, I actually love placing the avoid one attack. It almost is like a ward on that character. Like people tend to avoid it, so Hercules loves that. Loves not to be attacked.
I think it's also one of the things with our game design these days is that the way we design it now is we price the 8 characters a lot higher because we value the 8 stat a lot more. And so that's really puts you in a position where a lot of times you can only have an 1-8 ranker. That is not the way the Legacy game was designed. There was a lot of 16 or 17 point Legacy 8s. Magneto you can get on your team for like 14 points if you use the 3 grid version. And so it's a very different thing. When you draw an avoid for your only 8,
yeah, super nice to get that avoid for the 8 ranker in Modern. All right. So yeah, with Tyler's deck here, we really want to see some powerful mummy cards come out, like Pharaoh of the 4th Dynasty. Both the Mummy and Mina Harker have that. That's the 7 that if it's successful, you get to remove a hit from their current battle or permanent record. And with the Skelepion, we're gonna see that trigger a couple of times. We got the Hercules placed in the back. Oh yeah, Tyler's got the Merlin's Magic placed on Mina Harker, the avoid. He's looking good right now.
Check. Sorry about that, guys. I had a little bit.
Yeah, it's still happening, Joe. Unfortunately. Some technical difficulties. Looks like Tyler also has Hades in his hand. So both players have placed their Merlin's Magic in the first hand. We'll see a bet 2 from Jesse.
I was just going to say, I totally agree with what you were saying, Greg, is that both the Fur of the 4th Dynasty and the Hunger, the Asclepion just makes them so versatile. It allows you to get rid of that current battle hit or another one. Jesse does have the Grim Reaper in his hand, so he doesn't love seeing that negate there, but it's also a chance to get through it. It's just when you're looking at a double negating deck in Modern, we haven't seen this before. This is so interesting. Jesse's got to do a lot of calculation on how to play against this on the fly.
I wonder if Jesse's just gonna try to, if he recognizes that there's just so much special defense on the other side, if he's gonna try to use the Grim Reaper just to get that premier defense out of the Merlin's Magic.
All right, so there's a rules question. So Dave had to jump over. Not sure what it is. One thing I wanted to comment about, my mic was cutting it out, but I really like so what we've been talking about, the having the extra special card placing slot on Asclepion, how I prefer that to the round table. I think Tyler is in the same camp, and he had a choice between the Great Club or placing the Defender of Mankind. Well, he knows he has 3 of the Defender of Mankind, and so he chose to not place his defensive 7 on there. I thought that's a very interesting choice. It might mean that he's looking to probably just run away as fast as possible. But
he let it hit there. He doesn't negate it. He lets it hit and discards 1 fighting icon.
He doesn't.
Wow,
I don't think he has more than 1 of any icon.
That's unfortunate for Jesse there. He would have loved to see that Grim Reaper get a couple more cards.
Or get the negate, you know,
Or
with
get
with
them.
the fact that he's running a double negate deck, and he's already got the full negate placed. Any cards that he tries to resolve are gonna have. Think of his early feminist leader at this point. With the amount of offensive negates Ty has, there's no way he's gonna keep that in play. And it also gives Ty a lot of opportunity to not have to deal with harness the wind for an entire battle.
That's true. That's very true.
You know, he could throw a string, harness the wind comes out, and he just says, okay, no additional, and then just tries to offensively negate it.
So it looks like Tyler tried to play the select the slain, and in response, Jesse played the Mina Harker negate and revealed his hand,
Absolutely. Yep.
and then threw the multi three.
That surprises me that he threw the multi three here, but Ty just doesn't have that many cards left in hand either. So this he might be saying to himself, well, I've already got the four. I've got a four placed. Ty's only got a couple of cards in hand, and I've got a negate.
Yeah. Tyler just fires off the Protector of Mankind in response. It's a good
Yep.
defense. Never want to let the multis hit.
I don't know if I would have done that. I mean, I guess he doesn't want to let anything with an energy icon hit the mummy. So I guess that does make more sense. Jesse has to ask himself, am I going to use that full negate here, or am I going to save it to try to protect one of my early feminist leaders as long as possible? And it's a tough
Yeah.
choice because this is probably the difference between winning the venture and not winning the venture. With the amount of defensive negates and offense only negates that Ty has, if Jesse lets this hits with the four, Ty can just negate the original four combat and win the venture here. And he
I'm
knows he
wondering
can.
if Tyler has the slaying the Hydra in his deck as well. Like he might just have all the answers for Joan of Arc. This might just be an unfair matchup for Jesse.
Well, it also might just be that we're seeing so much Wicked Witch. He might just be and Joan of Arc. He may just be playing into the meta and saying double offensive negates is going to be so good in this format.
Especially paired with the Sklepion. Like you just let the low value special cards hit and heal them off the next battle with your negate offensively. Get the draw. It's nice.
I think it's really interesting that when we first introduced the concept of these weaker negates that we're going to be able to do stuff, we got so much feedback that they weren't good, they were unplayable. And now you're seeing the exact opposite. You're seeing both of them in play.
Wow, so Jesse offensively Merlin's Magic's off the 7.
That is super interesting that he's making that play, that he's willing to use that negate just to try to win this first venture.
I think maybe he's trying to take it back.
I think he's still got it in his hand. He's thinking about it, if this is really what he wants to use the negate for.
Yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily use the negate for that. Yeah, he's just gonna let it hit and leave. And Tyler shows he had Hades in his hand.
I didn't see the Hades, but well, Tyler did manage to get the venture here. Jesse, I think, rightly chose to keep his negating advantage. And I think Ty is very happy that that worked out the way it did.
Yeah, I think Tyler's in a good spot now. He's got a hit in the permanent record of the Mummy, which with the Scorpion, that's the character that you really want the hits on. He's hard to
And it,
kill. He's got a lot of self heal.
and it's not an energy icon when you're playing against a couple of energy characters. That's also great with the mummy.
Right. We'll see if he tries to use that effect this battle.
The Asclepion effect.
Yes. Yep. It kind of seems to me that that's exactly what Tyler's trying to do. He's trying to stay in battles, be aggressive, let some hits land, and then be able to activate Asclepion every battle that he wants to.
He got the Nocturnal Hunter, so he's got again another one of his negates. He got the Protector of Mankind. He may possibly have the I forget the name of the mummy one. It's Legendary Journey. Early
Uh,
feminist leader on the table, but again, if I'm Jesse and I'm in this situation, I'm scared to play that card right now.
Yeah, he's gonna want to end up using that with like an offensive teamwork string and hope that he gets some type of maybe the hand gets revealed or his cards gets discarded. I don't really see any other way to get like a good benefit out of it.
Well,
Maybe a defense
he
where you
kept his negate, so he can at least try to play it and then negate the first one. But now Ty's got two offensive negates placed, and that's just those offensive negates are just going to start fueling the allies and targeting that over and over again.
it's like
Jesse
Jesse
only
just goes
goes
one.
one. Ty's gone two. Is Jesse fighting this fight? I don't know.
Well, it
He
seems
must.
like it. Tyler gets
All
ready to
right.
fire off that six any teamwork.
All right. It's a six any power attack. Gets it in play. Needs it.
Uh,
Has the four and sets himself up for exactly what he needs.
right, yeah. Now he's
Uh,
gonna get one opportunity for some extra defense and then one round of some offense, and then we'll probably see Tyler offensively negate it, I would assume.
do you remember, Greg? What is the card placed to Jesse's Asclepion?
Oh, I'm not sure.
I'm trying to remember what he put back there. He shifts it and he's gonna let it hit Mina Harker. So that's good too, is keeping that KO pressure off him. Ty's got plenty of defense, not a lot in his hand, but I think Ty's thinking of this fight in a very traditional way. Just gonna fight it out, you know? He's got the defense, he's got a lot of negates going on, and I really got to give Tyler credit. This is not a build that was on anybody's radar, and I think it's super interesting.
Yeah, it's very cool. You're definitely going to see Tyler stick around in these battles and fight it out. He wants hits to land on his guys. He wants to trade card for card and get some cards in his permanent record to use the Asclepion on.
Now he did use the five defensively there to block the Supe, the four aspect. And I don't know if that's a tell or not that he doesn't have the negate. I was forgetting the card on the mummy is teammate avoid a power card.
Right. I think Supe is one of those ones where like the characters with these offensive negates, like that one can't be negated off later. So that's one you want to defend.
Yep. Let's see. I think if I'm Ty here, I'm gonna just put the pressure on him to use that negate. I would go ally three into Mina Harker, right into Nocturnal Hunter from his Mina Harker, and just make him use the negate now. You know you have so many of them. Oh, it's the harness the wind is what's on Asclepion. He throws the
Oh,
seven offensively. Well, he throws it into the fairy protection. He's happy to see that go. Jesse
wow.
is out of cards in hand.
That's
Jesse
an aggressive play from Ty.
doesn't leave and throws the six energy again. Not the icon, not the icon that Ty wants to see, but he has the shift. He
Yep.
plays the ancient wisdom, avoids it, draws a card. It's a keeper. Ouch.
I think it was the Freya that he just drew. I'm not sure, but
If it's the Freya that he just drew, he's very happy. There's that four multi, more KO pressure. Is Jesse using the harness the wind to not stack up? Is he blocking it with the eight? He's not in a great position here at all for a KO pressure standpoint.
yeah, I don't think he's winning this battle yet. We'll see him use the eight defensively and
Yeah,
probably win.
I agree. Totally right call. I would have done the same thing, and you were exactly right. It was the Freya. Ty's deck just commandingly controlling the tempo of this game. Jesse's not making any bad plays. He's not even drawing that badly. It's just a combination of a really defensive tempo deck from Tyler, and I think it's just that it's new. Like I don't know how to play against this deck. I don't know who to go for first. I mean, I think probably it makes sense to go for the mummy. Ty drew a little bit of a weaker hand than what he's had so far. I
Yeah,
think he does
it's
have
rough.
the five remove a hit from the mummy, so maybe he'll get that in a little later and trigger Asclepion.
I actually think I'm avoiding the mummy in this deck. The mummy's who Tyler wants you to target. He's harder to kill. He's got all the self peels, the 7 that peels the 5, even the negate. Like that's the one that you want to avoid. If it's me, I'm just going right for the 8. I'm going for Hercules, even with the
Yeah,
that avoid placed on him.
I think you're probably right. It's just even if you're going through the teammate avoid draws, the dealing with the an Asclepion deck with the Mummy's Inherent, I mean it's literally designed for that. That's his home base. It's designed to let other stuff hit and then cherry pick the what you defend and then remove energy icons if they manage to squeak one through.
Interestingly, Jesse still has the early feminist leader out. Tyler hasn't been able to answer it yet, so we'll see how much benefit he gets from that being out. He's got the negate to defend it once.
Well, Ty just duped on one of his nocturnal hunters. So again, I think if I was Ty, the moment he played it, I would have just chucked the ally into the. I think
Right.
that I think so much of these Joan of Arc decks rely on early feminist leader to give all the female characters +2 to combat and to brew to their intellect. Attacking that is almost like KOing a character. You're taking such a huge amount of the strategy out of the game.
Right. And that's one where
I,
it's like it might hurt you in the battle to negate that, but for the overall game, it's beneficial. That's one you need to get rid of.
and especially a game like this that's been a pretty good tempo game. I mean, if you don't negate it, you can't win in power pack. And you don't want to go into a power pack. You don't want to get into a situation where you go too long and then you can't get rid of it.
All right, Jesse
Jesse
plays Harness the Wind.
plays harness the wind. He can now sort hits however he wants on his characters.
We got an ally into a 4, make additional here.
I still don't love it. I still would just try to negate that early feminist leader.
No, I agree. That's what he should have immediately fired off the Mina Harker negate. But instead, he's
Oh,
opting to put pressure on.
I mean, look. The one thing about harness the wind, it allows them to not have to block, but a lot of times you really paint stuff. I believe that's the 5 that can't be defended by a special, is what just happened.
Right. Yeah,
Uh,
Jesse tried to Freya it and could not. Yeah, that's a good card too. That's not an icon that he already has on one of his guys. He's got to decide here where he wants to harness the wind it to.
And that's a lot of people sometimes forget how strong that 5 is. That's not what people think of when they think of Mina Harker, but a 5 that you can only negate. I mean, you can defend it with a power card, but
Right, but still. I love how Tyler is constantly shuffling the cards in his hand. He can't sit still.
you see a lot of that in the Magic community. There was a dude that used to had a way he made him make a flicking noise, and it was the whole game was just flick, 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 flick.
Super distracting for your opponent.
It can be. That stuff doesn't bother me at all, but I understand for the people that it does. It's
Yeah.
it's tough.
So Jesse decides to shift that brute force icon over to Mina Harker. I like that too. She's your weakest link, least relevant at this point.
And I bet you're going to see his Mina Harker. You're going to see an ally in his Mina Harker try to discard the Mina Harker negate.
Oh, that's a
I
good
mean,
point. Yeah, that's a good play there.
that's exactly what I would be doing if I was Jesse, is just saying, okay, if you're not going to throw it, I'm going to get rid of it and try to lock in this early feminist leader as long as possible.
Yeah, because in Jesse's mind, he'd much rather trade that Mina Harker target discard than the Merlin's magic.
I wonder, you know what I wonder? Okay, I've got something for you here, Greg. What if Tyler, he's playing the John Carter of Mars missions? What if he's playing the event that gets rid of it on his own, so he's not bothering to negate it because he's saying, I won't
Um,
have to deal with this in the end game?
yeah, let me save my card, save my negate because I just get this effect that you can't interact with later on.
Automatically, it's like the penalty's 3 venture, but who cares when it's that card? So maybe he's just saying, I'm just gonna eventually. Oh, he's gonna defensively negate the inspirational leader to not give him the follow-ups.
I like that play. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Just cut off the tempo.
He's only down 2 placed cards also. He's exposed his hand. I gotta say, oh nope, he's gonna get rid of the teamwork card. Yep, Jesse's saying, hold on, wait a second. If I negate that, I can play the teamwork. What do I have in my hand? Like, is it worth keeping that and then doing a full nother barrage at Mina Harker, who can only defend herself with a 6?
Hmm. Quite a lot of action for just a 2 bid and a 1 bid from these guys.
So he's got a 3 in his hand, but Tyler also knows he has the Freya. I'll be really interested to see the standings after this because I thought I knew who was going to get in, but with this 8 round of Swiss, I actually have no idea who the top 8 is going to be.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were doing 8 rounds, but I guess when you get up to, what do we have, 54 players? You
We've
kind of,
done 8 every regional, and I'm so used to 7, I keep forgetting. So the Freya is going to block the 4 making additional, it looks like. Nope, can't decide.
it's an interesting play.
Is that what just happened? I'm
I think so.
not sure what's going on here. A lot of thinking going on here. Oh no, he Freya'd the confusion. That's what's going on. He didn't want to
Oh, okay.
He Freya'd the target character discarded teamwork. Mina blocks the 3. Ty only has the 2 and the 7. So kind of perfect information. Now that was from Mina, so he's got to play a card from Joan, or he's got to play a card from the Wicked Witch.
So it looks like we got some results over on the side here.
Let's
We
see
got
if we can bring the standings up, even if they're from before this round started. So we went into this. Corey, looks like Corey actually lost a round, so there's no longer any undefeated people. So Corey and Ray, so we have 4 people that are at 6-1 going into this round now. Corey, Ray, Charlie, and Justin. Looks like Lawrence lost a second one after going undefeated the first 5. So that's going to drop him, Brandon, Ty, and Ray, and a bunch of other people. This has become anybody's game with this 8th round.
It looks like we when you pulled that up, we lost the actual gameplay on the stream, but I think what happened was
So we were
Ty
right. Look,
did.
exactly what we said. So Ty drew the event, and the event, Ty is choosing to get rid of early feminist leader.
Wow, good call, Joe. It's almost like you designed this game or something. You know how it works.
So Ty is so the thing to keep in mind, he's keeping the event out to remind everyone he is now -3 to venture. He didn't have anything in play. I don't even think there's anything in this deck that's remainder of game with those characters. So he's definitely playing around that event.
Right. And that's great. He doesn't care about the 3 to venture because every time that EFL gets used effectively, you're getting 2 venture in a way, right? You block a 4 with a 2, you plus 2'd yourself.
Exactly. Absolutely. No, I think probably in the game, it's the best target for that event. The only other ones I can think of that are close to as good is if you're dealing with a good Korak deck that's sucking everything to Korak, that's a big one.
Right.
Um, that's one that Sean Sawyer has that dominated our play group, and he kind of just retired it. But Sean's got an incredible Korak deck that he does raw and gets the staff in play, and then gets Korak's thing in play, and
Oh
Korak
wow.
is +4 to defense.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Korak in the very first tournament of season 0, and then he kind of dropped out of flavor, and we didn't see a lot of him, but I do think he is underplayed, underutilized. Looks like both players have good hands. Uh, Jesse's got the Avalon's Warmth placed. I wonder how difficult it will be for him to get that off with both the Mummy and Mina Harker having negates.
And Ty's a tricky player. Ty's absolutely the kind of player that'll go, "Oh, I don't want you to heal. I will just keep all these negates in hand and bet big and try to make you use it." But he's
Right.
also got to keep in mind. So I don't have we seen Jess's Gemini yet?
I don't believe we've seen the Gemini yet.
Because the Gemini could get the early feminist leader back in play. There's still a lot of things. So we've got the legendary journey now placed to the home base for the mummy, and the mummy does have a power card that can fuel it defensively if he needs to. But we've got the hunger on Mina Harker. Now it's only a 7, but throwing that hunger against Mina Harker on the other team, Mina on Mina violence, it's going to be really hard for Ty to deal with at this point in the game without using one of his negates defensively and 2-for-1ing himself.
We do see he has placed the Eternal Journey from the Mummy on his Asclepion, and he has the 7 any power placed, so he does have the ability to offensively negate, or
If,
defensively negate,
to
rather.
defensively negate if he needs it, for sure. The question is, does he do it? I mean, if you're gonna get hit with a 7, heal a hit off Mina, and draw a card and do another attack, that's probably worth 2 cards anyway to stop.
Right. Yeah, and so I guess it depends. If Jesse does Gemini, I guess if I have the slaying the Hydra from Hercules, which we haven't seen yet, I might be less concerned about it EFL, but I might negate the Gemini if he's going for the EFL. If I don't have the Hercules slaying the Hydra in my deck.
Yeah, that's a big question too. It's another factor as to if he's running that and the event, then we really know why he wasn't negating the EFL early on.
Yeah, and I think that's a card that Hercules has that's very underutilized. I think it's a lot better than people give it credit for.
I also think, I mean, we haven't seen as much Raw in the competitive circuit. I see it a lot in my league that I play in Boston. And so everyone, if they play Hercules, plays it because it gets rid of Raw's staff pieces.
Right.
Um,
Is it the only answer in modern to Ra's staff pieces?
right now, I believe it's the only card that actually gets rid of one once it's in play.
Interesting. Hmm.
Now, once Skybound comes out, there's a lot more. When Top Cow comes out, there'll be more options. But that's kind of again, we talked about how this is going to be one of the last pure ERB uh, regionals, and we've really got to see an environment develop competitively so much different than it has in the past.
Right. Yeah, I mean, just seeing Hercules with double negators, we haven't seen this deck before. This is super cool to me.
I think what's really going to be really fun is we've grown so many players. We've got thousands of people online now that have bought cards that are playing. When this Skybound set drops and we add tens of thousands more, it's going to be I think it's going to be really fun for them to play and be like there's going to be so many developed ideas so quickly in the meta.
Right. I am very excited for Skybound to release, but I won't lie, the Top Cow set is going to be so awesome. I'm so excited for that one. As a designer with a lot of influence into the Top Cow set, oh, I cannot wait.
I think what's fun about Top Cow is even though Skybound is technically the second set we've released, we really kept the kid gloves on with doing some of the crazier mechanics because if we're getting up to 20, 30,000 players by the end of this year, we really wanted it to be an introductory set for them as well. So, not to
Right.
say we don't have interesting mechanics. You're seeing a lot of stuff we took some swings with, but there's still like early feminist leader. It's still just a numerical bonus. And so I think what's really cool about Top Cow is I think we let our hair down and we took some chances with stuff that people have wanted to see and we were a little nervous to do. I think Ripclaw is a perfect example.
Agree.
We finally took a character with a healing factor and said, we're going to let you heal through an inherent ability, not have to play cards to heal. And I think there was a lot of hand wringing about that. And I think just like we found with a lot of other powerful characters, it's going to make that character really survivable and really hard to kill. But it's not like that's making him win every match that he plays in. I think there's
Right.
just some really, really interesting swings we took in that set. And I agree with you. I can't wait till this time next year when we're at this Columbus, both sets should be out. We're going to be doing this commentary with the modern that has Top Cow and Skybound.
Oh, that's gonna be amazing.
And at Nationals, that's going to have at least one other major IP. All right, so we've got over here, Jesse drew his inspirational leadership. He's got the target character discard a placed card. He's also got the protection of Saint Michael, which against Ty could really lock out some of his low intellect hits. Um, Tyler, on the other hand, has got the sowing chaos. If he can get that out on somebody, like if he just puts that on the Wicked Witch, that puts Jesse in a really awkward position. He doesn't want to spend a card to block a 4 energy when he's already got 2 energy hits, but it would keep Wicked Witch from being able to make any follow-up attacks to allies or teamworks.
Right.
It's such a cool, devastating effect that we hardly have seen played at all. Funny enough, though, where the way it goes, Hercules was by far the most play tested character and the character we were the most worried about. Full team defense on a 8 ranker. And I would say strength is probably the least played primary suit that we see in modern right now.
Yeah, I was very surprised because I remember the talk was that Hercules was the new Spawn. He was better than Spawn, but we just haven't really seen that represented in modern as much as the double shift with Wicked Witch and Wukong.
So we saw exactly what we thought. Jesse tried to Avalon's Warmth Mina Harker, and Ty was willing to 2-for-1 himself. He got rid of his placed Eternal Journey, and he discarded the 7 as a brute force power card to make it defensive.
Yeah, I think that's what you got to do that there. It's too big of a swing. Just the full heal plus on top of the Asclepion trigger. Like maybe if it wasn't the Asclepion home base, you'd let that resolve. But I think in this situation, yeah, you just got to fire that off. Say, oh well, I lose the 7. Not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And Ty's really looking for the offensive pressure this time. He just threw a vanilla 5. Jesse's going to negate it before it comes out of the astral plane.
Wow.
And what is Ty doing here? How is Ty getting a second attack here?
Sure.
I must have missed. He must have played something that gave him 2 attacks before that. Well, either way, Jesse puts out the protection of Saint Michael on the second attack. I'm not sure what's in Ty's hand if that's going to lock it down, but this is this is a perfect time to see if he can get a chain off, and if part of that chain is going to be the hunger off Mina Harker. Ooh.
Yeah, that's gonna be spicy. So we get the inspirational leadership to start it off.
Well, the thing that's the spiciest about it is if you go inspirational leadership into a Joan of Arc attack into the hunger, and the hunger succeeds and you draw a card, you still get to make the attack because it's technically not part of the original chain. The Asclepion trigger resolves
Right.
after the full chain is done, and that's the beginning of a new attack.
So he basically has to throw the Mina Harker hunger last in order for that to happen.
Yes. Well, no, he could throw it first, but then he'd be forfeiting the attack from the other teammate because he'd have to say, I hit with the 7. I end it now. Like geez, that's actually a really interesting,
Wow.
interacting question. I think he'd have to hit with the 7, remove the hit, and then immediately end it to be able to activate the Asclepion trigger. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think you're
sure.
right.
That's a very I'm going to be honest, I don't think that complicated of an interaction is addressed in the rules, and I think it's good we just brought that up.
Yeah.
F4 is for the spectrum.
Oh wow, I love to see that. The Hercules 7 Protector of Mankind to defend against the Hunger.
Yep.
Perfect. Tyler put that in his hands. It's a good play. And then we'll see. Okay.
I'm not sure what's happened here. He
Yeah,
defended
me
that.
neither.
That was the last one. And then he was about to do the sowing chaos. And then he
Which
sort
I
of
like. Yeah.
balked on it. And now I'm not. Nope. He decides to run away. Okay.
Oh, interesting. I actually liked the 4 because it sucks that power card, that placed power card.
It does, but I think he was just nervous that if he had another power card that was a kill shot on the mummy, he would kill Mina and the mummy with the teamwork.
Oh, I guess he could even just throw the Joan of Arc card, the patron saint of France, right? He's got that place there.
Yeah. No,
That
I
would be
think
for the
Ty's right. I think this was the hand Ty had to run. He can't give up both of those negators.
yeah.
Ty's got a old legacy Hulk 8 brute force over there. I love the art from that set. I think those were the monumental ones.
Oh
Monumental
yeah, old
did
school.
new. Yeah, they were all really cool. It was Wolverine as the when he first breaks out of Weapon X was the combat. Um, I think Dark Phoenix was the energy, and then I'm trying to remember who the intelligence was. Oh, it was Dracula with like glowing red eyes.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah, I like that Hulk art right there. It's pretty cool. With the fists out in the front, laying down the beat down. Hmm. Lots of contemplating going on right now.
Yep.
Tyler's shuffling his hand, and he places a power card. Two power cards.
And
Oh, and even Hercules
ooh.
with the club in the back too.
No, that's Hercules' 9.
Oh, that's the 9. Oh wow.
I had a funny interaction where so in that he's fighting Dracula and he's choking him and his Dracula's cape's dragging across the floor, but it's red and black and one of the players I guess didn't look at it super closely and was like, "Aren't you guys worried you're going to get sued because you put Spawn on that Hercules card?"
Oh my God, it does look like Spawn.
And I was like, "What? We didn't What are you talking?" And then he showed me and I was like, "Oh, that's Dracula, man."
That's Hercules picking up Dracula. It does kind of look like Spawn, though. I could see it.
Jesse's got a good placing advantage here. Look, both of these players have just played super tight this game. This has just been like no one's made any big mistakes. No one's really got affected by any big blows. Now that gets rid of the Gemini, and that is a real bummer for Jesse.
Yeah, Tyler just recognizes that he doesn't have a chance this battle. He just goes one and immediately runs on to the
That might,
next.
yeah, that's tough. That's a tough one for Jesse. He doesn't really want to force Ty to stay in there. He's so beat up. But at the same time, it was his last chance to get the early feminist leader. And this is I was pretty sure he was gonna have this in his deck. This is probably gonna shift hits away from well, I'm guessing normally he chooses the mummy to shift the hits away from with that event so he can use the ancient lineage to avoid a power card. But he may want to shift them away from Mina Harker so he has a chance to use the hunger later and keep her
Hmm.
alive.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice he has here. Let's see what he ends up choosing.
I think it's pretty simple. I don't think there's really much of a choice with Jesse. I think he's so close to power pack, he doesn't care about Mina. I think he wants to just keep his A character alive. So Jesse's got a dupe 5, Ty's got a dupe 8 and a dupe 3. Jesse does have his Mina Harker negate placed to the home base. All right. They are getting low on time, although they're both in such a close match here that most likely, even if they went to time, it would still just be decided by playing another hand. Neither one of them's got enough of an advantage to put the other one in an awkward spot if it was to go to time.
Right. What is Jesse's at? Is it 304 or 403? I can't really tell right now.
Uh, I think I don't think he's got more than 3 in the bottom. It kind of looks like just 2 to me. I think it's actually 502 right now for
Oh,
Jesse.
502. Interesting.
And then Ty is, I think, only got 1 in the bottom. I think Ty's like 151. But still, as long as they're in the reserve, it's not as big of a thing. Jesse's
It
got
looks
his
like
Hades
Jesse's
in hand.
Hades in hand and some decent power cards and another any character. We'll see what he does with that Hades. Doesn't look like he has an open placement slot for it.
Ty's
It's
got
gonna be
another Nocturnal Hunters, so he's also got one of his negates again. It looks like he might have a second Great Club in hand. I'm not sure. Ty has certainly got some heat, and he's got that tricky Joan 2 intellect place now, which is a kill shot on Mina. So Jesse's also got to be careful he doesn't concede at the wrong time without the ability to defend that hit.
like Jesse scanning the board, collecting his thoughts.
Hmm. Jesse's going to go 2, try to get those 2 to the middle. Ty's got a lot of cards that can really help with his Asclepion here. Ty really wants to hit with that 5 and heal that 8 multi off the mummy. It's tough. They
Yeah.
didn't tap their characters, so I'm not sure who they chose for the event, but I think we'll get the gist pretty fast.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's definitely wants that energy icon off of the mummy as soon as possible. So we'll see what his bet here is in response to Jesse's too.
Looks like he's just contemplating the one from the top.
Oh, he's
He
going
goes
3 here.
3. All right, he gives Jesse a card. I don't hate it. Ty's in a very strong position right now.
Yeah, he's exactly where he wants to be. I expect him to save that 5 for a couple of volleys before he fires it off to try to get the heal, but he's going to want to be careful to not let the mummy die with
Well,
that
remember,
energy.
he's also got the hunger on Mina Harker. That's also a heal. So he's got a lot of stuff he's got to worry about. And I don't think we've seen Pharaoh of the Fourth Dynasty. So there's a lot of stuff floating around out there that's really devastating if it hits.
Jesse starts off with a teamwork from the Wicked Witch onto Mina Harker. That is for the kill.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyler just responds with a fairy protection.
And that's pretty good for him to have here because he's probably got the shift on Mummy too. So that means the Lionskin cloak is now in play.
Follow up is a low intellect power card onto Hercules. I don't expect Ty to use the pure void here on such a low card. He might
No,
just
I
let it.
don't. I don't think he will, and he's basically funneled all the hits to Hercules anyway, so he doesn't need to.
Yep, he lets it hit, and he's going to say target discard that. I'm assuming 8.
This is a tough call. You don't want to lose that 8-1 per deck, but I don't think Ty has quite as much defense, and I don't think he wants to be as worried about the hits that come on Mina Harker. And remember, if Ty's not careful, he's got to track that too that can be thrown post concession. If he's not careful, he's going to run, and Mina's going to eat a kill shot from Joan of Arc or from Jane Porter.
That's true. Yeah, Jesse's got to be careful for that.
That's
Can't
so
forget
hard
about that.
because it's so easy to forget that it's back there.
Oh, and we see the Morgan Le Fay negate come out to stop that target discard. He really
Nice.
wants to keep that 8 there.
And he doesn't want to reveal his hand because he had the Morgan Le Fay one also.
I wonder if
That's
he
a
just fires off the 8 onto the mummy right now for the kill.
well, but remember, it's all getting funneled over to Hercules because of the event.
Oh, right. That's right. Oh, yeah. So he doesn't want to throw it into that. See, that's why when people place the pure void like that, a lot of the times you end up ignoring it. But really, if you have the chance, you should be targeting Hercules and getting him to use that early. Because then in a situation like this, that 8 is a lot more powerful. Right now, he can't throw that 8. It just gets used. The avoid one attack just gets used on it.
So Ty's got a preternatural healing in his hand too, and I'm really surprised he hasn't tried to use that yet. With the 5 and the hunger on there, I would have just immediately played it and tried to get rid of the 8 multi. If Jesse negates it, he's still got the offensive negate with Mina Harker to get rid of the 8 multi. And that takes the energy icon off of the mummy.
And we got a judge call from Tyler here. Incoming Keith Bursack for the answer.
Did he play the 5 from his hand while he has the 5 on
Oh, is that what
Joe?
happened?
I
Why is he
don't.
shuffling?
Now I have no idea why he'd shuffle his power pack. Oh, hold on. No, it's I know what the judge call was. So he's doing select the slain, and the question was, does he shuffle his power pack to get the rest of the 5? And
Oh, right.
the answer is you absolutely do.
Yeah, you
Anytime you
have to look at
access it,
5. Yeah, you get to shuffle and draw until you get to 5.
well, and what's so interesting about that is there's a Nocturnal Hunter in his hand. If he takes a power card here, you shuffle those specials back into what's the power pack. So sometimes using that select the slain in the last hand before you go to power pack like this lets you seed teamworks and specials back into the power pack.
Oh, that's such an interesting point, Joe. Yeah, that might be what he's gonna do here. That's so
There he
true. Yeah,
goes.
you get to shuffle. He just
There you
takes
go.
a
So
power.
he reveals the 6, and that means now he's shuffling a teamwork and a Nocturnal Hunter back into the power pack. And that makes it so difficult for Ty because he can say Ty knows he's gone into power pack, he's shuffled, he's not going to be tracking a teamwork out of his hand.
Right. Yeah, it's gonna be unexpected.
I will say I do like Ty's position here. I think Ty has just got such a good setup. This is such an important hand. And yeah, exactly. I think this is where Ty needs to be now is he's got to start trying to remove these hits.
Yeah, I think
Jesse's Jesse's only way to deal with this is to use the Nocturnal Hunter and reveal his entire hand, which he doesn't want to do.
yeah, not for a preternatural healing, really. Although that is nice for the mummy. He's gonna peel that 8 multi off, get rid of that energy icon, and be super
And
healthy again.
draw a card and attack. What if he attacks right after that with the 5 on Mina Harker?
Oh, that's true, and just like gets this basically a full heal and a nice string of attacks.
Well, he knows he took the 6. Um, but yeah, I mean, there's just so many things he could do here to like make that so awkward. Jesse just like you can't expose your hand at this point in the game. Ty will math out something that isn't going to be good for you. Or the opposite. He doesn't he like chooses not he foregoes the attack, but then next turn he knows exactly if he can get the hunger through for Mina and heal a hit off her.
Right. Yeah, Tyler's in a great spot right now.
And remember, Jesse still has to remember to concede and not get nailed by that 2 off Jane Porter to lose Mina.
Right, that is a kill shot on Mina right now.
Mina's got John Harker Solicitor placed, which is defensive. It's a power card, so it wouldn't get the kill, but it would. I mean, it could be. He could put him to a choice of using a place 7. Nope, he's gonna negate it. He's gonna reveal his hand. I think this is right, but I think he also needs to just Hades now and get out of here.
Yeah, I agree. That's a tough spot, but I think that's the right call. You want to keep the mummy painted up at this point. You really don't want to let him get any healing done.
And
So
you just want to
Jesse
get out of
reveals
this
his hand.
hand. Ty's got everything figured out here. He's got the event. He's got the lockout. It's going towards his full avoid. Just you need a reset here, Jesse. You just Hades and see what it does. I mean, if you want to throw the ally first at Hercules and see if you can get him to use something that's like
Right.
the avoid or the 8, do it. But yeah, go right into your Hades and try to get out of dodge.
Yeah, if Jesse wants to not play the Hades for some reason and stick around, yeah, which is what he's doing here. He's really trying to get Ty to use some of those place cards because right now I think the placement is Tyler's up 1. So Jesse wants to stick around and get him to use some of those placements.
Well,
Looks
he
like Ty lets the
also
teamwork hit and shifts the follow up over and lets it hit onto Mina Harker.
And that's true. He can shift it to whoever he wants. Ty's laughing because the 1 doesn't really do anything over there. And Jesse says, "Oh, right, you can just move it wherever you want."
See the 7 come out from Wicked Witch.
Ty's pretty close to power pack. I think I'm blocking this with the 8.
Yeah, I agree with you. You're probably going to see an 8 come up in a hand or two. It's one venture. I'd probably block it as well. Yep.
Ty just has so like the fact that the tough part here too is if he can't resolve the Hades, Ty, even though he's still so far behind, Jesse's drawn from the power pack. Ty can bet 6 for the win, and or whatever he has to bet for the win, which is probably 6. And even if Jesse draws 4, how many of those is he keeping?
Right.
I mean,
And it
those
looks like
two.
Tyler plays Gemini and gets a
I'm
card.
interested what he gets out with the Gemini. He already had a Nocturnal Hunter in his hand. He got it fast, so he knew what he wanted. So he's got a strategy.
Have we seen the Mummy 7 come across yet?
If we didn't, that's certainly the card to get, but I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah, and yep. Jesse's going to go for the Hades.
He's gonna
Tyler's going to
preternatural heal
say
it. He's gonna
that's what he
reveal
grabbed.
he got that. Oh, of course that's what he got.
Yeah.
Shift the power. The 8's gonna shift automatically over to Hercules. Yeah, Jesse can't win this hand. He's gotta just survive whatever Ty's about to do and get out of dodge.
Yeah, what a card for Tyler to have in his hand too. The avoid a power card and draw. He can shift to Hercules and draw off of a power card attack. I love Tyler's deck. What a cool deck.
It really is. I'm not sure who Jesse picked for his shift though. It looks like he must have picked Mina Harker because that hunger is like an auto hit off Mina. So he's throwing it at Joan who can't shift it instead.
Hmm.
This is going to be rough too. I don't think he's tracking that too. So that's going to hit. He's going to remove a hit. He's going to draw another card off Asclepion.
And let's see if he gets to attack with it or chooses to.
Well, he's got a 3 energy on Mina anyway that he can attack with. He
Oh,
does
right.
have
Yep.
he does have to reveal it. I don't know if he's understands that, but he has to play open-handed the rest of the battle. All right, so it's
Oh,
an
right. 'Cause
ally
he
card.
plays in the gate. Yeah.
He
The
does throw
three
the
gets
3 as
blocked
another
with
one.
5 multi from Jesse
Yeah,
and
and
Jesse.
there's nothing else you can do there. That was Tyler's hand. And yep, Ty says, "Wait, where
We'll
am I
see.
throwing it?" Throw it at Mina. There's no other choice. All you're doing is getting rid of the no, throw it. You at least would get rid of the 5. You'd may be forcing him to defend with the John Harker solicitor.
Yeah, I'm surprised there that he didn't take that opportunity. He wanted to keep the placement, I
I
guess,
guess he
but
did, but he was probably just thinking, oh no, he's right. He can't attack Mina with it because it'll shift to the 8. It doesn't really do anything on Joan of Arc. If he attacks Mina, he shifts it over to Wicked Witch and blocks with the 8 in his hand anyway. So
oh sure.
he might as well just keep it placed. So another example of Ty knowing what he's doing and me being wrong.
Us being wrong. We're both wrong, Joe.
Both of us. Uh, Unfortunately for Jesse, he didn't draw any of those cards. But unfortunately, he didn't draw anything other than his power cards. But fortunately, Ty has 4 duplicates.
4 dupes or 3 dupes, it looks like he
Looks
picked
like
it back
3.
up.
Okay. Now Ty though also has from what I see on the board, a completely unstoppable uh, Grim Reaper.
Oh geez. Yeah. We'll probably see a big bet from Tyler here then.
Man,
Tyler's a player who definitely just recognizes that immediately. He knows that his Grim Reaper can't be defended. He's gonna get a lot of actions with it.
but like how it didn't work out this way, and I'm not because I care about I don't want to pick who I want to win, but how cool of a moment would it have been if he had drawn? He has a Nocturnal Hunter in that draw pile. If Ty goes for the win here, he might give him the negate and not understand that that negate is in the
Oh,
power pack from the Select the Slain. Like,
right. That would be so clutch.
could you imagine if he throws that Grim Reaper and Jesse's like, I negated. He's like, you can't have a negate in there. And he's like, well,
Well, I do.
actually.
Select the slain. That's so awesome. I would have loved to see that, but unfortunately for Jesse, he didn't draw that negate. But he could if Tyler goes for the win here, he will definitely get a draw. Let's see.
Well, if this is probably at this point, I'm almost certain this is last hand too. So, um,
Oh, yeah, we're past our timer, huh?
yeah, if this is last hand, like I believe it is, I don't think there's a reason for Tyler to go more than 2. Because if he wins, Jesse, I don't think there's any way Jesse is in the. Yeah, Jesse definitely loses if it's last hand, even if Jesse. Yeah, because no matter what he
Yeah,
bets, if he loses, because he's already behind, he's at
right.
1 to Ty's 3, so he has to make a big bet. Um,
Yeah, Tyler really should only be going 1 here, right? Because if he loses it, it's only -1. He doesn't really need to go 2 just to not take the risk.
he goes 3,
Just
so I
3.
wonder if it's not the last hand.
Yeah, is our timer wrong? Because I see we have 9 minutes in red. I don't know what that means exactly. But either way, it looks like Tyler's got a decent set of cards in his hand. A couple of power cards. Looks like an ally, another mummy special, and
That's
any
the Pharaoh of
character.
the Fourth Dynasty in his hand.
Oh, that's the big one. That's a big one. He's definitely happy to see that one.
Especially with the 5, like, at this point at the end of the game, having like knowing that he's mostly in power pack. All right, so Jesse makes his big bet. Ty dupes out on the 8, but he keeps the 5 multi. Very good one to keep. But I just think Ty's gonna heal at least one of these hits off the mummy, and if he's able to then draw a card and then attack, this is
Yeah, we might get to see the dream, right? Mummy's got a couple of hits in his permanent record. We could see the 5 hit draw a card into the 7 hit, heal and draw
Yeah.
a card, that would be huge.
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
Ty starts with now.
let's go back to our overhead view. Ty had just opened with the ally card. That got defended, and right off the bat, he does this, and like he's believing he knows that that's an auto hit.
Right, which it should
Um,
be. Mina Harker is a max 6. The 7 should just go right over the top here.
I have to say,
Oh, but he's got
oh,
in
he
it.
drew it. He drew it. Ty realizes he's saying off the off the shuffle. Look, that's a great moment, but it's gonna be a real sad moment next play when Ty hits him with the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, now Ty knows for certain that his Reaper will land. He has to know for certain, which I expect to see in him call probably intellect here and get a
Actually, you know what the truth is? I don't think so. Well, depends. If Jesse doesn't play the 8 off what's her face, if he like messes up and plays the 7, oh no, he knows what he's
yeah, he
doing.
knows what he's doing.
Because I was gonna say the 9 was also a auto kill on Joan of Arc, and he could have got rid of that. Joan of Arc has 11 damage on her.
Oh, right.
So that knocks out the 5. Now I think you do the Grim Reaper. I mean, you call energy or you call intellect.
I'm probably calling intellect here to get the placed cards over the. You know
Yeah.
that it's power cards in hand, which are just going to replenish in the next battle. So yeah, I'm probably calling intellect, trying to get those placed cards. But oh, it looks like he goes
No,
energy
he
and he's
calls
gonna.
energy and he gets more venture. Wow. Wow.
I guess he is going 3 here, so he's probably figuring calling
But
energy
that
venture.
takes some stones. At this point, your entire tournament life is on the line. You're 5-2. You don't know what he's got in his hand. And you forego 2 certain cards that might get a low, like a multi or something in his hand to fish for his 2 high cards. Look, Tyler deserves the win if he gets it after that play. I think that was a super ballsy call.
I agree, but I gotta say this about Tyler. He's got a galaxy brain. Sometimes he's got these next level plays that I don't recognize. So maybe he's got some plans in his head. He did that for a reason.
Uh, I'm seeing the standings, but let's just stick with the table here.
Yeah, so Jesse's holding 2 any power cards in his hand.
Yeah, really took a lot of the bite out of the KO pressure. And maybe that was also Ty's justification as he was thinking in his head, I don't have to worry as much about the KO from the intelligence, but the energy is going to create a lot of KO shots. And maybe that was the mentality. But the 2 gets through and takes out Mina.
Jesse fires back with 7. Looks like
And if
it's gonna hit.
Ty hopes this is for the kill, Ty wants her to die to route him at least one attack into the avoid.
Yeah, Tyler's in a good spot. Yeah, he's gonna fire off the 9.
It's not for the kill. That's the bummer is that he can't force him to get rid of the 8. And then Jesse's doing the right thing and just stacking the venture on Mina. And I
Yeah, this is
think
what he's probably gonna
Ty,
do.
even with everything Ty did, I think I think he might lose this. I don't think he's going to be able to generate the venture that he needs.
Yeah, that Joan of Arc 8 coming across and landing was kind of rough for
So
Tyler.
he's at 14, 22, 24, 25, 26. And Ty right now is only at 11. Jesse's out of cards. It looks like Jesse's completely out of cards.
Oh, he's
Oh,
got
no,
one in his
he's
hand.
got
He's
one.
got
He's got a.
the 5 power card.
Oh, he keeps tilting his hand. I didn't understand why. He negated that thing, so he's showing Ty what he has.
Oh, right. Tyler should know. Tyler throws a brute force power card.
Which is
Beautiful artwork
great.
on that one.
He knows that he can't block it. Then he has to throw the 5 at the avoid, which Hercules is gonna avoid. Ty, use the avoid. Look down. Look down.
He might save it here. You never know. He
There's
might
no
save it.
he's out of cards. It's the last hand. You
Oh, that's true. It's
definitely
left hand. Yeah, he
avoid the
needs.
5 and just chuck stuff. The only reason to not do it is if he has a card that would kill Joan that doesn't put him over the top, but then I think he loses the venture anyway. Oh my God, Ty, if you don't use that and that loses you the game, I'm gonna be so so upset about how this ended.
It looks like he's letting it hit. Oh no, he's choosing to defend it with a 5 so that he has that.
Well, both shots were a kill shot on Joan, so it didn't matter. All right, so Ty has got
Right.
10, 19, 25. I don't see any other bonuses. And then Jesse's got 14,
22. What's the power card? The
27, 27.
27.
I think he's gonna lose by 2 venture here, and I think
Wow.
Ty's sad.
So close.
What
So
a
close.
I mean, look, that is a tough end of the hand, but wow. Both of these guys played incredibly well. I mean, there were each one of them had 20 decisions that could have swung that game one way or another.
What a crazy game. So it turns out Jesse getting the select the slain and putting that negate into his power pack was perfect to negate that the 7 energy from the mummy to really put a halter on what Tyler was trying to
Yeah,
do.
that interaction was just like the one thing Ty couldn't think of. The one thing that he had no idea was a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think he misplayed. I think that's exactly what you have to do there. Like even if he knew that the negate was in the deck, he still that's the play that he has to make.
Yeah. Wow. Wow,
Just
wow, wow. Well, everybody, that is the end of our Swiss. This game went pretty long, so I'm going to jump right over and get into this interview because I imagine we'll be trying to get into this top 8 as fast as possible.
Can't wait for the top 8.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Greg, and I'll see you back on here for the top 8.
See you soon.
Dinner.
Mine too.
All right, here we are at the end of the Swiss. Everybody is about to break for dinner. We have just announced the top 8. Jesse, you have made 7th place.
Yes.
Is this your first top 8 since you started doing these events?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, that's
super
awesome.
excited. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. So
Yeah.
we're talking to you at the tail end of the best you've done in one of these tournaments.
Yes. Yes.
Very nice. Very
Yeah.
nice. That was a crazy game.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
So many back and forths. I don't even know what to ask because there were so many key moments.
I don't know if I could answer you right now.
I think one of the biggest ones I noticed is we were saying that Ty was not playing his Nocturnal Hunter to get rid of your early feminist leader, and we were theorizing that he was playing the event to get rid of it, which he was. How much did you feel at that point that was going to impact your ability to win the game?
The leader is so vital for when I get to the power pack. So if it gets down to the power pack, it's vital. So losing it at that time was definitely a concern. Trying to make sure I could move hits around or try to survive hits after that. Yeah.
So about 2 hands after that, your guys are pretty beat up. Ty's got a little. I think you're pretty even on cards, maybe a 1-card placing advantage. You draw your Gemini.
Yeah.
You bet 2 and you win it, but he ends up running away. Was there a thought process at that point to maybe try to bet bigger to keep him into Gemini, the early feminist leader? Or what were you thinking just sitting down? That's such a unique deck. We haven't seen a double negate deck yet in this format.
Yeah.
And you're playing a lot of cards that are really, an offensive negate is such a pain in the ass for.
Right.
So when you saw that deck, what was your strategy going into that game?
Seeing his deck, Tyler's
Seeing
deck?
that there was going to be multiple negates, knowing you want to keep the feminist leader on the
Obviously,
board.
You know, trying to get an energy on the Mummy in any way possible, because that's the most key right there. And obviously knowing Hercules is the big defender as far as in team defense with his 7s, and him putting a void on him right early kind of made my path easier as far as in saying, okay, going after the negators. And Mina being a top 6, try to take her out because she has I didn't know if he had more negates in there for her or not, but trying to take her out was always, knowing with my deck and how important she can be, it was a target right off the bat. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Was there, I mean, it was so close in that last hand
Oh my
also.
God, yes. It came down to just, honestly, unfortunately, Tyre having a misplay there. He could have easily won that game with the avoid, so yeah.
When he didn't avoid the 5?
As soon as I saw him take a card out of his hand to avoid that 5, I knew I had a chance to win venture.
Well, so the problem at that point was both of those cards were a kill shot on Joan of Arc.
Yeah.
So even if he would have avoided the 5, he can't throw the 5 at her because then he can't throw the 8.
Right.
And so at that point, he had really, by KOing the other characters, he'd really limited where he could go with it.
Right.
So I think it's just so tough. I really felt watching that game, what I said at the end is I think more than any game I've watched in quite a few tournaments, there was probably 20 decisions both of you made that making it differently could have shifted the momentum
Absolutely.
of the game.
I mean, like you said, you didn't even know what questions to ask because there's so much going on that I can't even think back on the hands because there was just so many things going on each hand.
Did you ever, I felt watching the commentary like Ty was very much in control of the game at the beginning.
Yes.
Did you feel like at any point you were out of it and you weren't going to be able to win?
No, it was I just knew after the start I had to get myself out of a hole a little bit, kind of get my cards back in order and hope to get a couple good draws there to get myself back in the game.
Well, you're going into top 8. Obviously, some very good players made top 8 with you. Is there, now that you've played this deck for a bit, is there any of the archetypes that you're hoping to avoid? Is there any of them that are anything that you don't want to see as a matchup?
No, I think the ladies do pretty well against everything.
Against the field?
Yeah, it's a wide range there that they do pretty well. I've tested it against multiple decks with the guys in Cincinnati, so it's just going to be kind of how the draw falls.
All right. Well, that's awesome. You're having a great showing. We love seeing new people in the top 8. We are going to let these guys break for dinner. It's probably, what is it, a 30-minute break? We're going to do about a 30-minute break from now, and then we're going to bring you your last 3 rounds. So don't go anywhere and be back with us in 30 minutes. Thanks very much for being with us, Jesse.
Thanks, man.
Here, I'm going to do this.
Thank
Try
you.
to not get sick this tournament.
Oh, thank you. I don't blame you there at all.
Cool.
Hello, hello, hello out there, Overpower world. Welcome to the quarterfinals. We have made it through 8 grueling rounds of our first regional of season 1, the season where Skybound releases. This is just something we're really, really excited about, and we are going to have our top 8. If you guys are checking out the stream or topdeck.gg, you can see the top 8. But we are having right here, I believe it's Justin Sadie is going to be playing Brandon West. With me co-commentating is longtime friend, Overpower aficionado, co-designer of the Skybound set coming out, Greg Costa.
Howdy, Joe. Glad to be here. I'm excited for these playoffs.
This is great. This is good for us too because we haven't actually seen Brandon's deck yet. So let's take a look and see what he's bringing over here. He's got Leonidas, Robin Hood, and Wicked Witch with Jane Porter in the back. Super interesting.
Oh, yeah,
We
we
have
haven't seen that iteration just yet.
That's a very interesting split grid, and I'm really excited to see how it goes. Brandon has drawn his event that lets him go fish for a basic universe card or training card, but it says those cards, all bonuses on basics and trainings, are going to count for venture this battle. Brandon really was probably hoping to get that a little later in the game after he'd used a training card, but it is good to know that if he uses one of those training cards, it is going to count that way. Now that's an interesting choice. So Brandon's got some of his defense. I'm assuming the for Sparta is placed on the home base. He's just got it a little off to the side,
Oh,
but
yeah, it
he
was.
placed the Master Thief for Robin Hood, which requires a power card to be placed. It discards it and then he draws 2. It's a little bit of a weaker draw 3. Um, I like the idea of placing these type of cards early when you get them in the first hand. If they're not placing their power cards, you just say, okay, if you're not going to place power cards, I'll place all of mine later. And I'm just going to develop a really big placing advantage.
Right, yeah, you're taking that trade. Yeah, my card's useless, but you don't have your power card placement slot. That's almost worse.
Yep. Uh, Brandon goes 2, Justin goes 1. Justin stays in. He's sporting a 6 and a 7 in his hand, along with a 4 making additional attack. Brandon's got some other power cards in hand, but they follow up all his teamworks. He goes with the 6. He lets it get defended so he can shuffle it back in early. Great play with that.
I agree. He's trying to get the most use out of that card possible. The best way to do that is to have it be your first attack of the game.
And he did it against the angry mob. So with the reason it's defended is because it keeps the character from playing specials. That's great when they've got something like that offensive 7 multi placed. But the other thing you forget is it keeps them from defending themselves with any specials as well. So you really don't want that to hit.
Notably here for Justin, he's going to be happy to see no negator across the table. His Morgan Le Fay 3 is going to be able to happen almost every single time unless Brandon gets his Merlin's Magic 1 per deck.
Uh, so he uses the +5 training card with the 2. And remember, Justin just said in the interview after the last round, this is what his deck is built to do. He wants to do a 3 string every single time he makes an attack.
Right. Well, I like the
It,
play from Brandon as well using that training. We're almost certainly going to see the greatest soldiers in history card in his deck with Spartan Training Ground. So he wants to use that to get
oh,
shuffled back in.
man, I hope you're right. We have not got to see the greatest soldiers in history really be a factor in any decks in competitive play. And I think that card is insane.
Me as
Um,
well.
I would love if that's what he's doing here. Now, Justin did the same thing he did last time. He's placing those any power teamwork cards on Cthulhu. Cthulhu's inherent allows him to play intelligence teamworks from the back, and that qualifies if you play the any power teamwork through that grid. Um, and not
Yeah.
placing his power cards, he's only going to be able to use it when he gets that. But um, the teamwork goes off, a 8 goes off with it, and Angry Mob takes a lot of damage. Brandon, I hope, is remembering that Angry Mob has 25 hits to cumulative KO.
Right, yeah, Justin's not too upset about those any powers being there. That's kind of the best spot for them to be.
Although he has already brought him to, I mean, he only needs 11 more. It's not like 5 extra to cumulative is not, it's good. It matters sometimes. It usually just means an extra card.
Right. In this situation, it probably means another card or two for over average to kill Angry Mob.
Now that's interesting. He allowed Robin Hood to take 3 hits. He chose to not use the Leonidas card there.
Yeah, I think he's probably trying to save it for what he thinks is something more threatening. But I don't know. Getting Robin Hood painted up that early.
That's tough. Justin dupes on Shapeshifter's Guys, the 3 for Morgan Le Fay, so he places it immediately. Brandon answers him by placing Wolves, Black Bees, and Crows, the 8 multi on Wicked Witch. Justin draws his 8 any power that he immediately places to Wicked Witch. Got a teamwork on the other end. Brandon's got 2 teamworks. Just has to be ready for all of. I really love what Justin's doing here with like putting 3 of the network of fanatics in and using that to follow up the Morgan Le Fay 3. I think that's such a cool way to make a chain deck in this format.
Yeah, I agree. It's super threatening. That the Shapeshifter's Guys is such a powerful card. And to use it with Cthulhu, who doesn't necessarily even need it in order to be in reserve, just makes it so much easier to play those cards and be super aggressive.
Justin did win the Dallas NAOL event uh, recently, and he's definitely wants to follow up and win one of the 2 tournaments this weekend. That would put him in a very good spot for the amount of winning that he's done this event this season.
Justin goes 2. I think Brandon's considering matching that venture. Yep, he'll go 2 as well. Yep, so we'll probably see a little bit of a fight here.
They're both definitely wanting to fight.
Interesting, he throws the ally not at Robin Hood. Those hits should get tucked.
The only reason I can think is he's going to try to throw something over the top. Oh,
Oh, okay. Okay.
that's right. I remember
I'm
that
always surprised by that card.
card. And I think so is Brandon. That is rough. That is oof.
Yeah, Robin Hood
Gonna
just
kill
dies.
Robin Hood.
Now I understand why the ally did not go there.
And
What a
that's
play.
again, this is exactly like we said. Sometimes you ration that defense too much. Um, had he just avoided the 7, he wouldn't have been in a position where the Call of Cthulhu was for the kill.
Right.
Um, that Call of Cthulhu card is so underrated in any environment.
I agree. We just saw a true display of its power there. Getting 3 placed cards, KOing a character. Brandon's going to have a tough time getting back in this one.
Yeah, that's a really brutal second hand play. But if Justin can't block this 8, think does Brandon realize he's not dead? He's only 3 from death. So if Justin didn't defend that, probably a good teamwork string is going to take him out.
Right.
Now the other thing, Justin does have the I believe it's called ethnoarchaeology from Jane Porter. That's the card that allows her to um, remove any cards placed or in play that have a remainder of battle or remainder of game effect. So he does have a card available to get rid of the Call of Cthulhu at least.
Oh, that's true. Oh, he's going to play the Freya against the 7.
Learning his lesson after not doing it the last time.
Yeah. Brandon's got 3 still in hand. Let's see what Justin decides to do here. He's got the Morgan Le Fay 3 into Cthulhu 3 if he chooses, but his follow-ups, at least showing, aren't super great.
But I think that's just what he wants. He just wants to paint as much color on the board as he can. You know, Justin was saying in the interview, he's not winning the ventures like he is off venture. He's winning them off making people afraid they're going to lose a character. And that is one of the viable strategies in Overpower. You don't have to be hitting with sevens and eights. You just have to make the person so afraid of the number of hits that come across that they have to run.
Right.
Justin's got a really strong hand with his negate. I think he's duped another shapeshifters guys, which is unfortunate. But he's got discard a place card. He's got in a negate a 4 make an additional.
Sees Hades in there.
into probably Grim Reaper though, and unfortunately, Justin's got multiple defenses for it.
Right, yeah. And you're right. He plays the Grim Reaper, Freya. Yep. Justin's happy to see that now. He says, you threw a Grim Reaper? I'll throw a Grim Reaper. Bang.
That's exactly what he does. And Brandon's
Got
going to
the
use the
United
full
Avoid.
avoid off Leonidas.
That's pretty much what he saved it for, so good discipline from Brandon to save that avoid for the big Grim Reaper.
Yep, it is good discipline. I will say though, probably would have rather just had Robin Hood still alive.
Yeah, you're right.
Well,
In this
especially because if Robin Hood was still alive, think of how different that next hand would have been. Justin wouldn't have been able to target Jane to get rid of the ethnoarchaeology.
I didn't see the attack, but I see that Justin responded with his fairy protection.
It was the 8 multi off Wicked Witch. Let's go back to the above view.
Get the multi from hand from Justin. It's gonna land onto Wicked Witch.
Blocks with the 3 multi. Still has the juice to throw a teamwork string.
Chooses to throw the Leonidas 6. See if Justin decides to let for Sparta land. He does.
I love the with for Sparta how if they keep blocking it, it's almost like you get to stack 3 or 4 of them for Leonidas without ever risking the duplication.
Right, yeah, such a cool mechanic that card has. Justin fires off a teamwork from Cthulhu. Yep, it's gonna land.
And
Yeah,
the
follow up.
8's gonna land, and that's all she wrote for that character. Justin says you can't shift away from Wicked Witch. Brandon says that, and he throws Wrath of Ra, a 7 energy any power card. And I think he's catching Justin right at a point where he doesn't have anything he can do about it. Justin's gonna choose to do the Gemini.
See what he gets here. Just happened.
I don't know. He threw a 7 down on a character that has fairy protection, but I'm not sure why because
Oh, he's saying this is mine. It doesn't matter what you get with Gemini. This is what I'm doing.
yeah, but
I
why
think
would
that's
you
it.
show him that before he has the ability to choose the card?
Yeah,
He
that's
might
just a hasty play from Brandon there. He's excited.
like he didn't know if you had a teamwork follow up. Like there's a million. You just gave him the information on exactly what to get. Well, he kills that character, and he gets the 7 for Jane Porter again.
Oh,
Justin was going for the win there, so I guess I understand why he did it, but I just wouldn't have given him the ability to know. But I think at that point, Brandon saw the writing on the wall. Brandon played a
yeah, I think
great
you're right.
game there. Really tough deck that Justin Sadie has been giving him a hard time all day, and I think it really comes down. The only thing I would say if I was Brandon, I probably would have done in the moment is just played that Leonidas Avoid on the 7 energy. I think other than that, it just goes to show you one clutch decision like that really can completely change every aspect of the rest of the game.
Yeah, that really solidified the Call of Cthulhu as just a kill shot. That was the game there. Killing a character, losing 3 placed cards is just too much.
Yeah, especially that early second hand, like you have some time to come back for it, but it also just like it's just quicksand. It puts you on the back foot so badly.
Right.
Um, all right, guys. Well, that was our quarterfinal match. We're gonna go tableside, and we just talked to Justin before this, so we're just gonna go say a quick hello to him, and then we're gonna have a little bit of time before the next round.
Sounds good.
We'll
See you
see
in a
you
few.
there. Thanks for being with us, and thank you, Greg. Hello, everyone out there in the Overpower world. We are at the end of round one of our Swiss. We still have a few other games going on, but we finished the game with Justin Sadie. Justin, you were advancing to the semifinals.
Yep.
How did you feel in that game?
I felt pretty in control for most of it. I think like turn one, he I think he had one unplayable card, and like he also placed the Robin Hood discard a power card, and I hadn't placed any power cards. And I was like, well, that's down two, so it was like just kind of keep going from there.
Yeah, I was saying I feel like the what's interesting with that card and Friend to Foe because there's always that question of like,
Yeah.
do I just keep holding it and placing and hoping they place a power card to give me a target, or
Right.
I don't disagree with placing it. I do like
Yeah.
placing it if you can make the game go long, because then
Right.
it puts you at the choice of like, am I just never placing a power
Placing it
card
ever
again?
right? Or
And like trading one place slot for 3 is not terrible.
that's true. That is true. I've thought to that too, and or like, okay, I'll place a power card when I know I can deal with it.
Right.
Like
To try to bait
now
it
I've
out.
got
Yeah. I felt like for us, the one thing we called out during it was hand 1. He lets Robin Hood get painted with the 7 energy as the last hit, and he had the avoid.
Yes.
Did you feel like that was? How did you feel about that play? Would you have defended that in his situation?
I felt well as soon as I saw 16 points of that magic number, I was like, well, Robin Hood's done. So I think that a lot of people are not thinking about the Cthulhu
Yeah, minus
coming.
5. I mean, we've
Yeah.
seen 2 games now that we've seen you on
Kill a
camera.
character with that.
We weren't ready for it either, and we're like, right, the
Yeah.
Call of Cthulhu card. So, so fun seeing that card do well.
Yeah, it is a fun card. It's turned like sometimes it does nothing, but sometimes it does everything. Right?
That is true.
Yeah.
We were joking around just as a preview. There is a character in the Top Cow set that has the morph card to copy a special.
Are you serious?
So there's going to be a chance to play 2 of them.
Oh, that's gonna be a nightmare.
All right, we already spoke to you, so we're gonna
right.
let you go and kind of clear your head before you have to go to the semis.
Sounds good.
But great game. We're hoping we see you at the final table, Justin.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much. Everybody, we've still got a decent amount of time. These semifinal rounds, these playoff rounds are an hour, so we've got 26 minutes. But don't think that you necessarily keep an eye on it, because if they all finish early, we're gonna jump right into the next round. Thank you, everybody at home, and we will see you in the semis. Welcome to the OverPower Character Spotlight series. This week we're taking a look at Rick Grimes, the legendary leader from The Walking Dead and a powerful new addition to the OverPower universe. Rick Grimes is a mid-range offensive character with secondary support abilities. For those of you new to these kind of breakdowns, mid-range means Rick has a mix of offensive and defensive abilities, all of which fall into the mid-range value of 3 to 6 numerically. He specializes in non-negatable attacks using his 2 Advanced Universe cards, which give him constant pressure without the fear of negates shutting him down offensively. Rick's inherent ability is at the heart of his strategy. It reads, bonuses on teamwork cards played by Rick are +1. If you've played with legacy teamwork cards, you know how deadly a boost to follow-up attacks can be.
This inherent ability shows that Rick doesn't just fight, he leads. With support tools like Protect the Family, Rick boosts the attacks of himself and his allies, giving your team a clear edge when it matters the most. Rick's overall kit has a total of 6 personal cards, made up of 4 special cards and 2 advanced universe cards, as well as the impactful inherent ability we just discussed. First up is Rick's personal teamwork card. This teamwork card is a level 6 combat or intelligence attack. When you factor in Rick's inherent ability, it becomes the strongest teamwork card in OverPower. Each follow-up ultimately gets +2, making this card a serious threat and a must-answer card in modern play. Next, we're going to look at Rick's Colt 45, his iconic weapon. It's a level 6 energy or combat attack, and thanks to its small white shield icon, it doubles as a personal defense in a pinch. Being that it's an advanced universe card, as well as Rick's teamwork, both of these allow Rick to utilize his universe card placing slot while still being able to play one of his other special cards. Utilizing this universe card placing slot in this way gives Rick more flexibility than most characters. Learn from Our Enemies is a special card that taps into Rick's darker moments from the series. It's a level 3 brute force attack that cannot be blocked by cards with an intelligence icon. That shuts down some of the more common defense options, such as multi-power cards. And it's especially frustrating for decks that run a low number of intelligence power cards. Rick also brings 2 strong defensive cards. Riot Gear is a simple card that allows Rick to avoid any one single attack, perfect for dodging large value hits. While Morgan Jones is a team protecting card that allows Rick to shift any one attack made on an ally to himself. This shift can move an attack into your Riot Gear or your Colt 45, or it can allow Rick to simply take the damage to keep the heat off your teammates. Whether Rick defends the attack or not, his team gains +2 to venture total the battle when Morgan Jones is played. Last up is Protect the Family, one of Rick's most powerful cards. To continue with the theme of leadership, Rick rallies his troops, granting them +2 to all numerical actions for the rest of a single battle. This card also has a shield icon, which means you can sneak it into play defensively, provided you need the +2 in order to make the block. It can be played offensively as well if there's a strategic reason to do so, such as following up an ally card. However, remember, if played offensively, the opponent still gets his defensive action and can negate it as it's played. Once active, even though this card only affects a single battle, it can shift the momentum of an entire game. Rick Grimes offers a balanced mix of personal offense, team support, and clutch defense, but his true power comes from who you pair him with. Rick thrives when initiating teamwork attacks, however, he can only play teamwork cards through his combat grid, which is 7. So look for characters whose special cards can also be used as power cards, allowing you to make large numerical follow-up attacks to Rick's teamwork cards in non-primary power types. Synergies also matter. Take Michonne for example. Michonne's inherent raises her combat grid to 8 if she starts the game with Rick and Alexandria on the same team. This reflects how much more deadly Michonne can be when her friends are intentionally keeping the enemy's main focus. Or try pairing Rick with characters from ERB and the World Legends like Van Helsing. Rick's Protect the Family special can turn Van Helsing's right tools for the job into a level 5 energy attack with an additional power card follow-up that's also +2 to hit, both of which can't be defended by a special card. That's a threat capable of KOing a character with only one hit on them and is very hard to defend. Rick excels at attrition and forcing KO pressure. Rick wants to land early hits and force his opponents into tough decisions while supporting his teammates across the board. Rick's biggest weakness is his ability to generate venture. While his cards offer great spectrum KO threats, they're all less than 6 venture, and Colt 45 will often be used defensively. That means Rick needs to rely on teammates to contribute to the venture, or he needs to win through raw KO pressure generated by his spectrum and his attack bonuses. Rick Grimes is an iconic character from The Walking Dead who brings leadership, grit, and strategy to the Skybound OverPower set. Whether you're looking to build a combo deck or looking for a team of brawlers to slug it out, Rick Grimes opens the door to new possibilities in deck building. Thank you for watching the OverPower Character Spotlight series, featuring Rick Grimes from The Walking Dead.
we are down to the next round.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to the Heroes in Games in the Greater Columbus Convention Center, our partners and co hosts for the Season 1 Regional. We are on to the semifinals. Only 4 players remain out of a field of over 50 players in the first regional for Season 1. We've got a great little image of Duplicate to preview our upcoming Skybound Overpower set. Hitting your stores shelves August 28th. Uh, Code commentating with me here is Greg Costa. Greg, say hi.
Hey, how we doing?
We're
I'm
doing
excited
great.
for
We're
this
doing great.
quarterfinals matchup. This is cool to see an eighth seed and a fifth seed. They obviously both had some upsets.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Uh, See if the booth can mute their mic for us. We're getting a lot of feedback in our ears. So we've got Lawrence over here playing Nor. We've seen both of them on camera today. Hold on one second. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, we can just hear everything in the booth. It's really hard to talk. There we go. So we're nice and muted now. Sorry, so we have Nor playing Lawrence. Yeah, both of them must have upset their match. Lawrence played Raytan in the first round, who I believe was the third seed, and defeated him. And Nor beat Corey, his brother-in-law, in a big upset to get himself to the semifinals. We've got a great top 8 for you. You know, we've got Justin Sadie playing Charlie. I believe this is the furthest Charlie's ever gone. I think he might have had one top 8 another time, but definitely newer at getting back into the game, and it's awesome to see the newer players go this far. Nor has gotten really close a few times, but has not dunked an event. And we saw Lawrence in a tough loss to Dave in a killer match. Dave got his first win against Lawrence, but Lawrence is certainly due as well. Justin's the only one of these 4 who's won a tournament before, and he's only won one. So this is just such an interesting. It's just an interesting top 8 field. So
Yeah, surprised to see the defeat of Corey. I really thought that his deck was going to take him all the way this time, but
he,
looks like
I
Nord
didn't,
got the better of him.
I didn't get to see that match, but I think it's rewatchable. They were on the other camera for the Overpower Adventures podcast, and I believe he does post those matches. The only thing I heard is Corey felt like he overbet by going 3 in the first hand and then losing the first hand. Um, so
Okay.
it sounded like he was a little down on himself for that particular wager, but I didn't obviously get to see that. So I'll probably be rewatching that match a little bit later. But I also want to call out our boy John Carter. I definitely think this is the furthest we've seen John Carter go. And the Princess of Mars, the love of his life, Deja Thoris, maybe went this far. I can't remember. Did Phil Miller play her in the first one that he won?
Yeah, Phil Miller used Deja Thoris and won with it. Yeah.
But I think this is the furthest we've ever seen a John Carter go. So
Yeah, I'm
Nor's
excited to
going.
see what he's doing with the John Carter here.
We did get to see it a little bit earlier, but yeah, it's Lawrence has got a great deck. So Lawrence gets the cost of knowledge is sanity. Cards with an intelligence icon are not going to count to venture this battle.
I don't think that affects Nor too much. As you
It
see, he's already played
probably
2
won't
combat
be the
icons.
Yeah, probably won't be the biggest impact against his deck, but it could ding a few things if he tries to play a riposte offensively, or if that's his minor suit. He could have a 2 for Jane Porter. But I think you're right. I don't expect this event to have a huge impact in the first eight.
I actually think that this might be the first Billy the Kid that I've seen casting with you today in reserve.
That's true too. We've actually seen a lot of Jane Porter today.
Yeah, a lot of Jane Porter and even a couple of Cthulhu's. I really like Lawrence's deck. I love seeing the Mummy with the Skelepion. I think that's such a strong pair. And you see, he's already got the 7 placed.
Yep. And I just love to see, I really felt surprised how little of the mummy we saw in the game until recently. And it just goes to show you how viable different meta builds are in this format.
Right.
So both of them are really refusing to pass the placement here. Nor does get the Gemini down on the round table. I think really one of the better things about the round table is not losing your Gemini firsthand.
Yeah, that's nice to be able to place it there. Gemini is one of those cards where it's actually not that good in the first hand. You really want that later in the game. So to be able to
Yeah.
place it and save it for then, it's gonna be really nice for Nor.
So Nor's got a couple sevens over on Zorro. He did draw one. He did draw a six. Not terrible cards, but no speed represented whatsoever. Where he's staring down a completed teamwork, an ally card that most likely can be played, and a four make an additional attack. So Lawrence only goes one though. Interesting. Nor's got one in his hand. I think Nor's trying to decide if he's going to go one. Am I going to try to see if he runs and give him the extra one?
Nor decides to go two. It says, "All
He
right,
goes
bring it on."
two, and then I think Lawrence may have suckered him a little bit into this one. He's only got three cards in hand, and he's going to be throwing attacks at Deja. He's going to have to use a lot of that heat in his hand to be able to deal with it.
So Nor doesn't even think about it. Immediately says, "Yep, this teamwork hits." What's Lawrence gonna follow up with? Probably a power card from hand. Yep, the five multi.
Now, that's most likely coming from Sun Wukong, and that gives him the three multi follow up off the Mummy. That's going to
He's
draw
very
Freya.
confused.
Look, you're happy to see that off of five multi. And the three multi is going to hit. Wow. Deja
Deja three.
Thoris, first attack of the game, painted up with a multi and an off color hit. And Nor is going to try to Hades out of the battle. Hey, Nor ended up with five cards to Lawrence's three. But when those other two cards are hits on Deja Thoris's record, I don't think Lawrence is upset about how that battle played out at all. He's
Yeah, gonna
going
have to
in,
agree with you there.
yeah, he's down two cards, but he's going into this with the initiative and not in any kind of venture trouble whatsoever. And Nor didn't put anything in his dead pile with that hand. So even though he's at five cards, one of them is a Gemini that so far doesn't have a target.
Oh, that's true.
I think Nor might have duped on his Master Swordsman from Zorro.
Yeah, Lawrence really didn't want to see that Hades just then. He wanted to get Nor to use one more place card with that fairy protection.
This is such bad luck for Nor. Nor drew a duplicate Master Swordsman and a duplicate Riposte, and Zorro is not the target. If Zorro is going to be hanging around, you do not want to have to depleted his reserves so quickly.
Yeah. Places the aspect. I get a
Nor
team.
does have Nor's got some good stuff though. He does have three quick strokes and he's got two sevens placed. If he can get a big hit on somebody early and then later in the hand throw that string, he'd have a really good chance at snaking a kill out. Over on Lawrence's side, he's got the four intelligence make an additional attack. He's got a six combat power card. Looks like he's got an ally card. He just placed the Staff of the Monkey King. Doesn't have any particularly bomb cards on his own, but he's still got a lot of synergy with what he's doing. He could hit with Staff of the Monkey King early and try to discard the Universe card, place the Sun Wukong. The teamwork, he's just got like a bunch of mid-ranged attacks that he could try to keep going. Nor does look to have the confusion, or sorry, the disorient opponent in his hand. So he's going to have a little bit of ability to slow down Lawrence's attacks.
See what Lawrence decides to venture here.
He's got those two hits. I think if I'm Lawrence, I'm just going two every battle now.
Yep, and that's
Nor
exactly what he does. And Nor just goes one and run. Says, "I don't want the smoke."
and he doesn't really get much out of it. He gets go to the overhead view if we can. I'd love to try to see what he discards. It's a six, it's a teamwork, it's that four make additional. Something else was underneath that in the dead pile that I missed. I might have been the 11, but I'm not sure. I don't want to. I'll just don't want to think I know. All right, so
Yeah, I think
Lawrence
so.
has got a teammate of Void for John Carter. I'll make you famous. Looks like a mummy too that can be played after discard. He does have the full of Void for Sun Wukong. He's got the John Carter lockout. Probably not going to do anything this hand, but it does force people into the other one. And then it looks like he's got a Pernatural Healing, which can trigger his Asclepion once there's a hit on somebody, which he hasn't taken any damage yet.
Yeah, so he's
Um,
gonna have to replace that, or it's gonna be unusable, right?
yeah. Nor's drawn his Grasp of the Five Elements, so we'll almost certainly see him place that over on Sun Wukong. And luckily, before she dies, he is getting Protector of Barsoom, the full avoid for Deja.
Yeah, he's gonna be happy to get that one out. Just keep her around for a couple more rounds, maybe.
I like the ultra rare foil version of Deja Thoris, the J Lee drawing. Great piece of art.
Yeah, I think Nor has foiled out as much of his deck as possible.
Are all four of his heroes foiled?
I think they are. I
That's
know
because
he's using the.
all four of those heroes are the ultra rares. So that is about that's about a $3,200 worth of character cards over those four
That's
cards. They're
wild.
about 400 apiece. So
Very cool. I could not build that deck myself.
it looks like it. I think they are foil.
Yeah, and he's got all the foil any characters, and his any power cards are foil. Very cool. Super foil.
All right. Nor is at 9 cards placed. Over on the other side of the board, we've got the Billy the Kid card in the back. So they're both even on placed cards. Nor is
No,
gonna have to commit to one of these battles and just grind it out. And this is the problem with getting the character painted early is you just are you're so inclined to run. Nor doesn't want to give up the draw 3 from Deja Thoris that he hasn't played yet. So he's inclined to run away, but then you sometimes just get yourself in too big of a venture hole.
but we do know from the interview that Nor runs only 4 cards for Deja Thor, so maybe he's not that concerned. Like, yeah, it sucks to give up the draw 3, but maybe he doesn't think he needs it.
Lawrence throws a little ally card. Nor uses the full avoid and ends his turn.
Wow.
Back to Nor. Nor's gonna go with his aspect card. He's targeting John Carter. Probably doesn't want to have to deal with those teammate avoids.
Yep, I think that's the right target.
Deja Thoris is 4 make an additional attack. So a second card of hers that we're seeing. But Lawrence has superhuman endurance for John Carter. That means any combat and brute force attacks cannot be made against John Carter. And John Carter is played exactly like he's designed to be played here. He's going to
Wow.
force all Norse combat and brute force attacks to go to a different character and hopefully be able to really capitalize on a teammate avoid. Unfortunately, he does get hit with a 7 intelligence here, which the superhuman endurance does nothing to fight against.
Yeah, and Nor says, I don't care about your card. Here's a 7 intellect.
If I'm Lawrence here, depending on whether he's able to defend this or not, if I get hit with this, I'm almost immediately conceding, and then I'm leading into my Asclepion abilities next hand, trying to remove them multiple times. Nor doesn't have a negator, so he has to use his Merlin to stop one of the Prenatural Healing. And if I'm Lawrence and I can get him to use uh, a full negate on a Prenatural Healing when it's the only one in his deck, I'm also very happy about that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because right now that card, the preternatural healing, is a dead card. Lawrence doesn't have a single hit in the permanent record, he can't actually use it. So I think you're right. He might, if he lets that land, which he does, it might be best for him to just get out of here and let that card become online and
Now,
trigger
the
his after.
advantage to right here, though, is out of the 6 cards that are still 7 cards on Nor's side of the board, none of them are for the kill. Meaning he's locked out from all the combat ones. So the only thing he can play is the one. And wow, the
Wow.
4 energy takes out Deja early. We have not seen the draw 3. And I think he's got one other card in there for a teamwork, he said.
Yeah, he's at a teamwork for her.
If Staff of the Monkey King hits, he has to get rid of the teamwork, and he allows that to hit too.
That's very
Very,
surprising.
very surprising he doesn't just block with the 7 there, but I believe he did have 3 quick strokes in his hand, though, so.
That might be why, yeah, he wants to. Oh, he's just going to start off with the 7 anyways. Oh, and he's got the teammate avoid for it.
Yeah, not surprising. I mean, that is what John Carter's design is designed to do. He's supposed to shift hits to somebody else and then use those teammate avoids. So it is fun to see John Carter functioning exactly like he's supposed to. Nor is not happy to get hit with a gigantic monkey dropping a boulder on his head. That is the 11. It doesn't count to venture, but it's setting Zorro up for a kill too, and really putting Nor in a rough spot here.
Yeah, Zoro's definitely in rough shape now. Nor
That is
throws the 7.
the Riches of Don De La Vega. This is a cool play. If that gets through, he can move any mission all the way up to the completed. So he could take that defeated one. However, I'm surprised he didn't throw it at John Carter because it throws through that lockout. It's intellect. That would
That's
have put
true.
John Carter at 18 points.
Yeah, but then he might not be showing any other cards even playable, right? So if he throws it somewhere else, it's KO pressure in a later. I don't know if I would have picked the mummy with him having that 7 placed. But no, maybe you're right. It's probably going to land on John Carter. It puts him really close to KO. Yep, and Nor
All
moves
right,
it.
so Lawrence says it hits, and that defeated mission is now a completed mission. Uh, and now none of them have any missions in the defeated pile. And Nor has to be really careful too. If the I'll make you famous is the kill shot on Zorro, that's gonna move a mission from the middle of the board up to the completed, and I think that's gonna leave Lawrence at only needing to go 1 for the win.
Yeah, you might be right there.
2 at the most, because he certainly would have 5 at the top minimum. We can see 2 at the top and 2 ventured.
So you have 4 multi come out, and he'll
Yep.
use the 7 to defend.
Forces him to use it. I'm surprised he didn't throw, if he was going to throw the 4, I'm surprised he didn't throw the any power teamwork first. That would have been 2 kill shots in a row. I don't know about this play from Nor. Nor's got 1 card left, and you've got over on Lawrence's side of the board a full teamwork string of multiple colors that he can throw, and he's already killed a guy. I don't know. I know you don't want to give up that 11, but
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because now he's just going to eat a full teamwork string.
now remember, the mummy doesn't die unless he's got an energy icon, and there's no energy icons placed anywhere. We don't know what's in Nor's hand, but it's going to be pretty hard for him to get an energy icon. He could go for absolute KO, which would actually work if the 6 combat hit. So even though Mummy doesn't have an energy icon. If he was hit with the Sun Wukong 6 combat, he would be both Spectrum KO'd and would have 20 damage for the cumulative KO. That is an absolute KO in Overpower, and it ignores all cards in play and all abilities and just KOs the character immediately.
Yeah, let's see if either player recognize that that's a possibility right now. Hmm.
A lot of thinking going on over here.
Yeah, Nor has just one card left in his hand.
Yeah, I believe he's just got the one. Now the
If
players do
I'm-
have a little more time. These semi matches, all the playoffs are played in hour-long rounds. All right, Lawrence plays his cloud surfing and avoids the 11. He is going to try to make Zoro famous, which would move another hit all the way up to the completed pile. Nor can only block it if the card's in hand, and he's going to do the same thing. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Nor's going to Gemini. What is he going to go for?
Like Nor's fully committed now to this battle. I'm not
I
really
think
sure
if
what he's
I'm
gonna do.
I think at this point, if I'm Nor and I'm getting something out, I'm getting like Staff of the Monkey King or something that can Spectrum John Carter and at least trying to come out of this with a kill. Actually, it'd have to be oof.
Yeah, because he can't even target John Carter with the staff.
Yeah, let me read exactly. I'm not sure if John Carter's is attacks or icon. I feel like
But
it's
yeah,
actually icons.
he may not be attacked by cards with a combat or brute force icon. Superhuman endurance.
So he's actually pretty warded. So it's a really I'm really curious what he got out. I don't know though. You're so committed at this point if you're Lawrence.
Oh yeah, I think Lawrence is loving the position that he's in. He has a full teamwork string he can throw. He's got
Well,
the
he
7
clearly
on the mummy that he knows is gonna hit if he wants to clear off that 7 from Zoro and just guarantee a venture win.
I'm also I believe the 7 can get a current battle hit as well. It might be
Yeah.
worth it here to just attack Sun Wukong with the 7, get it to hit, remove the Vega 7, even though it doesn't give him the Asclepion trigger that he wants.
Right. At this point, I don't think it really matters. He's got Nor the in the backseat. Sun Wukong by himself, pretty much.
And hey, look, I
Wow.
also don't hate this play.
Yeah, he grabbed the
So
11 from Sun
he did
Wukong.
grab the 11 again, not surprising, but look, at this point Lawrence has a deck that's going to heal a lot of these hits off, so it's not like he's permanently worried about these characters. He killed 2 of Nor's front line. Nor is still not in a position to really spike a venture win here. I don't hate that concede.
Yeah, I agree. Nor would have to go 4 for the win here. I don't think he's really going to be able to. He's down a lot of placement, and really
Now, what I
Lawrence.
might have done,
is in
I
position.
might have just fired the full teamwork string at Sun Wukong and just forced him to use the 6 and the grasp of the 5 elements to heal and whatnot. But Lawrence opted to keep the placing advantage. Unfortunately, he did draw 2 8 combats, both dupes.
Oof.
Nor draws the Merlin negate. He places it down to the home base. So both characters are going to have access to that negate. But I don't think specials is really what Lawrence is counting on to get it done. Lawrence has transformation trickery. That's going to allow him to shift all the hits for a battle to whoever he wants.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to see Lawrence just go ally into preternatural healing and try to force Nor to play that negate on that.
I mean, it's certainly what I would do. I would just be trying to strip a 7 off and drawing a card and then getting to attack anyone.
Yeah.
Lawrence is doing the adding up here. We got plenty of time left in this round. Oh, around 40 minutes still. So no real time pressures here for these players at all.
Lots of thinking.
I think if I'm Lawrence at this point, I'm thinking a lot too. You know, he's got a venture lead, he's got a two character lead, he hasn't taken much damage. I think I want to make sure I'm not going to let him kill a guy, ding three cards, and put me on my back feet.
Right. Places a low energy power card. That's what he was thinking about, if he wanted to clog up that slot with a low power card or not. But I think it's the right call. At this point, you just want to fill up all your placement just in case they go one and run here.
And nor only goes one.
I'd see a big bet out of Lawrence. Oh, just two.
Just two, just going to get those other two out of the dead pile.
And that's an ally for the kill into John Carter.
Lawrence is trying to figure out how he wants to handle this. A lot of thinking going on before this hand starts.
Yeah. He certainly doesn't want to see John Carter die here. He wants to fire off that teamwork. So he should, if he has the ability to defend.
Well, Nora only has access to 8 cards right now, and Lawrence has access to much more than that. So I think Lawrence just really wants to take his time here and make sure he doesn't misplay anything.
Lawrence just accidentally reveals the Gemini instead of Legendary Escape, but picks it up and puts Legendary Escape down, and it looks like he's shifting the ally away from John Carter or Mars.
All right. A lot of considering going on here.
Yeah, is Lawrence deciding which character he wants to shift it to?
I think that's what we're waiting on here. He decides finally at the end to shift it to Sun Wukong.
The follow up from the ally is a Grim Reaper. Oof. Was not expecting that.
Yeah, I didn't really track that one at all.
Looks like it lands. We're gonna get
3 cards with an energy icon, the 3 that replaced, the 2, the Furrow, the 4th Dynasty, and I think it was an ally, Alan Quartermain.
Now that's rough, but it could have been much worse.
This is probably a good time, I think, for Lawrence to try to heal one of those hits off and draw that card. But nope, he goes for teamwork pressure.
Whoa.
That's an 8 because it gets the bonus from the teamwork.
He's gonna
He
legendary
has a
escape.
legendary escape.
Coming in clutch with both players with the legendary escapes here. That's a teamwork on John Carter for the kill. Yep. And if that doesn't get him, then that multi probably will.
All right, all right, all right. A lot of damage coming across after that big teamwork. We've shifted the hit over to Sun Wukong, but that represents a heck of a lot of damage. There is 21 venture on Lawrence's side of the board. I think Nor is feeling the pressure here after losing the 2 characters. Lawrence is playing very methodically, I believe, to just make sure he's not going to make a mistake. He decides to play Transformation Trickery on the first core card in Nor's teamwork and shift everything over to the Mummy.
That's interesting. He really wants to keep John Carter alive here if he has a special for him in his hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but John Carter is, I know, sporting multiple of those 8 any powers. So there's a good chance that's something that he wants to make sure he at least gets one out of too.
We'll see now if Lawrence fires off that preternatural healing. Been waiting for him to do it for a while. It'll probably be negated at this point, though. Lawrence is really contemplating his action. Yeah. Yep, he's gonna go for it. He's gonna attempt to heal, and Nor's gonna Merlin's magic in response say, "I will use my only negate to stop your preternatural healing." Follow-up attack
Yeah,
is a 7 power card.
and it all has to go to Mummy because of the transformation trickery. So there's nothing, there's not really a lot of choice there. Um, that would be for the kill is, oh no, it's not because the new teamworks are only 4s. So it would be for the kill in the old game, but now it's only 18. Interestingly enough, I mean, Nor's taking more damage, but he does have the grasp of the 5 elements on Sun Wukong. If he can sneak out a KO here, even maybe like if he got lucky and got the Mummy or John Carter, he might be able to get himself back in this game only because of the huge venture swing that he has.
Right. I wonder what Lawrence is gonna Gemini for here.
If it's
Maybe
me, I think I'm going. I don't think Nor has anything in hand. I think I'm going. Uh, the 6 is for the kill, so he's got to do something that defends the 6. Or I guess he doesn't.
oh, he doesn't. Hmm. I wonder what he grabbed. Or if he
But we're
I
about
don't
to
know.
find out. Oh, the
Oh, the
11.
11.
And the
Right.
11 does count to venture.
Wow.
All right, just down to the monkey. Now, the other unfortunate part about the grasp of the 5 elements is it does make Sun Wukong have to discard all its placed cards.
Yeah, we might see Nora just choose not to place. I suspect he's going to have some unusables, as Lawrence has 2 discards.
2 mummy discards. We haven't really seen the character KO effect, nor. There's the teamwork that only Deja can use. There's a dupe 5. And it's Sun Wukong versus Sun Wukong and his friends. Not the ideal situation. Luckily, he is going for John Carter, and one of the cards in Lawrence's hand is a John Carter teammate avoid. But he's also got Lawrence has also got his Freya in hand, which is going to be really strong here. Even though he can't use the grasp of the 5 elements without discarding the 8 that he just placed, he chooses to place the 8. He's just going to have to really smartly play that and prioritize it.
Have
Nor's
we
got
seen
the.
the Immortality come out for John Carter yet? Or is that still in the deck?
We haven't seen it, but I haven't noticed it in the other game we watched. He may not actually be playing that card.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess that one's tough since it moves everything to count towards venture. It would trigger Escalpion.
I still think it's a great card just because, again, of the design of John Carter. You know they're going to go for him, and it allows you to let a lot of stuff hit and try to kill guys.
Yeah, you just have to remove all the hits in a battle where you're not even worried about venture necessarily. And if you're trying to KO guys, then it works out.
Nor just
Oh,
decides
wow.
to run there. You know, I think you kind of just I don't know. I look, I don't actually have the advice. I don't know what you do when you're down 3-1 and one of the characters on the other team is your character. But you definitely Lawrence is definitely getting himself into an advantageous position venture wise. Nor's got another mummy card. Nor's got a Deja Thoris and a Jane Porter in a 4. I will say for Nor having lost the bulk of his team, he's drawing exceptionally lucky with only getting 1 or 2 discards per hand.
Yeah, see, I don't actually think it's luck. I think that's Nor's deck design.
You think
I
he's
think
just
he
playing
designed
a
it.
low amount of cards for each one of those characters?
Yeah, I do. Yep. Yeah, that's why I think him losing Deja Thoris early doesn't really hurt him that much. He doesn't mind it. He only has 4 cards in the deck for her total. What do you think? You think Lawrence can go for the win here? Is it just 2 for the win?
I think it is just 2 for the win.
He's probably
And
not
I
going to
think
play.
if it's 2 for the win, then he has to go for it just because you're not really trying to adventure at this point. You're just letting every single card North throws hit you, and you're throwing back kill shots.
Right.
I mean, Lawrence needs to put him in a position where he can risk the kill and force him to use that grasp of the 5 elements.
Lawrence places his own grasp.
Hmm. I also love we've got a quick draw now live on the front line.
Such a fun card. I'm excited for a character in Top Cow who has a 1 protect version of that card.
Yes, that character is going to be very fun. I think that's the only other version of that card that we've done. So
I
Lawrence
think
is
you're.
rocking over here. He's got a 4 energy. Oh, Nor is going to bet
Whoa.
6 for the win. Does he have a fairy protection? Is that what Lawrence is up against?
Lawrence gets to draw 4 cards. Let's see.
Oh man, if he's got a fairy protection here and he pulls this out and Lawrence doesn't draw, that looks like a power card, a 6. That's a dupe 6, it looks like. That's a 5.
Oh man.
And teammate avoid draw, so he's still alive a little bit. If he's got the fairy protection, he's gotta he's gotta draw into some kind of a negate.
So this is it. This is for all the marbles. Does he have the fairy
Oh,
protection in his hand?
he drew a teammate avoid a power card from Mummy who's dead. He does need to discard that. Nor's got the fairy protection all the way on the left there. So, what Nor really wants to do here is wait, whoa,
Let,
whoa,
let,
whoa,
let it
whoa.
let it hit. That's
Why would you
definitely a play.
why would
I
you
do not
ever
think
do
it's a play. Whoa.
I mean, he can
Okay.
remove it all with the grasp, but I just feel like you're giving the opportunity here to oh, wouldn't it be cool if he threw it against Billy and Billy quick drawed him to death?
Oh, that would be definitely a misplay.
He just realized the mummy's dead because he was gonna avoid that, and he's like, "Oh wait, I can't."
John Carter probably dead here. Oh, maybe no
Only
one
if
knows what he's doing because he can still fire off the full heal and then lock him out.
it's true, but he doesn't know if what if Lawrence has a negate. I don't know. Well, Nor got himself in a lucky position where that full lockout is gonna, I think, let him win a ridiculous bet here.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm not really sure why he didn't just immediately play the lockout.
Yeah, and none of this I don't understand. What did I admit? Maybe we saw it wrong and he didn't actually have that card. Like this, I understood if he wanted to do that to be able to draw a card, but I think other than that,
No, he's got the fairy. Yep.
all right. So he's grasping the 5 elements to get rid of all those hits off him. Gets rid of the 7 on the permanent record as well. Well, there you. That's how clearly what you're going to use it for there.
Yeah. And that should pretty much seal it up. What a crazy bet from Nor. He saw the play. He got lucky with the fairy protection in his hand. He took the path to victory.
And Lawrence is just looking at the board, and I think he's saying, I've got all these cards, and I've got no way to get rid of that 8. He also had to discard the 5 as a duplicate off
Wow.
that. Nor, I believe, going to his first final table. Congratulations, Nor. That's a tough one when you do the take them down to one character and they get the lockout like that.
Yeah.
Not my favorite part of Overpower, but oh,
Not
he
either,
look
but
at
it just
that.
goes to show you the power of like all of the cataclysms are great. They all have a place, but fairy protection is just a card that can on its own win you games. It's
Did
so
you
good.
see his power pack or the rest of his deck? The Merlin was like right there.
Oh, that's super unfortunate.
Well, Lawrence, look, we're gonna see Lawrence dunk a final table soon. I think every time he's playing, he's doing better and better. But it would also be great. Nor's only been playing for about a year and a half, so it would also be great to see Nor take a tournament down too.
I agree,
Uh,
and Nor in season 0 was consistently showing up in playoffs too. So
yeah.
if he takes it this time, it's good for him. That was a
Well, that
great
was a
game by
great
both
match.
people.
I'm gonna go over and do a quick chat with Nor, and then we will join you back here to finish up our day in the finals. Everybody,
Sounds awesome. Can't wait.
see you soon. everybody, and we are here at the end of the semifinals. We have one match still going on, but we completed the match with Lawrence and Nor. Congratulations, Nor, your
Thank
first
you.
final table.
It is my first, yeah.
How long have you been playing? Because it's not very long.
About a year and a half, 2 years. Yeah, a year and a half.
It was this, the first one you played in was a OP Cup, right?
Yeah, that's correct. About, a year ago. Is that 2 years ago? Man, I don't even remember at this point. But it was the OP Cup here in Columbus. Played in the last chance, went 5-0. Played in the OP Cup and went 0-5 or whatever it was and dropped. So, yeah, came a long way since then.
Well, you're doing great now. You're your
Thank
first
you.
final table.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that last hand. You've got one character left. Before you drew your hand, were you tracking, like, if I draw fairy protection, I'm going to be able to get that lockout?
Oh, for sure. I knew I hadn't seen it. That's why I was happy that Jane was dead. And I was tracking his negate. I had not seen it, but I got Merlin. So no Merlin negates. And it was just honestly came down to a gamble, which sometimes sucks to win that way, but that's how Overpower is.
Well, but at the same time, you must have noticed that the hand directly before that, he folded the Hades.
Yeah, I was happy the Hades was gone.
Because he had slots to place that. If he places that Hades,
it's a different
It's a completely, you can't just go for the win there.
Right. Yeah, there's two cards I was tracking once I was all my characters were decimated. It was Hades and negate. I had seen Hades, but I was taking a risk with the negate.
We're getting relit over here.
Nice.
Sorry, I know that's distracting. So you must have been, that was clearly it was a rough start.
Yeah.
I mean, he eliminated two of your characters.
Yeah.
Now, it didn't seem like it cost you that many discards. I know last time we talked, you were saying you're only running 4 cards for Deja.
Correct.
And we'd seen, we saw 2 of them. We saw you then discard the draw 3 and the 6 energy teamwork.
Right.
Who was the other character on your team?
Zorro.
Zorro.
I run a lot of cards for Zorro, but by the time he got him, we were going to trade characters, which I knew Lawrence was not willing to do, and so I kept him going into the next hand. By that point, I had seen enough of his cards that I was comfortable letting him go.
And you did dupe on some of them. I mean, you duped in the second hand on a riposte and an expert swordsman.
Right.
So you knew that's 4 right there.
Yeah. I had seen the 2. I got rid of that, and I just knew there was 1 riposte left, and it was the last card in the deck, so it didn't hurt me.
I was going to say, because we saw, obviously, both of you had excellent plays with connecting with the Riches of Don De La Vega, getting to move the mission, and then he killed Zorro with the thing, and he got to move the mission.
Yeah.
So, well, that was a great game. The lockout thing is always a part of it, but at the same time, the Hades would have been a good way to hedge against that till he got through the hand with it.
Right, yeah, if he places that Hades, it's a different game.
If he places that Hades, I don't think he really could have lost the game at that point with the amount of damage he could have taken.
Yeah.
He just has to wait till you do it. Now, had you gotten your Merlin at that point?
My Merlin was placed in reserve. I was forced to play it on... I don't remember exactly what it was on.
But it was earlier.
On a heal.
Oh, right. You played it on the pre-natural healing, which I think made sense at that point in
Then
the
I
game.
killed Mummy, and I just knew there was no more Mummy negates, and the only way I was going to win this game is by a lockout in the end. And Mummy negates, Merlin's magic, and the Hades.
And he drew 4 cards, and the Mummy, he was, his Merlin was only a few cards from the top of his stack, too.
Right.
So, I mean, look, it was really anybody's game, and that's just part of what you have to track when that's an option. So, you've got either Justin or Charles.
Yeah.
You've played Justin, I feel like, a decent amount.
I've played him a handful of times, both in Modern and Legacy. Man, he's super tough. Very smart, very tricky. He almost never does what you think he's going to do, so he's very good. And Charlie, I played earlier today.
Okay, so you are at least familiar with the deck that he has.
And he beat me earlier today. So.
Well, I think we may have some news for you, James. So Justin got it. So we're gonna say goodbye. We're gonna give you a few minutes to go relax and get your headspace, and you're gonna meet back here for the final match against Justin.
Fantastic. Thank you, Joe.
All right, thank you very much. We'll be back, guys, in about 5 to 10 minutes. Thanks very much.